I just abbreviated to leader.
Something of the house.
Man about the house. You didn't go on the marathon? Fantastic. That was the 15th time? 8? That's my own.
I know that as well. So you know when you muscle memory, Henry.
Every comment was basically.
Oh, did you?
The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I might just, first of all, before I make a declaration, just give members some information on arrangements for today. Obviously, in a moment, we will receive a bill from the Senate and start debate on that. But before we get to that, I just want to let people know the government will also be seeking for the Public Service Amendment Bill number 2 to be able to find its way to the Senate during the course of tomorrow. At the moment, there's only 2 speakers on it, so it might not require any management. But if we do end up with a number of speakers, we may end up using one of the resolutions to sit later tonight. But it'll be the usual principle of no divisions or quorums after 6:30 p.m. Having explained that, Speaker, I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024, the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024 and the Treasury Laws Amendment Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. And I should have mentioned a moment ago, I apologise, Mr Speaker, ordinarily, as has been the practice, no matter who's been in government, when senior frontbenchers have stood down from the front bench on a sitting day, they get to make a speech to the Parliament. Obviously, because for the member for Gorton and the member for Barton, they stood down during the break, they'll be seeking indulgence after the MPI today for the member for Gorton to make a speech of that nature, and after the MPI tomorrow for the member for Barton to be able to make a speech of that nature.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches, and in relation to actions under the scheme, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches and in relation to actions under the scheme.
Give a call to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Industrial Relations.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I present the revised explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Since July 2024, serious allegations have come to light about the conduct of some members and associates of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union, CFMEU. The Australian Government takes these allegations seriously. There's no place for criminality or corruption in the construction industry, and bullying, thuggery and intimidation is unacceptable in any workplace. On the 2nd of August 2024, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission applied to the Federal Court of Australia to have an independent administrator appointed to the Construction and General Division and the Victoria, Tasmania, New South Wales, Queensland, Northern Territory and South Australian divisional branches. The Minister has intervened to support the application on behalf of the Government. The Government made it clear that if the matter was not resolved before Parliament returned, we would introduce legislation to facilitate administration. This is the strongest action available in these circumstances. The bill amends the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act to provide a clear pathway for the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU to be placed under administration. The bill will allow the Minister to determine a scheme of administration for the division if satisfied it's in the public interest to do so. The bill contains a list of the matters that must be included in the scheme, such as the suspension or removal of officers, taking disciplinary action and making changes to the Construction and General Division's rules. A scheme of administration would not apply to any division or union other than the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU and would be time limited. The bill includes strong powers for the administrator and would allow them to take action necessary to restore the effective management and operation of the Construction and General Division. This would enable the administrator to take all necessary action to manage the affairs of the division in the interests of members. Current and former officers and employees would be required to assist the administrator, such as by producing requested documents. Penalties would apply for non-compliance with this requirement. The administrator would also be required to cooperate with inquiries undertaken by a law enforcement or regulatory agency. The bill includes strong anti-avoidance provisions to prevent people from undermining an administration determined by the Minister. Contravening these provisions would attract civil penalties and, where avoidance behaviour is deliberate, criminal penalties. Anti-avoidance civil penalties would apply retrospectively. Criminal sanctions apply from the commencement of the bill. Amendments made by the Senate modify the operation of the bill in the following ways. To change the date for retrospective anti-avoidance civil penalties from 17 July to 1 July 2024. Require the administrator to provide reports to the Minister every 6 months, with reports tabled in Parliament. Prohibit officers and delegates who have been removed or suspended from office who have their employment terminated as a result of the scheme of administration from acting as a bargaining representative or holding office in another registered organisation unless and until the Fair Work Commission certifies that they are a fit and proper person. Establish an internal complaints process and whistleblower protection. Prevent the Minister from varying or revoking the scheme without a request from the administrator. Establish a minimum 3-year administration period unless the administrator is satisfied that a particular branch of the division or the division is functioning lawfully and effectively. Extend the maximum duration of the scheme to 5 years. Clarify for the avoidance of doubt that the administrator can conduct investigations into past conduct of the Construction and General Division and its branches. Change the list of matters the scheme must address in section 323B from optional to mandatory, and adding anything else the Minister considers appropriate. The allegations about the behaviour of some Construction and General Division members and associates are serious, and unlawful behaviour in any workplace is unacceptable. This bill provides a strong and effective mechanism to place the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU into administration to address these allegations. Working in construction is hard, dangerous work, and those workers need a strong, clean union to represent them. I acknowledge the constructive contribution of the Senate Crossbench in proposing sensible and practical amendments to strengthen the bill. I also acknowledge that amendments have been put forward by the members for Wentworth and the member for Warringah. The government supports the intent of both and are confident they have been adequately addressed through the Senate amendments to the bill. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue the debate? Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, let me start by saying that for students of irony, for students of the political backflip, for students of those who have spent years in the political equivalent of receiving stolen goods, now being found with their hand in the cookie jar and looking shocked, this is quite a moment. This is quite a moment. It's no surprise that the member for Watson has scuttled out of the chamber immediately after mumbling his way through that complete reversal of everything he's done for his more than 20 years in this place, Mr Speaker, because for the member for Watson and the Labor Party to be involved in putting the CFMEU into administration is an extraordinary moment in Australian political history. The member for Watson is the man who, in his previous portfolio as the Minister for Workplace Relations, gave control of the construction sector in Australia to his mates at the CFMEU, who cheerfully and rapidly abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission in cahoots with his mates in the Australian Greens, and dancing to the tune of the CFMEU, as he has done consistently throughout his career and has been done consistently throughout the political careers of just about every Labor MP in this place. It's no exaggeration to say that it was the lifelong political dream of the member for Watson to abolish the Australian Building Construction Commission and to give the thugs and bikies and criminals of the CFMEU free rein on Australia's building sites. And what has been the results of the actions taken by the member for Watson in those heady first few months after Labor came to power? The results have been chaos, criminality, disorder, and an explosion in the cost of construction to the detriment of every Australian, be it people who are building a new home in which to live, or be it anybody who works in a new building, who is affected by what happens in the construction sector, because that is every Australian. We have seen nothing short of chaos, of bullying, of violence, of intimidation, of harassment, of thuggery, of bribery, of corruption, of criminality, and all of that has followed from the actions enthusiastically taken by the member for Watson with the full support of the Prime Minister and the entire caucus since Labor came to power. They abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission and they introduced tranche after tranche of legislation to remake the framework which applies to industrial relations in this country, to grant unions, including the thugs and criminals and the bikies and the misogynists of the CFMEU, unprecedented rights to enter into workplaces around the country. The damage they have done has been legion, and it will last, sadly, for a long time. And how did the Prime Minister respond to this set of actions and outcomes orchestrated and delivered by the member for Watson? The Prime Minister promoted him. He promoted the member for Watson following his disastrous performance as Minister for Employment, Minister for Workplace Relations. And the legislation that is before the House today, the legislation that a shamefaced member for Watson has very briefly spoken about this morning before deciding he had urgent business elsewhere, that legislation is necessary and occurs as a direct result of the incompetence of the Albanese Labor government, the incompetence of the Prime Minister, the incompetence of the member for Watson, and a series of disastrous choices they have made to look after their mates in the CFMEU, regardless of their proven, incontrovertible track record of corruption, criminality, thuggery and bullying over 10 or 15 or 20 or more years, to ignore all of that and make a series of dreadful, dismal, disastrous decisions. And now the consequence has been very detrimental impacts on the Australian economy, on the people of Australia, and on regulation and the rule of law in the construction sector. This Prime Minister and the member for Watson were very happy to change workplace laws in Australia to directly benefit the CFMEU. And why? Because their path into government has been smoothed, facilitated by the millions of dollars in donations paid by the CFMEU to the Australian Labor Party. And in exchange for well over $6 million received by the Labor Party since the current Prime Minister became the Leader of the Opposition, we have seen his government happy to tear down much of the fabric of Australian industrial relations legislation, very much to the detriment of just about everybody in Australia who is not a union boss. Of course, the actions of the Albanese Labor government and the member for Watson were warmly welcomed, perhaps unsurprisingly, by the thugs and crooks and criminals of the CFMEU. Let me turn to the Western Australian branch of the CFMEU. Their construction worker magazine, Summer 2023, had a picture of a tombstone with the words, quotes, "ABCC dead and buried. The ABCC has been laid to rest under 10 tonnes of concrete happily poured by CFMEU members," close quotes. That is an occasion when they do happily pour concrete. On other occasions, they've been perfectly happy to interrupt a concrete pour at a cost of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, as one of their preferred modes of industrial thuggery. The CFMEU and the Labor Party knew full well that by abolishing the ABCC and through the other actions that the member for Watson and this Albanese Labor government took, they were handing effective control of the construction sector in Australia to this militant, corrupt, criminal union. And the rich array of convicted criminals, bullies, thugs, drug dealers, bikies and other undesirables who are key officials of this union across the country. The opposition has sought to raise these issues in the public interest at every turn. The member for Watson has been very happy to shut down that debate repeatedly. For example, during the second reading debate for the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Bill in November 2022 or the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Bill in 2023, in both cases, every possible procedure of this House used by the member for Watson to gag debate, to reduce the time allowed for consideration in detail, to reduce the time allowed for scrutiny of the cosy arrangements entered into by this government on repeated occasions to make life easier for the crooks and thugs and criminals and bikies of the CFMEU at the expense of the welfare and the interest of the great majority of Australians. The repeated behaviour of this government, of the member for Watson, of the Prime Minister, is nothing short of a disgrace. Let me take a moment to remind the House of aspects of the track record of the CFMEU. And I want to start by speaking about a former judicial officer, Anne Gooley. According to media reports, Mr John Setka, well-known former CFMEU official, convicted criminal and a thoroughly undesirable person, Mr John Setka, according to telecommunications records, on a single evening in October 2019, called the former judicial officer Anne Gooley on 25 occasions and sent her 45 text messages. Now, I'm going to resort to my usual principle of using code words in place of are the actual words used by John Setka. He called her a weak, flipping piece of shoe and a treacherous Aussie flippin' cart and a flippin' dog. And it would not take much imagination at all to work out the actual words used by Mr Setka. Of course, one of the other episodes, well-known episodes, none of this is a secret, none of this was unknown to the Prime Minister and the member for Watson as they engaged on their long legislative program of delivering favours to the CFMEU in exchange for the over $6 million of donations they'd received. We know that from court records in relation to the 2011 Melbourne Markets case that a court found, quotes, deliberate flouting of the law by the CFMEU to obtain industrial advantage, close quotes. The court imposed $250,000 in fines and awarded $190,000 in costs against the CFMEU after finding that the union had, quotes, deliberately and illegally prevented work from going ahead on the new Melbourne Market site in Epping, Victoria. Let's speak about Mr Sean Reardon, another deeply undesirable individual. He was named in the findings of the Royal Commission into Trade Union Governance and Corruption. A witness told that Royal Commission, quotes, Sean Reardon, who was an organiser, would regularly attend the Pentridge Village site, a particular construction site, would regularly attend the Pentridge Village site and taunt by shaking the fence and yelling, "We're going to get you and your family," to a subcontractor and other staff on site. Let's look at one of the other moments of the many when the CFMEU has come to the attention of Australia's court system and judicial officers. In December 2015, Justice Jessup of the Federal Court fined the CFMEU $245,000 for intimidating a scaffolding company into hiring a shop steward. And let me read what Justice Jessup said about the union in his judgment. Quotes, "This case is devoid of any mitigating circumstances. The union has shown no contrition and has not cooperated with the regulator," close quotes. Quotes, "There is no circumstance to which counsel could point as tending to exert a moderating influence upon the level of the penalty which the court would otherwise impose," close quotes. Let's turn to the member for Maribyrnong, who has a long history with the CFMEU. Now, it depends which personality we're getting from the member for Maribyrnong, because he, in his political actions, has a case of multiple political personality disorder. In August 2012, he issued a media release denouncing the actions of CFMEU officials in the Grocon dispute and said, quotes, "I would expect the CFMEU to respect and comply with orders of the Victorian Supreme Court," close quotes. By 2017, the member for Maribyrnong was opposition leader, and his position in relation to the CFMEU, it seemed, had evolved. Because in December that year, well-known journalist Sharry Markson reported that the member for Maribyrnong had been cooking up a secret deal between the CFMEU and the so-called industrial left. And who was the point person in the CFMEU dealing with Mr Shorten at that time? None other than the highly savoury Sean Reardon, who I mentioned earlier, the same individual who shut up at work sites and threatened workers' families. Mr Speaker, the CFMEU has an extensive history of contraventions dating back to at least 1999, and here I'm quoting Justice Burnett of the Federal Circuit Court, who went on to say, quotes, "The only reasonable conclusion to be drawn is that the organisation either does not understand or does not care for the legal restrictions on industrial activity imposed by the legislation and the courts," close quotes. And he went on to say, another judge, Justice Flick, had this to say, quotes, "The CFMEU has long demonstrated by its conduct that it pays little regard to compliance with the law and indeed has repeatedly sought to place itself above the law," close quotes. Judge Jarrett of the Federal Circuit Court quotes, "The CFMEU has an egregious record of repeated and willful contraventions in all manner of industrial laws," close quotes. And Justice Jessup of the Federal Court quotes, "The CFMEU's record of non-compliance with legislation of this kind has now become notorious. That record ought to be an embarrassment to the trade union movement," close quotes. And can I remind the House that this organisation, with its long-standing record of flouting the law, with its long-standing notorious record of criminality, of corruption, of thuggishness, of the involvement of bikies and other undesirable people, this organisation is the one that the Prime Minister and the member for Watson have been running a protection racket for over 2 years in this government, introducing legislation, bill after bill, passing act after act to advance and protect the interests of these thugs and crooks and criminals. And then, just a couple of months ago, after extensive media investigations, and I want to commend the journalists involved, it does take some personal courage to stand up to people who have a track record of threatening the families of those they disagree with, of threatening physical violence and indeed executing physical violence upon people with whom they disagree, threatening their pets, all kinds of unsavoury things. So it takes courage, and I want to congratulate the journalists involved. But just in July this year, extensive media coverage, 60 Minutes and the 9 Entertainment Limited newspapers, outlining corruption, intimidation, bullying, thuggery, bribery, criminal behaviour and building sites run by illegal motorcycle gangs. And the member for Watson was shocked. The Prime Minister was shocked. The entire Labor Party was shocked. They had no idea that this has been going on, apparently. No idea. Came as a dreadful surprise. You almost have to feel sorry for them. That after engaging extensively with all of these highly unsavoury individuals, who I might remind the House were critical in the pre-selections of many members in this place, were critical in providing the dollars used by the Labor Party to campaign, over $6 million of donations, but apparently in doing all of that, in receiving the money, the rivers of money as they flowed into the ALP, in engaging with all of these heavily tattooed individuals who suddenly had an interest in Labor Party pre-selections and promised to deliver a whole lot of people to vote for Labor candidates, the trusting, naive, credulous members of the Labor Party never even noticed that they were thugs and criminals. Apparently they didn't notice what was said on their T-shirts, didn't notice that they were heavily tattooed. Didn't read a newspaper. All of that went over their heads. And so in July, when all this appeared in the media, it was an enormous shock. They had to call for the vapours, that they needed to be revived. I mean, one almost has to feel sorry for them, that these trusting, credulous people who believe the best of everybody, including the thugs and criminals of the CFMEU, all of a sudden their idealism was facing a considerable challenge. It was as if the blindfolds were lifted from their eyes, Mr. Speaker. Many of us have enjoyed that moment in the classic movie Casablanca, where the police captain indicates when it's revealed, when it's alleged that there's gambling occurring in the casino, the police captain, I think it was Captain Reno, says that he's shocked. But his performance was as nothing compared to the performance that we've seen from the member for Watson and the Prime Minister. And the simple fact is, Deputy Speaker, this would be funny if the stakes were not so high. This would be funny if it were not for the fact that what we know is that the Labor Party for over 2 years has engaged in abetting and aiding the crooks and criminals and thugs and a whole range of people who have been found by judges of the court. This is not a political point. These are findings made by independently appointed judges that this whole collection of individuals have a rich array of criminal convictions and have consistently and for more than 20 years engaged repeatedly in the kind of conduct that most Australians, that most decent people would regard as utterly reprehensible. As the Leader of the Opposition said in this chamber yesterday, one of the consequences is that taxpayers are paying the CFMEU tax on major big build projects across the country. Up to 30% more on major projects is what has to be paid because of the thuggish tactics of the CFMEU. And on this side of the House, we have consistently warned against this. The very first question that the Leader of the Opposition asked after the 2022 election in this place was about the CFMEU. And it turns out, what a surprise, that everything we warned of was entirely accurate, and thanks to, in significant measure, good work by some brave journalists, even the member for Watson and the Prime Minister have been forced to at least pretend that this is an issue of concern to them. And so, as a result of that, Deputy Speaker, we have before this House a bill. Now, let's be clear. The first draft of this bill could have been co-authored. Indeed, I suspect it was co-authored by John Setka. It was weak. It was so weak you could drive a truck through it. It was the kind of thing you produce when you want to look like you care, but in reality you don't care. But thanks to the extraordinary and assiduous work of Senator Cash, Shadow Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, this bill has been significantly strengthened. We made it clear that we would only support it if there were amendments made in a whole range of ways. We have, for example, secured an amendment, and it is now contained in the version of the bill that's before this House, that the administration period must last for a minimum of 3 years. This is essential if there is to be a serious attempt to tackle the appalling culture of the CFMEU. Because when you have this entrenched degree of criminal activity, of bullying, of thuggery, of intimidation, that is not going to be something that can be solved overnight. It will take assiduous and determined work. But, you know, the way that the bill was drafted initially, the Minister, Senator Watt, could have chosen to stop the administration one day after it started. Now, why, you might ask? Why would anybody of goodwill contemplate doing that? Well, you need merely look at the track record of this government, of which Senator Watt is a significant part, in looking the other way for over 2 years and in ignoring all of the damning evidence on the public record over close to 20 years of the thuggery, criminality and corruption of the CFMEU. If this Labor Party is prepared to overlook that in exchange for more than $6 million, I tell you what, if the Act did not require that the administration last for at least 3 years, they would have been looking to shut it down within weeks. You would have to be naive not to expect that that was the inevitable outcome on the drafting as it was originally presented to us. And we said, quite frankly, that's a joke and we're not going to agree to it. And thankfully, that point has been acknowledged. There's also enhanced transparency, with the government agreeing that the administrator must report to Parliament every 6 months so that there can be oversight from all parties and not just from the political lapdogs of the CFMEU who make up the current government. The administrator will be required to provide the detailed financial information of the CFMEU in these reports. That is very important, and on this side of the House we will be scrutinising those reports carefully. It is important that the administrator is given the tools to do his job properly, and it is essential that progress is made. Now, a very important point is that while the CFMEU is in administration, it would be entirely inappropriate, entirely improper, that the CFMEU continue to shovel millions of dollars towards the Labor Party in political donations. The administrator has, I'm pleased to say, thanks to the assiduous work of Senator Cash, the administrator has now set out in writing the guiding principles and goals he determined before accepting the role, and one of those is as follows, quotes, the union will not engage in party politics during the administration. Donations, positions at political party conferences, promotions of particular candidates. So, by the way, tip to Australia's tattooists, don't go and set up temporary parlours near ALP conferences coming up, because one of your major sources of business won't be there. Now, he also said, quotes, "Further, I can advise you that I intend, should I be appointed as administrator, to vary the rules of the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU to prohibit the making of party political donations or the funding of party political campaigns," close quotes. Other amendments secured thanks to the assiduous negotiation of Senator Cash, thanks to the determined work of the coalition, informed by the bitter experience of the victims of CFMEU criminality and corruption and thuggery around this country, who have been in constant dialogue with any parliamentarian of goodwill who's willing to listen to them. And on this issue, that excludes more than half of this House. But there have been so many victims of the CFMEU's thuggery, and we have listened carefully and we have studied the grim history of the consequences of the CFMEU's behaviour and criminality over some 20 years. Amendments secured by the opposition, by the coalition, and contained now in the form of the bill that's before this House include: the administrator will have the ability to ban rogue CFMEU officials for life. The government had a maximum 5-year ban in the original legislation. An extension of the administration to a maximum of 5 years, up from the 3 years proposed by the government. There's a list of matters in the Act, in the bill, that the administration scheme needs to address. The wording has been changed to say the scheme must address these matters, whereas previously it was may. Here's a very important change we've made. It turned out that the draft bill set out a date before which the retrospective application of civil penalties could not occur. And by a remarkable coincidence, extraordinary coincidence, that date was after John Setka had resigned from the union. Imagine that. What a coincidence. Extraordinary. Deirdre Chambers, what a coincidence. Thankfully, that particular outrageously transparent attempt to protect their mate has been removed and replaced with a date that will allow retrospective civil penalties to apply to a date before Mr Setka resigned from the union. Other amendments secured include confirming investigations into the past conduct of the CFMEU, and all of the amendments secured by the opposition are now contained in the form of the bill before the House, are ones that are critical to the operation of the administrator and will mean that we have a tough scheme in place to address lawlessness in the construction sector. But this is not where it should stop, Deputy Speaker. I want to make this point. This legislation is important, but it is not sufficient to address the problems in the CFMEU. We have made it clear on this side of the House what needs to happen to restore law and order in the construction sector, but surprise, surprise, the Albanese government is too weak to take those next steps. If the Prime Minister wants to clean up the construction sector, he needs to bring back the Australian Building and Construction Commission. It is critical that we have a body which can combat lawless activity in the construction sector. And the Albanese government also needs to pass the measures from the Ensuring Integrity Bill, which the government rejected in 2019. The opposition leader has just this week introduced 2 private members' bills which would achieve these aims. All the government need to do is program these bills for debate, and we could get these bills through the House. Deputy Speaker, the legislation we have before us today, critically, including the amendments secured by the coalition, is an important first step to cleaning up the construction sector. It will be a long journey to change the truly atrocious culture entrenched by the CFMEU. We made it clear on this side of the House that we're not going to give this government a blank cheque so that they can pretend they're cleaning up their CFMEU public policy disaster, only to have the crooks and thugs and criminals of the CFMEU run riot again a couple of years down the track. We will not support a weak response. It's vital the Administrator has the teeth to clean up the disaster in the CFMEU and to regularly report to the Australian Parliament about what it is doing. The amendments we've secured go a long way to achieving this aim. This legislation, though, is not enough. It must be complemented by bringing back the ABCC, by removing criminals from the construction sector once and for all. I encourage all members to support this legislation and also to support the other bills the Coalition has introduced designed to address these issues.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, when the news broke about the extent of allegations against the CFMEU, when that all became clear, I called one of my friends who works in construction to get his take. He said to me, "Look, Allegra, I'll talk to you about what is going on, but under no circumstances can you ever mention my name and that we've spoken, because they could ruin me." This is the level of intimidation and corruption that is in the construction industry. And it matters to those people in the industry, but it matters to all of us. And this is why this bill is so important. It matters to all of us because there are individuals in the construction industry, in this industry, who have had terrible personal experiences because of the behaviour of the CFMEU. Because of the criminality, because of the thuggery, because of some of the issues that were outlined by the previous speaker, talking about the physical intimidation, the physical harm and hurt that have been caused by people within the CFMEU. That personal piece is incredibly important. But it also matters because it has a broader impact on our society. Because if there are businesses in this country, who cannot operate as good, decent businesses can because of corruption, because of threats, because of thuggery, this is a concern to all of us and is a potential contagion to other sectors of the community. This sort of corruption and behaviour, it has no place in any Australian industry. But finally, it matters because construction is critical to this country, and it's critical right now, really at a time probably more than ever. This is a time that Australia has an acute housing shortage. We know that the future of this country and the future of generations behind us having a fair go, having a chance of owning a home or bringing up their kids with stable housing depends on our ability to build the houses that we need. We know that this government and governments around the country are spending tens of billions of dollars on public infrastructure, public money. Now, the construction industry is critical to this country right now, and with the CFMEU and the impact that the CFMEU has had on that industry, both in terms of costs, in terms of lost productivity, but also in terms of setting a culture for that industry, that is profound. It has an impact on every single Australian out here who cares about the future for their kids, who cares about housing, who cares about good public infrastructure. It matters to all of us. So why do we have to have this bill? Well, frankly, it's because the CFMEU has forfeited the right to clean itself up. The insidious behaviour of union officials and the iron grip that they have wielded over the construction industry for decades appalls me. I'm also going to be moving an amendment to provide an extra layer of security on any appointments made by the independent administrator. But I supported the adoption of an independent administrator because I could see no other way for us to really have a root and branch reform of the CFMEU. It has to start here. So it's critical that we start here. I also want to acknowledge and to highlight my support for the opposition's amendments that they negotiated in the Senate. There are a really important range of amendments there, and they're ones that I thoroughly support. So I support this bill. It is critical and it's important. And as I said, I've put forward an amendment, some of which, the spirit of which I think the government has mainly picked up, but still I believe could go further. But the question really is, for me, is this enough? Is this bill enough? And this is where I absolutely say no, and this is where I will be holding the government and the whole parliament to account to truly deal with the issues that face face the construction industry, because it is the time now that we got rid of this, the problems facing the industry once and for all. And look, I want to raise sort of two areas of why I believe that this is not enough. Firstly, because we have had, I think it's now 4 royal commissions into the building industry since 1982, with a combination of 11,500 pages worth of findings and recommendations in terms of how to improve the construction industry, and particularly the unions within that. We've had all this work done, and still we are here now 40 years on, over 40 years on from the original Royal Commission. I was 4 years old in those days. That's how long this has been going on. So we have a systemic issue that in the construction industry that no government has managed to solve. And I honestly don't believe that this, that we've reformed the unions, we've done all sorts of things. I do not believe, and certainly insiders in the industry do not believe, that we're going to get far enough by just appointing an administrator. And the second reason why I do not believe this is enough is because of the insidious relationship between the CFMEU and the Labor Party. And this is one that does need to be broken. I note that the Labor Party received $4.3 million worth of donations at the last election. This from the CFMEU. This is one of the biggest donations that the Labor Party got. I note that the history of corruption and intimidation in the CFMEU is extremely well known, has been known for decades. Frankly, actually, as one of my colleagues did earlier today, if you type in CFMEU corruption and misconduct into an internet search bar, the date range of media articles goes back more than a decade. This is what's been going on, but the Labor Party consistently, including in this term of Parliament, has turned a blind eye to these issues because of the influence that the CFMEU has had on the Labor Party through its money and through other areas as well. And it's frankly, it's frankly appalling that the Labor Party has stood by this union and the behaviour of this union for so many years and accepted the money, knowing full well is what has been going on. I do not buy the Premier of Victoria's, claims that that she basically didn't respond to concerns relating to the CFMEU over a year. I do not buy the faux outrage that we have seen from the Labor Party on this issue, saying, "Oh no, what a terrible situation. We had no idea. Wow, we really need to clean this up." This has been something that has been hiding in plain sight, and the Labor Party has not wanted to deal with it. And in fact, what the Labor Party has done, and what has done in this Parliament, it has abolished the ABCC, which was at least a watchdog to focus on the construction union. Now, I'm not claiming that the ABCC was perfect. There were many issues with it, and not least, I understand that many of the allegations against the CFMEU right now happened while the ABCC was in place. So, obviously it wasn't strong enough. But the Labor Party, in this government, abolished the ABCC, said everything's going to be fine, did not set up any other alternative body, and then here we are again. I heard the minister on the radio the other day saying, "Oh, look, the system's working because here we're having to, we didn't need the ABCC because, hey, when there's a problem, now we're rushing through 2 pieces of legislation to kind of deal with it. This is the system working." The only reason why we're in this House dealing with this issue is because of the work of the journalists who have exposed this issue. This is not the Labor Party's doing. This is not the Fair Work Ombudsman who's exposed these issues. This is the work of journalism, and excellent journalists, and I pay tribute to them, who have uncovered at significant personal risk to themselves what has been going on, to a point that the Labor Party could no longer deny it. And so I say I do not trust, I'll be honest, I do not trust the Labor Party to be able to clean up this union, nor through its administrator point of view. So we have years of evidence of issues in the industry, and we have a government that has sat by and frankly made it easier for the industry, for the CFMEU, to do what it wanted to do without proper accountability, and that is a stain on the government. But this is the time And this is, for me, the time that we need to go further. And this is about both short-term changes that we need to have in place as well as long-term changes. Now, the short-term changes, I wrote with my crossbench colleagues to the Prime Minister a few weeks ago and said these are a number of the changes that we want in the short term. One is the appointment of a robust administrator, and I'm glad to be speaking on this in the House. 2 is for the Labor Party to suspend all donations from the CFMEU indefinitely. Now, we have a timescale on this, and that is a positive thing. But 3 and 4, we need the resourcing to support police at different levels of government to conduct thorough investigations involving the misuse of public money, abuses of power in the union, and fraud by actors in the sector. And so we need to make sure that the police are there as part of these investigations. And finally, a commitment by the federal government to withhold infrastructure funding from projects until states can show evidence that they are dealing with potentially criminal activity on their building sites, the stuff that we are funding. I think those are what we need to do in the short term. But I'd like to finally come to the long term. And the truth is, as I said, we've been concerned about issues within the construction industry for 40 years, and probably before then, but that's just, the Royal Commissions. The question, and I think the opportunity now is, can we, in this House, come up with a way to fix this for the long term so that workers are protected? And I want to acknowledge that construction is hard work and it is dangerous work, and workers do need protection. I think that is important. Workers need protection, But also, they need representation by people who are not trying to intimidate, who are not, I think, thugs. They need proper representation. We also need a sector that has high productivity because, frankly, we all rely on construction in this country. We need to get it right. We do need to come together. There are cowboy builders out there. There are people who don't pay their bills. There's dodgy stuff that goes on in the construction industry, and I don't want to see any of it. There is an opportunity, and I think it is a bit of a once-in-a-generation opportunity, to try and clean up this industry for all. And this is where I part ways somewhat with the opposition. The opposition wants to reinstate the ABCC. I support that. I never voted. I voted against its abolition. But the truth is, if we pay politics again, we will not get a solution. Because, I acknowledge while the ABCC is better than what we have at the moment, which is nothing, it also didn't fix things. The opposition was in power for almost 10 years. We still had these problems in the industry. And it's because of the political football between the major parties on this issue that has created, over a long period of time, this situation where, the pendulum politics, someone comes in, they abolish it, somebody goes out, they bring it back. It's all great for the major parties. It's actually not making a fundamental difference in the construction sector for the long term that protects workers and actually protects businesses and allows that industry really to flourish. And that is what I'm seeking. I'm seeking for once, and I think it could well be too much of an ask, I'm actually seeking for everyone to put the politics aside on this and to say, what would it take to come together, with the good union officials who are there to bring what they think is important, for the good businesses that are there to come forward and make their contribution, for everyone in this House, every group in this House to come together and work out what is the right regulatory framework, what is the right legislative framework, what are the right protections for our workers, what are the right safety conditions, what are the right productivity framework to make this industry work over the long term, because it matters. It matters to every Australian, whether we can build the houses that we need, whether we can build the industry, the infrastructure that we need. It matters because a corrupt industry, any part of our country, sets a terrible precedent and has terrible tentacles throughout the rest of the country. And it matters because there are individuals out here whose lives have been ruined because of what goes on in the construction industry, and it is up to all of us to fix that. So that is the call that I'm making across all the parties. This is the time to grow up, to take responsibility for what has failed over the last, 40 years, to say that politics as usual is not going to deal with it. But this is an opportunity for the people to come together in this House and show that we mean it when we say that we're here to represent the best interests of the Australian people. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Wentworth. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure how many people in this place have actually read this bill. I know there's not that many people from the government speaking in support of it, but this bill does contain some unprecedented provisions. And when civil liberties groups make the point that this does threaten some of the fundamental principles of the rule of law and the way that processes are usually followed in this country, we should listen to them. It, of course, goes without saying that criminality and corruption are serious matters. And it's why we as the Greens have been pushing for an independent anti-corruption commission before anybody else in this place, introducing legislation to bring it about, pushing to strengthen it. And there is zero tolerance, I'd suspect, from anyone in this place for violence, and including on workplaces, including in organisations, whether it happens in a corporation, whether it happens in a union, whether it happens anywhere else. And we have also fought very, very strongly, and will always fight against sexism wherever it occurs in society, because it is a society-wide problem. But what usually happens in our society when there are allegations, serious allegations of criminality, is that the law enforcement authorities investigate. If there's evidence, they bring a matter before a court, and in a court, the court decides whether or not a crime has been committed, and then they issue a sentence on the basis of that. And also outside the criminal sphere, if there are allegations of other kinds of wrongdoing, there are processes for dealing with that as well. Indeed, in the Fair Work Act, there's processes for dealing with putting unions into administration. And in this instance, there is in fact a process that was underway and that was working its way through the courts, including about these very allegations that have been referred to here by the government and by the opposition. And so given all of that, the approach that we take as the Greens is to say, well, if there are strong laws in place already and strong law enforcement agencies in place already, then investigate every claim. And if someone has done something wrong, then the appropriate punishment should follow. What we've seen here, though, is something very different from the government. What the government has done is bring in legislation that, in its own words, is unprecedented and is the toughest action ever taken against a union or a corporation before, as I think the words of the minister. They brought in unprecedented legislation to override all of the existing processes set up that are part of what we would call the rule of law here in this country. And in doing this, in bringing this legislation in such a rushed way, to do something that has never been done before, you would think in that instance that is something worthy of serious scrutiny. There's something worthy of very serious scrutiny to justify why it needs to be done, why it needs to be done in this way, and then to make sure that if you're going to do it, that there's no unintended consequences. But coming back to my point about suggesting that no one has actually read the legislation, under this legislation that is being passed, if there's a change of government, Michaelia Cash will be able to appoint Tony Abbott as the administrator of the construction union. That is what is being pushed through here with this unprecedented and rushed and flawed legislation. They're basically handing over the keys to an incoming coalition government should there be a change of government at the next election. There's also provisions in this legislation, as has been pointed out, that make offences retrospective. Now, sometimes, in very rare instances, legislation is released that says this operates from date X, here are the provisions, even though it might not have been legislated, if you breach them from now on, then that is what is going to apply. This legislation says it is a civil offence to breach rules of a scheme that have not yet even been made public. So in other words, going back several months under this legislation, you can be prosecuted or found guilty for breaching rules that aren't even in force yet, that aren't even public yet. Right? So that aren't even public yet. You, under this legislation, are going to make the point about whether anyone has actually read it. In the federal court, they said, well, here's a number of branches of the CFMEU against which a number of serious allegations have been made. We're seeking seeking administration against those. This bill applies to the whole union. Even those branches where there's not even been raised any suggestion that they've done anything wrong. All of those officials, all of those employees are now caught by this, even though there's not even a media article, a newspaper article, that suggests that something has been done wrong. This legislation also provides for the administrator to put individuals on a blacklist that means they can't work in not only the industry but in many other areas again. Crucially though, there's nothing in the legislation that requires the administrator to do any kind of investigation or satisfy themselves in any way before they do that. So in other words, there's no test. So a basic principle of procedural fairness, which is you at least ought to have some grounds against you and be entitled to know what they are, doesn't apply here. And what we know, and this is why it's so important that legislation like this is not rushed, what we know is that when you give people power to do something like that, what if they make a mistake? What if they make a mistake and someone who's entirely innocent now gets kicked out of their position and put on a blacklist and has no guaranteed way of getting back in? There's no safeguards. There's no safeguards in this legislation for people who've done nothing wrong. They're caught up in it. They're caught up in it. And why is this happening? This is happening because the government has decided to introduce rush legislation that is draconian and that offends against the rule of law and takes away people's basic rights. And they've decided to go and work with the anti-union, anti-worker Liberals to get it passed. Now, we pointed out these matters to the government. We said they need to be fixed, and we said that there needs to be a different approach taken, because otherwise you are fundamentally threatening the rule of law, and instead the government has decided to work with the Liberals, in their words, to make the bill tougher. In this situation, the New South Wales Council of Civil Liberties has said this, and it's important to listen to what they say because they make some very, very serious points. The New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties has serious concerns with the bill and the government's accompanying amendments. While any allegation of criminality is serious and must be addressed, the powers set out in this bill are far-reaching and establish a dangerous precedent for the trade union movement, membership-based organisations and the rights of individuals to natural justice and procedural fairness. The rushed nature of this legislation, which is designed to override a process begun by the Fair Work Commission and the Federal Court, threatens the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. We note that the proposed legislation would set a precedent where membership-based organisations can have democratic control externally removed on the basis of untested allegations. This is of concern to all unions, registered clubs and Australian membership-based organisations. The bill violates Australia's obligations under the International Labour Organisation, namely Articles 3 and 4 of Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organise Convention 1948. The NSW-CCL has long held that everyone has the right to natural justice and procedural fairness, regardless of the allegations they face. If this legislation is passed next week, it threatens this fundamental right. The right to freedom of association and the nature of membership-based organisations across Australia must be protected. And they're right, Deputy Speaker. They are absolutely right in saying that. And we now have a situation with the passage of this bill where Labor is potentially handing over to Michaelia Cash the keys to one of the country's biggest unions if there's a change of government at the next election, without having put in place any basic protections for the individuals, entirely innocent individuals who will get caught up in this legislation, and all the while removing the basic principle that if you've got an allegation against you, it should be tested. It should be tested. That's something that I think everyone, up until this legislation, I would have thought, if you ask most people in this country, do you think if there's an allegation against you, it should be tested? Most people would say yes. Labor and the Liberals say no. Labor and the Liberals say no. And we're prepared to take away your rights and potentially put Michaelia Cash in charge of a union in order to rush legislation through this parliament. And I repeat the point, that we made these points to the government repeatedly and suggested ways of dealing with it, but that's clearly not what the government wanted to do. As a result, there will be a lot of people around this country who are concerned after the passage of this legislation, who will be wondering, well, who's next? Who's next? And what will it mean, as the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties have said, what will it mean if this is the test that now gets applied? What will it mean for my rights, for my organisation's rights? That will be on the Labor and Liberal Party's head. I'm sure they clearly want this legislation to pass, even with all its flaws. And that is something that should be very concerning to people in this country, anyone who believes in basic principles of freedom of association, of the rule of law and the respect for individuals' rights. We're witnessing today the boastful words of the Minister, passage of some of the most serious and powerful legislation ever brought against a union. They seem to be cheering it through. Well, I would urge people who think this is so good, why is no one from the government here speaking in favour of it? When you read the legislation and you realise, Labor and Liberal, what you're actually doing, it is, you will understand, you ought to understand why so many people across this country would now look at this and be worried, well, am I next?
I thank the honourable member for Melbourne. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Look, the reality is that Labor and the Liberals are going to team up and pass some of the most draconian anti-worker laws this country has seen. And whatever you think of the CFMEU, this should worry you, because Labor has set a precedent where Parliament can seize control of a civil society group that the government doesn't like and suspend their basic rights. As the member for Melbourne said, the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties has summed it up perfectly. And it's worth quoting here because I don't think every member of this place is taking their responsibility as lawmakers nearly seriously enough, given the enormous overriding of natural justice and the basic separation of powers that this country is meant to run on. Almost flagrantly disregarding our responsibility to uphold the rule of law and natural justice. And if those two principles are to be worth anything, then they should be applied universally. And obviously we have seen some serious allegations made in the media, and those allegations should be tested in a court and under the usual processes. Indeed, precisely because of the seriousness of those allegations, we should go through the court and legal system that this Parliament should trust to get to the truth. But instead, as the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties has said, While any allegation of criminality is serious and must be addressed, the powers set out in this bill are far-reaching and establish a dangerous precedent for the trade union movement, membership-based organisations and the rights of individuals to natural justice and procedural fairness. The rush nature of this legislation, which is designed to override a process begun by the Fair Work Commission and Federal Court, threatens the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. We note that the proposed legislation would set a precedent where membership-based organisations can have democratic control externally removed on the basis of untested allegations. This is of concern to all unions, registered clubs and Australian membership-based organisation. The bill violates Australia's obligations under the International Labour Organisation, namely Articles 3 and 4 of the Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organise Convention 1948. The New South Wales CCSL has long held that everyone has the right to natural justice and procedural fairness, regardless of the allegations they face. If this legislation is passed next week, it threatens this fundamental right, the right to freedom of association, and the nature of membership-based organisations across Australia must be protected. And as the member for Melbourne said, they are entirely correct. But the problem is that none of this has been tested or aired in Parliament or inquiries. There's been no coming to terms with the fact that this is an historically unprecedented piece of legislation that sets an extraordinary precedent. And is the government suggesting that they no longer trust the courts or the Fair Work Commission or the Federal Court to get to the bottom of this? Is that the suggestion here? Because that would necessitate surely a full-scale review of our legal system, not overriding basic natural justice and the rule of law. And let's step out some of the things that this legislation allows the government to do. Entirely seize control of the CFMEU through an administrator for a minimum of 3 years, permanently ban officials/workers from ever working for a union again without any proof of wrongdoing, fire any elected officials or staff they wish to without any proof of wrongdoing, and effectively deny those staff or officials natural justice or even standard employer rights. Take control of all union assets, decide when and if elections are called, and completely override the union's own constitution. Now, even if you do not like the CFMEU, and clearly neither Labor or the Liberals or anyone in this, a lot of the people in this place seem to just want to crush this union without any recourse to natural justice or procedural fairness, remove the CFMEU, for instance, and insert another membership-based organisation. Imagine if the government was doing that to them, because that is the precedent that this sets. And the precedent it sets is a future government where they decide that they do not like a membership-based organisation or civil society group that happens to offend the government in some way. Well, the government then, rather than take that organisation through the courts for any legitimate allegations of wrongdoing, can pass a piece of legislation based on this precedent that effectively annihilates that organisation. And there's a reason that we have a separation of powers and the reason that we're meant to respect natural justice in this country and the rule of law. And corruption, sexism, intimidation, they should be strongly opposed. And precisely because they are serious and should be opposed, they should be prosecuted through the courts. A system that we have established to determine the truth of allegations and test them properly. Effectively, what Parliament has done is override that separation of powers and declare that they are going to pass judgment on those allegations without any formal legal process. No wonder that there's no members from the government who are willing to speak on this bill, apart from the minister. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of organisations and civil society groups will be wondering, well, what happens when we offend a future government? What happens when a future government decides that they want to crush a membership-based organisation? What happens when that organisation in some way falls foul of the government or the media? Well, now we've seen what the government can do. And the deeply irresponsible nature by which this law is being rushed through Parliament without any consideration of those basic elements of what's meant to constitute how this country is governed is genuinely remarkable, and it displays a genuine irresponsibility. I mean, we hear all this time accusations in this Parliament about the Greens being irresponsible, or how dare the Greens do this, or how dare the Greens do that. But you would think that every member of this place would respect the separation of powers, would respect natural justice, would respect the rule of law. This bill makes a mockery of all of those things. And again, principles are only worth the paper they're written on if they are applied universally. That's how liberal democracy is meant to work. But clearly, in this case, the government has decided to throw that completely out. And I'll finish with this. Why is it? Why is it we have seen serious allegations made against all sorts of institutions in this country? We saw the devastating impact of the Banking Royal Commission, the impact that the banks had on people's lives. We've seen serious allegations made against previous institutions around systematic sexual abuse. We have seen serious allegations made time and again against institutions in this country, and never have we seen a piece of legislation like this. Why is it that this reaches the threshold to override natural justice and the rule of law, but all of those previous ones didn't? We've never seen a government come and propose to place a bank into administration, but all of a sudden when it comes to a trade union, Labor and the Liberals are happy to team up and completely override all the basic principles that are meant to define how this country is run.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Griffith. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill which aims to address the widespread corruption and criminality of the CFMEU. I do so confronted by the deep irony that the Australian Labor Party, which has been joined at the hip with the CFMEU, is trying to pass itself off as the saviours of Australian tradies and building sites. So let's just first call that out. We have Senator Murray Watt and his mate, the ambitious member for Watson, in this place, try to play the "we are cleaning up the CFMEU" card. I mean, some of the contributions we've seen in this place and in the media are frankly farcical. With faux concern and confected anger, Labor members have piled in here and beaten their chests, talking tough about the CFMEU. To those members, I say, whatever helps you sleep at night. If you need to talk tough about the CFMEU to make yourself feel okay, sure, go right ahead. But for those of us on this side of the House that have been calling out the CFMEU for years and years, we know it is all a facade, and we know if it hadn't been caught on tape and exposed by Nick McKenzie, we wouldn't be here where we are today. In fact, as these tough Labor members come in here and tee off at the CFMEU, to me, it's like watching a Siamese twin punch its other head, Speaker. Because the Australian Labor Party and the CFMEU are joined right at the hip and always have been. It's a symbiotic relationship. Now, that might be a long word that our Prime Minister might not understand, but what it means is that the ALP and the CFMEU rely on each other to survive. That's right. Millions and millions of dollars in donations are proof of that. Anyone who has stood on a polling booth in a marginal seat knows the CFMEU makes their presence known at elections too. Yeah. So yes, the ALP is the slightly better looking side of the coin, Deputy Speaker, but on the other side of that coin is the corrupt and criminal CFMEU. So while Labor are focused on hitting themselves and their confected collective Deirdre Chambers Act, I want to call out the human carnage that the CFMEU have wrought on Australians across the country. And a bit of a teaser, Deputy Speaker, to keep viewers on the hook. I will point out one Labor member who sits in this very chamber who not only turned a blind eye to accusations of domestic violence against John Setka, but actively supported him to try to rehabilitate his image. Because we have text messages which show that Labor members and their allies in the Labor ranks have been aiding and abetting the CFMEU for years. Now, we know without doubt that the CFMEU is driving up the costs of construction and have perpetrated violence and corruption across this country. Others will rightly talk about the CFMEU's role in driving up housing costs and the impact that has on the Australian dream and on families across this nation. But I want to focus on the role the CFMEU has played in perpetuating gender-based violence on our building sites and making the workplace unsafe for apprentices and trainees. Because this is the dark irony. The Labor speakers who will talk on this bill will tell you the construction union just needs to be let back onto site so they can do their job and protect people. The lived experience is the complete opposite. The CFMEU has taken a real toll on women. Women who are interested in entering the construction workforce, and women more broadly across Australia. The CFMEU has all too often damaged dreams of a career in construction and killed aspirations with their violence and thuggery. We mustn't forget John Setka, who went after Rosie Batty. Rosie Batty, whose 11-year-old son was murdered by his father in 2014. Rosie Batty, who was made Australian of the Year in 2015, recognising her steadfast advocacy in this space, which began when she spoke publicly about her experience of domestic violence when addressing the media the morning after Luke's murder. Rosie Batty is a national hero, and John Setka and his CFMEU mates thought going after her was the right approach. John Setka did not like that Rosie Batty was calling out bad behaviour, because bad behaviour was John Setka's MO. What does that tell you about the way the CFMEU thinks about domestic violence? And they have failed apprentices too. We mustn't forget Tammy Palmer, who has said her 18-year-old son Ben was bullied by the CFMEU on his worksite, and those actions led to his death. What was his crime? Wearing the wrong shirt. His shirt had a logo of a small Indigenous construction company that had an AWU agreement, not a CFMEU agreement. So the CFMEU locked him in a shed for 4 hours. He later died at home following an overdose that Tammy, his mum, has attributed to the stress and torment he faced. I thought the CFMEU was there to protect young people like Ben. How do you explain that, Labor members? We mustn't forget that John Setka pleaded guilty to harassing his ex-wife with barrages of text messages and calls with threatening expletives I do not wish to hear ever directed at a woman. And how did the Labor Party respond to such vitriol? The Labor Party that purports to support women, that claims they will drive a better deal for women, that wants to see more women supported into work and supported to remain in work. Well, behind the scenes, the Labor Party supported the CFMEU and they supported John Setka. We have text messages that were published in the Australian Financial Review that prove that instead of admonishing the CFMEU and John Setka, Labor women helped him. The former head of Labor's Women's Forum, Emily's List, Tanya Kovac, helped craft Setka's public messaging strategy to avoid pressure for his resignation. The member for Bendigo, a woman who sits in this very chamber, who may even now speak on this legislation. The member for Bendigo checked in on John Setka after a so-called tough interview, commending him for his efforts. This is proof that even those opposite can't be trusted on this issue. They talk tough on the CFMEU in public, but in private, they are there helping the CFMEU behind the scenes. The Labor Party are speaking out of both sides of their mouths. The behaviour of the CFMEU and the actions of John Setka are inappropriate and they are unacceptable. So we see all of this, and then we have Labor come into this place and issue demands. We'll get real. We did the work to make this bill passable. Labor wanted a blank cheque to let the CFMEU off the hook. Well, Shadow Attorney General Michaelia Cash has sorted Senator Watt out on this one. The criminal activity, the bullying, the thuggery and intimidation within the CFMEU must stop, and we must crack down on this rogue union. We were not going to let this be a light touch moment, because we know the need to clean up the construction industry. The government rushed this legislation into the Parliament without adequate consultation and were dragged kicking and screaming to make sensible changes suggested by the Coalition. We secured a key amendment that the administration period lasts for a minimum of 3 years. That will ensure that the CFMEU faces scrutiny today and tomorrow, over coming months and after the election. And when we win government at that election, we will be going through all the work that is being done very closely indeed. We secured enhanced transparency by requiring the administrator to report to Parliament every 6 months. Labor wanted to keep the important work being done out of the public spotlight because they have been on the take from the CFMEU for years and years. We have forced them to have basic accountability to this Parliament. This bill gives the ability to ban rogue CFMEU officials for life and changes the retrospective civil penalties avoidance clause to before John Setka resigned from the union. And frankly, we know exactly who needs to be banned. The Coalition is committed to restoring the Australian Building and Construction Commission and enhancing the integrity measures and combating criminality on our nation's building sites. Labor has been forced to the table on this matter, and they hate it, Deputy Speaker. They hate it. Labor has comprehensively failed to confront the CFMEU, and they have comprehensively failed our construction industry. We have forced them to deal with the thugs, but there are other failures too. Our construction industry is being hammered by Labor's bad decisions on the economy and on skills and training. Unfortunately, since Labor took office, Australia has seen 85,000 fewer apprentices and trainees, a loss of 1 in 5. The number of female apprentices and trainees in training has fallen by 25%, and female commencements have fallen by 40%. Analysis of the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, conducted by Build Skills Australia, found that new starts or commencements for construction apprentices have dropped from record highs in 2022 under the Coalition to new lows in 2023 under Labor, a 22% drop, or a loss of 1 in 5 construction trades apprentices. This means there are fewer Australians starting a construction trade under Labor. The analysis has also found that the number of construction apprentices finishing their qualification has dropped 15%. That's 3,700 less construction apprentices finishing their apprenticeship. This means there are fewer Australians becoming qualified construction tradies under Labor. Businesses that were able to keep apprentices on through a once-in-a-century pandemic are shedding them under the economic crisis created under this Labor government. Under Anthony Albanese, Australia is building fewer homes. Skills shortages have worsened, and we have lost 1 in 5 apprentices and trainees across the country. This is all adding to increasing inflation and prices. The bottom line here is we need more apprentices and trainees, not less. Labor promised they would skill more Australians, but their programs are not delivering. The Australian Labor Party are failing Aussie skills. Deputy Speaker, today is an important day in our national story. It is the day that the Australian Labor Party has been forced to deal with a monster of its own making. We're here today because weak Labor leader after weak Labor leader failed to stand up to the thugs and instead let them trade in corruption and coercion. We're here today because when CFMEU thugs were called out for their bad behaviour, Labor MPs and their allies helped union officials duck scrutiny. We're here today because the Australian Labor Party made a Faustian pact with some of the darkest elements in our nation, all in the name of funds for political campaigns and seats in this chamber. Well, Deputy Speaker, I know what happens to Dr. Faustus, and it's not a Disney ending. So to those opposite, I would say you might have won the last election because of the CFMEU, but you aren't running the show now. Only the Coalition has what it takes to stand up to the CFMEU. Your name might be on this bill, but we did the work. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this bill today I'm trying to contain my I don't know how I feel, Mr Deputy Speaker. I feel moments of irony. I feel also some degree of satisfaction because I've come in here over the 8 years that I've been the federal member and spoken about this issue on 65 occasions. On 65 occasions in 8 years, I have spoken about the illegality, the criminality, the bullying, the harassment of some CFMEU officials and how they conduct themselves in the construction industry throughout this country. And on every occasion that I have spoken about this, I've been met with derision, scorn by members of the Labor Party. So when Channel 9 produced its documentary identifying the illegality of the CFMEU, it was a bit of a, well, I told you so kind of moment. But, you know, okay, I'm just the federal member for Fisher, I'm one person. Why would the Labor Party believe me? You know, those opposite might say I've got a political axe to grind. But what amazes me, what I find just in utter disbelief, is how they could discount, disregard, ignore the comments that have come out of our courts about the CFMEU for years and years and years. Now, I'll get to that in a moment, but I mean, it's fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating when the news broke of this story, to watch the Prime Minister, to watch the member for Watson and Senator Watt saying, oh, we had no idea this was going on. Now, the member for Watson, last time I checked, in a former role, was the Industrial Relations Minister. Now, one would think, as the Industrial Relations Minister, he would have had a keen eye on decisions that were coming out of the federal court. And those decisions, admittedly, long predate him being the Minister for Industrial Relations. But he was in that role, or a similar role as the shadow, for many years prior to the Labor Party taking government. And the member for Watson said, oh, you know, look, we had no idea this was going on, and yet the federal court spoke regularly in their judgments. Federal court judges.
The debate is now interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to pay tribute to Alicia Harvison, a much-loved member of my staff who last week sadly lost her battle with cancer. I first met Alicia in 2017 when she ran for the state seat of Collie Preston. She didn't win against a long-term sitting member, but I was impressed by her commitment, courage and her cheeky sense of humour. So I asked Alicia to join my team. After 4 years managing my Collie, Narrogin and Manjimup offices and advising me on media matters, Alicia went on maternity leave. While on leave, she was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. This would have knocked many of us for 6, but she continued to serve as a Collie Shire councillor. She continued as a director of the Collie River Valley Bulletin, a newspaper which she co-founded during the pandemic to champion Collie local voices. With all her achievements, it's hard to believe that Alicia was only 36 years of age. However, her finest achievement was her devotion to her husband Josh and the beautiful 2-year-old Nava. After Alicia's diagnosis, she and Josh decided to travel the world with Nava. Like many of her friends, I greatly enjoyed following their travels on Facebook because they showed Alicia's unwavering faith, courage and strength. My condolences go to Josh, Nava and all of Alicia's family and friends. Alicia's funeral will be held in Bunbury on Friday, September the 6th, with a wake later at the Collie Golf Club. Vale Alicia Harvison, one of the most energetic, brave and positive people I have ever known.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, tonight is the annual Rural Women's Award, sponsored by AgriFutures. And I'm proud to stand here today to say that the Victorian winner, and who will represent our state, is Grace Larson from my electorate. It is exciting, Deputy Speaker, to have another winner from my electorate as the Victorian representative in these great awards. Grace is a paediatric critical care nurse who, with her sister, founded the Sisterhood Project. The Sisterhood project aims to address unfair health disadvantage faced by rural children. She is an outstanding advocate for children and rural health and a superstar from our region. Grace has said that she will use her grant money that she received becoming the Victorian AgriFutures Rural Women's Award to continue to support children and families through education and in regional Australia. AgriFutures Rural Awards is in its 22nd year. It is the night where we come together in this place to celebrate the contribution that women make to our regional areas. And in Bendigo, the Bendigo electorate, we have had our fair share of winners over the years, and all achieving great things. I wish Grace and her the very best of luck tonight, and hopefully she'll get to bring home the top prize back to our region and our state.
And Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. By virtue of being in this place, I am not the best parent, but when I can impart a lesson, it is this: always show up, never give up, and wherever you can, be a reader. So in this book week, I would like to say to my children and all children in Australia that I never met Dr. Seuss, but I know because of books that Dr. Seuss said, the more that you read, the more things you will know, the more that you learn, the more places you'll go. I never met Walt Disney, but I know from books that Walt Disney said there is more treasure in books than in all the pirates' loot on Treasure Island. And Deputy Speaker, you would be surprised to know that I never met Napoleon Bonaparte. But Napoleon Bonaparte said that, show me a family of readers and I will show you the people who move the world. Maybe Napoleon should have read less. And Speaker, I never met Margaret Fuller, but I know from books that she said, today a reader, tomorrow a leader. In this book week, it is more than just dress-ups. It is about this country acknowledging the power of books and the power of reading in this digital age more than ever. Because through books, the whole world is there for you to travel. Through books, you will learn from people long dead. And through books, you will learn the true beauty and opportunity that comes with being a human.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Some days in this chamber, unfortunately, it can feel a little bit like we're in a boxing ring, going toe-to-toe with those opposite on the very important issues facing Australians. Carly and Adrian from Tiny Tins, Darren and his daughter Orlane from Wollongong Crane Trucks, and James and Amy from Greshy's Boxing and Fitness have taken this metaphor to heart by teaming up for a remarkable cause. They've provided local businesses with the chance to step into the ring and literally go toe-to-toe, all in the name of charity. The Battle of the Businesses boxing tournament is an extraordinary event aimed at raising funds for the I-98 FM Illawarra convoy. This convoy is the largest truck and motorbike convoy in the Southern Hemisphere and one of the largest regional one-day fundraisers in the country. The funds raised provide direct support to individuals and families affected by potentially life-threatening medical conditions, as well as the charities and the local hospitals that care for them. I was fortunate enough to attend the boxing tournament this year to watch one of my friends, Daniel Hastings from MMJ, go up against Trent Knight from Lynx Port Services. Last year, the boxing tournament raised just under $105,000, a testament to the incredible community spirit of those involved. Although Tiny Tins, Wollongong Crane Trucks and Greshy's narrowly missed out on first place for the lead truck position, this year they're going harder, and I wish Marty, Christian and Bella from I-98 FM all the very best for this year's convoy.
Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The state of many public schools in New South Wales is a concern, and there is concern that it has been politicised by the current government. Federal Education here in this place, Minister Jason Clare, has acknowledged that Australia's funding and education gaps need to be fixed and frequently raises the importance of public education, which I wholeheartedly agree. Yet under the current New South Wales government, our public schools in the state are underfunded by $1.9 billion. Many facilities are past their prime, including in Warringah. Bargalla Boys Campus, or Bally Boys as we know it, is an amazing school. It's one of 5 campuses in the Northern Beaches Secondary College, and Ballyboys is the highest ranked non-selective public school in New South Wales, and I want to congratulate these young men for their work. But their impressive performance is done despite the quality of the infrastructure in which they learn. It remains a significant community concern. Demountable classrooms on playgrounds cater to growth in student demand, asbestos in buildings, limited toilets, sporting halls and music rooms that are from an entirely other era, and no access to outdoor space, or limited. So the requests to the Premier and the Education Minister to address this have been ignored. And further, we now have a review by the Department of Education, who is consulting on whether a significant change should be made to a number of those campuses, including changing from Year 11 and 12 for Freshie campus to go from Year 7, Ballyboys and McKellar Girls to actually go to co-ed education. Now, these are high-performing schools that really address the needs of our community and our young people and their education. And so I encourage everyone in the community to have their say on this consultation paper, and I urge the New South Wales Government to be mindful of our schools.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Federal Government at the Australia-Japan Society of Western Australia to commemorate and congratulate them on their 50th anniversary. It was an absolutely amazing evening with more than 150 people there to witness and celebrate the history and the achievements of the Society, including the Consul General of Japan, Yasushi Naito-san, industry and cultural business leaders. I commend President Ben Wallahan not just for the fantastic new opening of their Chewett Hill Centre, the Japan Education and Cultural Centre of Western Australia, which is only the 2nd Japanese cultural centre nationally, housing a large collection of Japanese-related language and cultural materials, but also because he and the team have secured a community investing funding agreement with IMPEX, a 3-year agreement, and that's just a testament to the support and the bilateral relationship that exists. The work of the Society is absolutely indispensable into strengthening the already strong economic, academic and cultural and government connections between our two nations. And for me personally, it is personal, because I recalled on the night, and I recall now my journey from a small little country town of York to Japan, to Sekishi and Gifuken, where I lived for 12 months, and there began a really long and wonderful journey of understanding of their some 2,500 years of tradition, and being able to continue that connection here in Perth is an absolute asset to our state.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Sunday, I attended the Mount Barker RSL's Vietnam Veterans Day memorial service to acknowledge the service of Australian personnel in the Vietnam War. Mount Barker's contribution to the Vietnam War was 47 young men. 17 of our boys were drafted under the National Service Scheme. Branch Secretary Rebecca Douglas shared the story of a young Mount Barker man, Private Thomas Johannes de Vries van Leeuwen, or Tommy as he was known to his mates. Tommy attended school in Mount Barker High School and played for the Barkaroos football team. After leaving school, he worked at the local Jacobs small good factory until he was called upon for national service. He unfortunately lost his life in a battle defending the major US logistics base of Long Bin. No dreaded knock came to the door for Tommy's parents, who sadly learnt of their son's death in the obituary column in the Adelaide Advertiser. His Excellency, His Honour Hugh Van Lay, AC, former Governor of South Australia, concluded the formalities at the RSL by unveiling the branch's new honour board, which commemorates and remembers those who served for our country in the Vietnam and Korean conflicts, lest we forget.
Member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, it's often said that it takes a village to raise a child. Yet there are few more roles more vital in that community than those of early childhood education and care workers. I've had the opportunity to speak with many of these workers across my electorate, such as the Wonders Schools in Woden and Conda, and Jenny Wren Early Learning in Mawson. And consistently I heard they love their work, but that without support for a meaningful wage increase, many early educators could not remain in the sector. That's why it was great to meet with early education workers here in the House last Tuesday to discuss this government's funding of a 15% wage increase. By supporting these workers, the government is also supporting families and the broader community, as a thriving and accessible early childhood education sector provides more opportunity for not only the next generation, but for working parents as well. Deputy Speaker, this commitment will help retain our existing educators and attract new employees for generations to come. Deputy Speaker, this is a win for workers, a win for families, a win for communities, and most importantly, a win for our most precious resource, our children.
Member for La Trobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the recent Bangladesh civil unrest. I extend my heartfelt support and solidarity to all the wonderful Australian Bangladesh community who are facing a challenging and very distressing time in light of the recent civil unrest and protests in Bangladesh. I'm deeply saddened to hear about the reports of deaths and injuries of civilians, including many students. Many have been killed during the protests. Freedom of expression and peaceful protests are a fundamental right of any democracy. The voices of the Bangladeshi people deserve to be heard and should be met with respect and consideration. It is also very concerning and distressing to hear about the recent attacks on Hindu community and Hindu temples, Ahmadiyya and other minority communities in Bangladesh. The crisis is becoming a widespread humanitarian crisis. I condemn any violence and urge all those involved, the parties, to seek a peaceful resolution. I call upon the interim government to take all necessary action to protect and safeguard all ethnic and religious communities in Bangladesh, and the Australian government should provide all necessary support to those affected in the crisis. I have a very strong association with our wonderful Australian Bangladesh community and been in touch with many since the protests have first broken out. My heartfelt condolences again for all those who've lost their lives and all the loved ones and families involved. Thank you.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Everyone loves an anti-hero, whether that's Deadpool and Wolverine or Taylor Swift. At tea time, everybody agrees. So I'm pleased to introduce a community anti-hero in Spence, a local legend who can't help but give so much to the people around him, Mr Daniel Down of Gawler. Daniel just loves photography. He has a genuine passion for capturing and sharing incredible pictures of local scenery in the north. And once the people of Gawler saw that amazing talent Daniel has, they couldn't wait to ask him to bring his hobby across the entire community. And so, without even meaning to, Daniel has since become an icon of one of the oldest towns in South Australia. And he continues to share incredible works of art for our community to enjoy, launching the From the Roots Up exhibition just over a week ago. Hosted underground under a century of Gawler history, this exhibition showed off the outstanding creativity of local artists in the north. It's a fantastic experience and I can't recommend it enough to anyone passing through Gawler on Murray Street. So to Daniel, whether you meant it or not, thank you for your amazing contributions to our community. You are our anti-hero and so much more. And just in closing, to the people of Spence, on my Facebook page there is an electorate map. If you're inside of that, my photography competition closes at 11:59 p.m. on the 23rd of September. Please get your photos in. Thank you.
Member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, happy birthday to Bunkers Hill State School, 125 years old, an absolutely fantastic achievement. Speaker, this is a school just outside of Toowoomba, past Westbrook, in a part of the world where agriculture has been king for such a long time, and schools like this play such an important part. You find all these little townships where there's just a school and a post office left. Bunkers Hill is one of these places, and it's absolutely fantastic to see 270-odd children from prep to year 6 still attending, still carrying on the traditions. In these schools, Speaker, it's not just an education you learn about our way of life, the wonderful way of life on those agricultural areas. Congratulations to Principal Sharon Wilson for keeping the school running so well. And look, Speaker, I do want to make a point. I think it's great the Queensland government has kept this model of small country schools alive and going strong, because it's a great way for us to maintain that connection with our local communities. Speaker, they opened a time capsule at the celebrations there that was laid in 1999. I'm not sure as much has changed since 1899 when the school started, but to look at the school now, to see the technology that's used in the classrooms and to think about the opportunities that are there for young kids going through Bunkers Hill School now, it's fantastic to think of the future that awaits. Congratulations to the P&C, everyone who makes the school such a special place, and a big shout out to all the kids.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Today I want to speak about someone very special, Karen Bissiker from my team, who is retiring today after a 40-year career with the Australian Labor Party. Karen has worked for Labor greats Barry Jones, Kim Beazley and the current Prime Minister, and for the last 5 years I've been lucky enough to have her on my team. She's here today with her husband Greg and daughters Ellen and Sophie, and she never would have been in here if she knew I was going to do this. Karen personifies the dedication and professionalism that it takes to be an amazing staffer. As a newly elected MP, I was so lucky to have someone of her expertise and experience in my team, and she's been integral to building my team, mentoring staff and helping me to develop as an MP. Her advice and guidance have meant the world to me, and as has her commitment to Canberra constituents and the hard work she has always been happy to do. I know so many constituents have been thankful for her help solving problems and always taking the time to listen. Everything I've achieved as a member for Canberra, Karen has had a hand in. Our staff are the unsung heroes of politics. Everything we as politicians achieve, we can thank our staff for. And today we farewell one of the absolute best from our Labor team. These are demanding jobs, and it's a rare and special thing to make such a long commitment. So thank you, Karen, for all you've done for the Australian Labor Party and the Australian people.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on one of Mackay's Night of Nights for the Dawson electorate, and that is our Resource Industry Network Awards Night. With over 350 attendees, it was a fantastic night, with industry leaders and a chance to celebrate our businesses doing great things. We'd like to make special mention to the following winners. From the Road Accident Action Group Mackay, Chair Rod Erin on receiving the Standing Out from the Crowd Award. Twin Hills Engineering and Drilling taking home the Expansion into New Markets Awards. Inclusion in Diversity Award was won by CARFA Integrated Services. Safety Foremost Award taken out by the Empower Safety Training Program, delivered by BMA Hay Point Coal Terminal. Ausgroup Industrial Services epitomises what championing culture is all about, and they took home the Champion Culture Award. Manufacturing Excellence Award goes to KCL Industries. Last but not least, to the Muscle Garden Health and Fitness Centre on receiving the Connecting in the Community Award. Too often our businesses do not get the accolades and attention they deserve. Thank you to all the sponsors, and I want to personally congratulate all the nominees and winners. I am proud to be a federal member of an area with so many outstanding businesses. Congratulations, Rin.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, we celebrated Early Learning Matters Week across the country. High-quality early childhood education gives children the best start in life. In an electorate like mine, where 1 in 4 people are under the age of 14, early childhood centres are vital to our community. During my time in Parliament, I have met with hundreds of childcare workers across Hampton Park, Narrewarren South, Limbrook, Cranbourne West and Clyde. I have seen firsthand the hard work and dedication these workers put into caring for and raising our children. That's why I am proud to be a part of a government that recognises their efforts by funding a 15% pay rise for all early childhood educators nationwide. This means an extra $103 per week for these essential workers. This wage increase is tied to a commitment from childcare centres to limit fee increases. We want to ensure workers are fairly paid without passing the costs on to families. This builds on our increase to the childcare subsidy last year and is another way the Albanese Labor government is supporting families in Holt.
Member for Bass.
Deputy Speaker, I've spoken previously in this place of the wonderful work of New Horizons Tasmania, and I rise to acknowledge them again today. They have been providing sport, recreational and social opportunities for people of all ages who live with disability since 1986 and are a much-loved and valued organisation in our community. Recently, I had the privilege of attending the graduation ceremony for one of their recent courses, the Champions. The 8-week program is designed to empower individuals of all abilities to become leaders and champions in their own lives. It certainly achieved that objective, and listening to the graduating champions share how the program had empowered them was emotional and inspiring. The participants shared their thoughts on the program in a wonderful video that captured just how much impact the experience has had on their outlook. I'm hopeful that funding can be found to continue this extremely valuable and innovative program. Whilst I'm talking about New Horizons, I'd also like to give a special shout out to the boccia team who had terrific results at the Queensland State Titles last weekend. Congratulations to Minna Blaney, Rowan Eastley and Nick Milner, who each achieved silver medals in the tournament. And also a special mention to Kane, Chloe and Hannah, who took to the dance floor with style in front of a large audience at the recent Tasmanian Dance Sport Championships. Well done to everyone at New Horizons. We are so proud of you.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Pacific Link Housing, a leader Tier 1 community housing provider based in Gosford on the Central Coast, is this year celebrating its 40th anniversary. Pacific Link Housing was founded by Sheila Astolfi in 1996 following the merger of two housing associations, Mid Hunter Housing in Maitland and Gosford Woy Woy Rental Housing. Altogether, both associations represented a combined history since 1984. Pacific Link Housing managed properties owned by the New South Wales Land and Housing Corporation, homes leased from private landlords and dwellings it has developed and constructed. In 2024, the housing provider manages close to 1,200 properties spanning 6 local government areas, including on the Central Coast, Lake Macquarie and the Hunter regions. The organisation's mission is to provide safe, secure and affordable homes for those in need and to promote thriving and inclusive communities that benefit everyone. The Commonwealth Government understands the important role housing providers like Pacific Link Housing play in helping provide affordable housing to our communities, and that is why our government established the Housing Australia Future Fund and is investing billions into building additional affordable and social housing for vulnerable Australians. I'd like to take this opportunity to commend Pacific Link Housing on its 40th anniversary milestone and thank its current CEO, Ian Lynch, as well as its board of directors. Pacific Link, thank you all that you do for our Central Coast family and beyond. Thank you.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And when a person says something but does not do it themselves, it is known as hypocrisy. But when a group of people say something and don't do it themselves, it is known as the Australian Labor Party. The hypocrisy of those opposite is most evident with the Stronger Communities program, which is a huge success under the previous coalition government, with more than 15,000 projects completed in every electorate around Australia. We know it was a huge success because those opposite wanted to share in the glory. I did a little bit of social media stalking on the weekend. I know I need to get a life, but I was checking out some of the Facebook pages of the front bench, and it was very informative when it came to the Stronger Communities program. They loved it. They took credit for it. They had their photos taken with the community. They made certificates with their names on it. They had big cheques, and they posted that on their Facebook pages. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, they loved the program so much. They loved it just so much, they abolished the whole thing. So talk about hypocrisy. Everyone from the Prime Minister to the Treasurer, the Attorney-General, the Minister for Local Government, the Education Minister, the Infrastructure Minister, the Minister for Social Services. In fact, every minister I bothered searching had something positive to say about the Stronger Communities program, and they abolished it. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, they've abolished a program that was taking pressure off community groups, and they're putting that pressure back on Australian families. Now, Deputy Speaker, the collective noun for hypocrisy is the Australian Labor Party.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For too long, early childhood educators have been treated as little more than babysitters. But early childhood education plays a critical role in the development of our littlest Australians. By the time they reach the age of 5, children have experienced around 90% of their brain development well before they set foot in primary school. Quality early childhood education makes all the difference with impacts that last a lifetime. This overwhelmingly female workforce gives generations of Australians their best start. Those opposite might not believe in this, but they are not babysitters. They are not childcare workers. They are highly skilled and dedicated educators, and they deserve to be paid appropriately. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is backing in a 15% pay rise for these essential workers. Claire, a local early childhood educator, rang me last week to tell me how much it means to her. It's a remarkable step forward, she said. The wage rise means about $100 more in my weekly pay packet. But it means so much more than that. It's finally being recognised, valued and needed. The pay rise boosts women's economic security. It boosts women's workforce participation. It boosts our nation's economy. This pay rise is a testament to the generations of educators who demanded to be seen, heard and valued. Yeah. And as Claire said, this is for the next generation of early childhood educators too. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Banks.
The Albanese government is tearing itself apart over gambling advertising policy, and this unseemly spectacle is playing out in public, Deputy Speaker, because the Sydney Morning Herald tells us on the gambling laws, quote, there are divergent views among cabinet ministers. The Financial Review says it is, quote, also aware of cabinet ministers who are uncomfortable with Labor's position. And the Financial Review also tells us, very interestingly, Deputy Speaker, that, quote, when Roland updated Cabinet this week about the government's response to the inquiry...
I'm going to remind the member for Banks, you've been here long enough to know you need to use not personal words but correct member's title.
Quoting the Financial
Review.
Review...
No quote does not give you protection on this matter.
The Minister for Communications,
you know well.
Deputy Speaker. And there's a problem about that, Deputy Speaker, because you can only say what happened at Cabinet to someone who works at a newspaper if you are at the Cabinet meeting. And you're not supposed to do that, Deputy Speaker. Now, of course, the government asked people to sign non-disclosure agreements about don't talk about gambling advertising policy, but they forgot to ask their own Cabinet ministers to sign that document because they're telling anyone who will listen how dissatisfied they are with the shocking conduct of the Minister for Communications, and this is a weak and incompetent government.
Member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, after a decade of deliberate wage suppression at the hands of the Liberals opposite, the Albanese Labor government is delivering the real wage growth that Australian households need. Last week, we saw the fourth consecutive quarter of annual wage growth exceeding 4%. The first time this has happened in 15 years. In fact, in the 9 long, dark years of Liberal mismanagement, they were unable to achieve this level of wage growth in a single quarter, let alone 4 times in a row. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's record on wage growth is no accident. It's the result of deliberate targeted policy decisions designed to ensure our workers receive a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. We repeatedly called on the Fair Work Commission to deliver substantial minimum and award wage increases, with the minimum wage increasing by over $7,000 a year since we came to government. We announced a significant pay rise for our aged care workers. We brought balance back to the bargaining table, empowering workers to get a fairer deal. And just a couple of weeks ago, we announced that the Albanese Labor government would fund a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators and care workers. Speaker, while the Liberals want people to work longer for less, the Albanese Labor government wants people to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Processing a visa application while somebody is offshore in a third country like Jordan means a person of concern can be stopped before getting to Australia. The last government used this process when bringing people in from Syria. The Prime Minister says the process for granting 2,900 tourist visas to those coming from the terrorist-controlled Gaza zone followed the same process. Can the Prime Minister advise in which third-party country these people were sent to for screening before they came to Australia?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. No matter where a person comes from or what visa they hold, our security agencies are involved in the process. We trust their expertise. We take the same advice from the same security agencies, even the same security personnel as the previous government. In this case, we've rejected more than 7,000 visa applications. Fewer than 1,300 people are here. And I remind the Leader of the Opposition that the Rafah border crossing is controlled by the Israeli and Egyptian authorities. Let's be clear about what is happening here. Israel closed the Rafah border crossing in May. They're not letting people out. 3 months later, the Leader of the Opposition decided to call for a ban on Gazans coming to Australia, even though no one is.
The Prime Minister concluded his answer. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Order. Members on my left, when the House comes to order and interjections cease, we'll hear from the member for Solomon.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the visit by President-elect Prabowo Subianto? How is the government strengthening our relationship with Indonesia?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Solomon for his question and for his deep interest in the relationship between Australia and Indonesia, which of course is a neighbour to the electorate that the honourable member represents. And today I welcomed Indonesia's President-elect Prabowo Subianto to Australia. Our partnership with Indonesia is profoundly important to Australia. We'll continue to strengthen our ties. Economic partners, security partners and partners in the global transition to net zero. And this morning we announced the conclusion of negotiations on the Australia-Indonesia Defence Cooperation Agreement. Let's be very clear. When the Deputy Prime Minister in coming days travels to Indonesia to sign the agreement, this will represent the most significant defence cooperation agreement between Australia and our largest and most important partner in Southeast Asia. It signals our shared commitment to a peaceful and stable region where sovereignty is respected. This will be a legally binding, treaty-level defence cooperation agreement that deepens bilateral defence cooperation in key areas, including maritime security, humanitarian assistance and disaster response, peacekeeping, counter-terrorism and education and training. It will enable stronger defence cooperation by supporting increased dialogue and strengthening the interoperability of both of our defence forces. It creates a legally binding framework to conduct cooperative defence activities, includes training and exercises, exchanging information and personnel and sharing of scientific and technological data. This is a great day for Australia and Indonesia and our long friendship. And the Deputy Prime Minister hosted the President-elect for lunch. I'll be hosting him for an early dinner this evening. This is an important relationship. We celebrate this year 75 years of diplomatic relations between our two great nations. Indonesia, of course, is on track by 2040 to be one of the largest economies in the world, with a growing middle class, with a real opportunity for Australia to benefit from this relationship. Deepening our links helps both countries to grow our economies, to support jobs and strengthen our supply chains. And our partnership on defence and security helps to promote stability and peace in the region. We'll continue to engage, of course, at the ASEAN Summit later this year, but as well, Indonesia is a partner at the PIF, and this engagement over coming months will be very important indeed for both of our countries.
Indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to offer our full support to the efforts of the government here and congratulate the Prime Minister on advancing the relationship and the Deputy Prime Minister as well. I had the great fortune to meet with the now President-elect, then Defence Minister Prabowo in Jakarta a couple of years ago, and his appreciation for Australia, his genuine interest in the relationship and the friendship was obvious during the course of that meeting, but it has been obvious during the course of his career. And I believe very strongly, as the Prime Minister does, that Indonesia and Australia have a shared past, but it is incredibly important for us to ensure that the future is even more emboldened, and the fact that we can work together closely, not just on defence matters, but on national security, otherwise people movements, on drugs and illegal fishing within the region. And Indonesia obviously brings a very significant effort to making sure that with near neighbours we can protect and defend our equities as we go forward. And I welcome any opportunity to work with the Prime Minister and to support the work of the government in what is a very important bilateral agreement and arrangement and friendship between our two countries.
Give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Today it was reported that before approving visas for people coming from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone, Canada requires applicants to submit to face-to-face interviews and biometric testing in a third country, Egypt. Why didn't the government have a similar arrangement in place before granting more than 2,900 tourist visas?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And I note, as I said yesterday, that under the former government, of which he was a member but not a minister, there were over 1,000 visas, tourist visas granted from the former government from people from the occupied Palestinian territories. Now, the Leader of the Opposition's response to that, of course, is that that was before October 7. But the member for Barara knows full well that Hamas didn't become terrorists on October 7. They have had a terrorist ideology for a long period of time and indeed have been in charge of Gaza since 2006, when they received less than half of the vote from the people of Gaza in that election, and they haven't had one since, because they are enemies not only of the people of Israel, but also they are enemies of the Palestinian people, because Hamas do not respect the human rights of Palestinian people. After they seized control there, of course, they engaged in violence against their own people in Gaza in order to secure their position. They've continued to do that. They've continued to do that. I did see a report today from Plestia Alikod, who spoke about her own personal journey. And I know that the member for Browra does respect human rights and people and has a record of it. She went on to say this in her article today. Every person who fled Gaza after October underwent rigorous checks by both the Israeli and Egyptian authorities. The idea that those who have successfully passed these screenings and arrived in Australia still pose a threat is unfounded and perpetuates harmful stereotypes, alienating those of us that made it to safety here. The member for Barara knows, as do other members of this chamber, the danger in stereotyping and targeting people because of their race or their faith. People know that that is certainly not the case, and people from Gaza or the West Bank, for that matter, are certainly not automatically Hamas supporters and shouldn't be seen as being so.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Give the call. Order. We'll give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible budget management helping in the fight against inflation? What options were ruled out?
No, the member for Boothby will resume her seat and she'll start her question again. I'm not sure how many times I have to tell the chamber this, but I will do it every single time to call this out. Members know the importance that I place on individual members rising in their places and asking questions, from the Leader of the Opposition to the Crossbench to members of the government. To yell out when a member is asking the question is completely disrespectful to the member, but also disrespectful for question time. So the member for Fisher will leave the chamber under 94A. It will apply equally across the chamber. So the member for Boothby will begin her question again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible budget management helping in the fight against inflation? What options were ruled out?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The member for Boothby cares about the cost of living, even if those opposite don't. Mr Speaker, there were no surprises in the minutes which came out today from the meeting of the Reserve Bank Board earlier this month. We are, as a country, making really substantial progress on inflation, but we do need it to moderate further and faster because people are under pressure, and that's something that the government understands as well. Governor Bullock has made it really clear in the last week that the government and the Reserve Bank are aligned when it comes to the fight against inflation. She's also made it clear that we have the same objective here, to get on top of inflation, but we have different responsibilities as we go about it. But the responsibility that we have in common is to get on top of inflation together without smashing the labour market or smashing the economy, which is already soft at a time of substantial global economic uncertainty. Now, because we know that people are doing it tough and because cost of living relief is our highest priority, we're giving every Australian taxpayer a tax cut rolling out right now. We're giving every Australian household energy bill relief rolling out right now as well. And we're making sure that medicines are cheaper, early childhood education is cheaper, that there's rent assistance, and also that people are getting the pay rises that they need to provide for their loved ones at a difficult time. Now, we've deliberately designed that cost of living relief to be meaningful and to be substantial, but also to be responsible, to be delivered in the most responsible way. And that's an important part of our strategy, but it's not the only part of our strategy. We're also turning two big Liberal deficits into two big Labor surpluses, and we're also working through the structural pressures on the budget as well. Now, government spending is not the primary determinant of prices in our economy, but we can help, and we are helping, and surpluses are part of that effort. Now, Mr Speaker, the points that the governor has made in recent weeks, that we're aligned as a government and a central bank, that we have the same objectives but different responsibilities, that public spending isn't the main game, and that our surpluses are helping in the fight against inflation, all of those points absolutely obliterate the dishonesty peddled by those opposite and repeated by people who should know better. Those opposite want higher inflation and they want higher interest rates, so that nobody notices they have no policies and no credibility in the third year of a three-year term, and they won't tell us where $315 billion in cuts are coming from and what that means for Medicare and pensions and the broader economy. Mr Speaker, we are fighting inflation with cost of living help that they don't support, with responsible economic management they know nothing about and can't be bothered asking about, and with a couple of surpluses that they couldn't deliver in almost a decade in office.
Before I call the honourable member for Indi, I am pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Mr Tim McCurdy, MP, the member for Owens Valley in the Victorian Legislative Assembly, and the Shadow Minister for Water and Shadow Minister for Consumer Affairs, as guests of the member for Nichols. Welcome to question time. The call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development. Round 1 of the Growing Regions program opened for applications in July last year. Successful projects weren't announced until May this year. We're now in August and successful applicants are still waiting for their funding so they can get shovels in the ground. Why are regional communities waiting this long for much-needed funding under your government?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, and can I thank the member for Indi for her question and, of course, her ongoing advocacy for integrity in government. The member for Indi and I both care deeply about regional communities, and I know we share in common our mobile office caravans that we take out into towns big and large. Mine's a 1970s Franklin. I'm not sure what the member for Indi's is, but I don't think it's much younger than that. Can I be very clear?
Order.
When we came to office, we made it very clear that we were wanting to build in better transparency and integrity into our grants program. Of course, as you mentioned, round 1 of the Growing Regions program, through that we are delivering 40 community infrastructure projects across regional Australia, including the Seymour Community Wellbeing Hub, the Mission Beach Town Upgrade, the Kununurra runway extension and, of course, Swan Hill reinvigorating our riverfront project. It includes 2 projects in the member for Indi's electorate, $1.4 million for the Mansfield Shire Council Lords Around the Ground package and $2.97 million for the Benalla Art Gallery redevelopment. Projects, of course, were carefully selected in accordance with the grant guidelines and underwent a rigorous process designed to enhance integrity and transparency. Clear guidelines that didn't include secret ministerial panels or other factors as a reason to award funding. The process, of course, included a multi-party disciplinary panel, of which you were a member. We are now working closely with state and territory governments to establish a partnership arrangement to deliver the Growing Regions program, as we are now required to do. Under this arrangement, the Australian Government will fund state and territory governments to work with approved applicants to prepare and execute a funding agreement and make payments based on agreed milestones. It is normal practice for the Australian Government programs to require a funding agreement to be in place with agreed payment milestones before payments are made, as this is a prudent financial management system and helps ensure delivery success. For the first time, of course, all communities, whether they be in our regions or our suburbs, will have access to an open and competitive community infrastructure program. We've done away with what those opposite did, having a community development grants program where no one was able to apply for funding and the coalition simply decided where they were going to actually deliver. Now, I don't make any apologies for cleaning up the mess of what those opposite left. And I'll take that interjection where they say, just let the bureaucrats decide. We know absolutely what happened on that side of the House when it came to community grants, when it came to sports rules, when it came to colour-coded spreadsheets. We are putting integrity back into the grant system and cleaning up, frankly, a mess that was left by all of you.
The House comes to order. I'll hear from the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How will the Albanese Labor government's future Made in Australia create jobs in a resilient critical minerals industry to create secure jobs and a strong economy? Are there any threats to the production tax incentive being delivered?
Call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Pearce for her question. The Albanese Labor government's production tax incentive for critical minerals will support the onshore processing rather than having these commodities shipped overseas for their refining. It will create secure jobs and a resilient economy as we capitalise on the world's soaring demand for critical minerals. It is a significant policy that backs Australia's resources sector. It is one of the biggest resources announcements in a budget in a generation. The resources industry called for the production tax incentive. We worked with them on it and we will deliver it. But there are threats. There are threats to delivery of the production tax credit, Mr Speaker, and they are all sitting over there. The Coalition recently has been speaking on the Future Made in Australia legislation. 29 Liberal and National MPs have spoken so far on that legislation. In a rare outbreak, they've all stuck to the script and all opposed the production tax incentive. They want higher taxes. Those opposite have stood up and turned their back on the resources sector of this country when they had the opportunity, to talk about critical minerals as part of the Future Made in Australia framework. They totally ignored it. Barely any of them spoke about it at all. They spent more time talking about nuclear power and uranium than they spoke about critical minerals and the tax incentives offered to the resources industry. They opposed a costed, responsible, industry-led response to the critical minerals industry's geopolitical challenges, and they call it a welfare for billionaires. Well, they support an absolutely friendless, uncosted, unknown policy to have nuclear power stations right around the country in places the Leader of the Opposition has failed
the Assistant
to
Treasurer
visit.
will cease interjecting.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about We've talked about the leader of the opposition's WA script and his East Coast script, but what about the leader of the Nationals? I want to know what his WA script is going to be the next time he pops along to visit the new seat of Bull. Well, great. I hear from the leader of the Nats. He's going to be in Bullwinkle. Well, what is he going to say to the people who will be in Bullwinkle when we know the leader of the WA Nationals has said it is essential, not just for Western Australia and not just for Australia, but for the Western world to pursue production tax credits. Then there is the Nationals candidate for Bullwinkle. Mia Davies has said downstream incentives are welcome. So this is the Nationals candidate, and the seat of Bullwinkle runs counter to the leader of the Nationals. Okay, well, I really look forward to that. I doubt you know, leader of the Nationals, exactly what the mining industry of Western Australia is all about. I've seen a fair bit more than you have, leader of the Nationals. I can assure you, you reject the resources sector of Western Australia. You fail to understand it. You don't support what they are calling for in the critical minerals production tax incentive.
Call to the honourable member. Order. No, the member for O'Connor will now leave the chamber under 94A. If you're warned, particularly when I'm about to hear from the member for Wannon, that is definitely not a time to interject. Trust me. There are consequences for actions. The member for Wannon has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, of those granted a visa to come to Australia from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone, how many have had their visas cancelled since the horrific attack on Israel on October 7 last year?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The member for Wannon uses a couple of incidents in his question. One is to quite rightly speak about October 7. And there's no question that certainly anyone of any decency opposes the atrocity that Hamas committed on October 7. But he also speaks about the terrorist-controlled Gaza Strip. And Hamas did not take control of Gaza on October 7. They took control almost 2 decades ago, and in that time have refused to have any elections or any democratic process or to engage with the people of Gaza, and of course they certainly don't represent either the people of the West Bank. The member knows that we take the same advice from the same security agencies.
Order. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Yeah, thanks. It's relevant, Speaker. The question was very tight, very specific. It was, how many have had their visas cancelled since the horrific attack in Israel? So very, very specific question. It was.
The member for Wannon. Order. Minister for the Environment. It's not helping. The Leader of the House.
To the point of order, Mr Speaker, it's yet another example of them getting up on a point of order on relevance and only quoting a portion of the question that they asked. And the relevance rule allows any part of the question.
Yeah.
If the Prime Minister is being relevant to any part of the question.
Member for Wannon can just. The way we'll do this is when someone is on their point on either side. There's no point getting up until this person has concluded. If you wish to further debate the point of order, that's okay. But this collision at the dispatch box has got to stop. So the Prime Minister has been dealing with sections of the question regarding October 7 and the Gaza control. He was talking about the process of the visas, so I'm just going to make sure that his answer, I can appreciate the member would like a number or a figure, but as I've said many, many times, I can't compel the Prime Minister to give that figure as much as the member may wish that. He just needs to remain directly relevant, so he can't go off on topic. He's got to remain directly relevant to this question, and I'm listening carefully. He was talking about visas being issued, so I want to make sure that it is relative to the question. He has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Last Wednesday, the Leader of the Opposition said, I don't think people should be coming in from that war zone at all. At the moment, it's not prudent to do so, and I think it puts our national security at risk. That's what he said last Wednesday in welcoming Olympians home. The fact is that came 3 months after there was a shutting of the Rafah border crossing, which occurred in May.
Give a call to the honourable member for Partisan.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How will the Albanese Labor government's future Made in Australia benefit regional Australia, and what challenges stand in the way?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I of course thank the member for Paterson for her question, another great champion of the regions who's doing a great job advocating for her community. I know she would have been very excited yesterday to see the girders going up on the M1 Raymond Terrace, a project that we're currently building in her electorate. We understand that people are under pressure and that some people are doing it really tough. The Australian government's number one priority is delivering cost of living relief through tax cuts, energy bill relief and, of course, pay rises. But at the same time, as we are helping people earn more and keep more of what they earn, we are setting up for the jobs of the future, and particularly the jobs of the future in our regions, through our Future Made in Australia. It's an economic plan for a better future for our regions, making Australia wealthier, more secure and more independent. More than anywhere in the world, Australia has the opportunity to create those new jobs, those new industries and those new skills. But we of course need a government that is willing to step up, to partner with the private sector to build a stronger economy and a future made right here in this country. And that is exactly what we're going to do through the development of a low-carbon liquid fuel industry here in Australia, helping hard-to-abate sectors like aviation and heavy haulage to reduce their emissions while creating new jobs and opportunities across the country, particularly in our regions. From growers to refineries, this policy will create new income streams and job opportunities across regional Australia. Right now, as I've said before, much of our feedstock, including 60% of our canola, is exported to Europe for the use in biofuels that then, of course, we have to buy back. We should not be doing that. We should be actually processing and keeping those jobs here in this country. We know this is a policy that is supported by industry. GrainCorp has said the federal budget funding for low-carbon fuels initiatives is playing into its strategy of becoming a major player in the renewable fuels supply chain. We know Bioenergy Australia has said it will create jobs in regional Australia, boost economic growth, bolster economic energy security and, of course, future-proof our tourism and our transport sectors. And we know this policy is supported by our farmers as well. I know the member for Gippsland is very supportive of that as well. The National Farmers Federation said the NFF has long supported the development of the Australian bioenergy and low-carbon liquid fuel industries here in Australia, with Australian agriculture playing an important role in the supply chain. But we know those opposite are not supporting this policy. You know, you have to say, what have you got against regional jobs? Why do you not want to see low-carbon liquid fuels and the jobs for our farmers, our jobs for people in refineries and processors across the country? What have you got against the regions?
Order. When the House comes to order, hear from the member for Wannon.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how many of the 2,900 visas from Gaza have been cancelled?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I refer him to my previous answers. We've rejected more than 7,000 visa applications. Fewer than 1,300 people are here. I remind the member that the Rafah border crossing is controlled by the Israeli and Egyptian authorities, and it was closed in May. They're not letting people out, and they could have asked a question about cost of living, could have asked a question about
the
visit of the President-elect of Indonesia.
Prime Minister, Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, on relevance and following your earlier advice, that is as tight as that question could possibly be, and yet the Prime Minister still refuses to give a straight answer.
Resume your answer. Resume your...
I have a question.
Yep. Yeah. Talking about the opposition is not being relevant to the question unless it's in a compare and contrast. So the Prime Minister, if he's concluded his answer, will move to the next question. Order. Oh, order. No. There's no need for commentary. Give the call to the honourable member for Fraser.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What are the difficulties the Albanese Labor government has faced in the defence portfolio, and what difficult decisions are being made as a result?
Give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, the Albanese government has concluded negotiations for a historic defence cooperation agreement with Indonesia. In February, our government announced a complete restructure of our Navy, which saw the first of a new class of surface combatants enter into our fleet this decade. Last year, we restructured the Army. Next year, we will see the beginnings of the manufacture of guided weapons in Australia. The Defence Strategic Review has completely reassessed our strategic circumstances and has reshaped our defence force, and most importantly, these decisions have been funded by record increases in defence spending over the forward estimates and over the decade. And, Mr Speaker, all of this has happened in just 2 years. The contrast between the actions of the Albanese government and the vaudeville and hoopla which we saw from those opposite could not be more stark. Now, the Shadow Minister for Defence has said that he wants to see...
Order. No, members on my right. The member for Blair. Order. Members on my right will cease objecting. The member for Canning is entitled, just like any other member is entitled to raise a point of order. The member for Canning has the call.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. It was on relevance. There was no alternative approaches mentioned in the question, and Happy Gilmore here has just gone nuts.
No, resume your seat. Resume your seat. That remark is not necessary to make. A reflection on a member is not appropriate. We are not having question time where people put digs into each other unnecessarily. Order. We're just going to hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. Just on the issue of relevance, the question went specifically at the start to the difficulties that are being faced in the defence portfolio, and those difficulties are the Minister is clearly drawing to the legacy we inherited. It makes it completely relevant.
The Minister is entitled to talk about the difficulties, but he simply can't have the remainder of his answer regarding criticism in order to make it relevant to government policy, which I'm sure he will do. The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
The Shadow Minister of Defence has said he wants to see a dramatic increase in defence capability by 2026, but he cannot even secure agreement within his own ranks to support Labor's increase in defence spending. And what makes it worse is that those opposite, when they were in government, chronically underfunded defence. An underfunding of defence which under them would not have seen new amphibious craft for our Army until the 2030s, or a new surface combatant for our Navy until 2034, or the manufacture of guided weapons until 2035. And what made it even worse was that they were completely incapable of making a difficult decision. I mean, they were elected in 2013. Having changed their mind twice, it was not until 2021 that they settled on the successor submarine to the Collins class, and even then they were saved by the fact that they were thrown out of government 7 months later before they could change their mind again. And underwriting it all was a complete incompetence that was led by their last Defence Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, incompetence which saw 7 different Defence Ministers during the course of 9 years, incompetence which saw 28 different defence projects running a combined 97 years over time. Well, Mr Speaker, that has all changed because in the last 2 years the Albanese government has been making the decision to do what it takes to rebuild our defence force and to keep Australians safe.
Order. Hear from the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How many of the 2,900 visas from Gaza have been cancelled?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. We're being guided every single step of the way by our security agencies. Anyone who's been given a visa has passed the same security standard. And what our agencies do, and the member might know this, I suspect, is constantly examine issues. That doesn't stop when someone is granted a visa. That's right. Our security agencies continue to do their job. This is an ongoing process. That is what they do, regardless of where people are coming from and the circumstances. Their priority is security.
Order. The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. The member for Spence has the call.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How will Australian families benefit from the Albanese Labor government's investments into the early childhood education and care workforce? Are there other approaches to early childhood education the government has rejected?
Great question.
The call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Defence.
Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for Spence for his question, and I want to also show my appreciation for his ongoing advocacy to help families access early childhood education and care in the electorate of Spence. Now, Mr Speaker, the Albanese government is focused on delivering cost of living relief for Australian families, even though those opposite might not be. We've already made early childhood education and care more affordable for over 1 million families right across Australia. The ACCC review has told us that that has decreased out-of-pocket costs on average by around 11% for families. And work is underway for us to deliver our vision for a universal early learning system that is affordable, that is accessible and that is inclusive. And we know we can't do that without a strong and stable early childhood workforce. And that's why, Mr Speaker, earlier this month the Prime Minister announced an historic 15% pay rise for early childhood workers. Now, what this means, this pay rise means, is that by the end of this year, 200,000 early childhood workers across Australia will get at least an extra $100 in their pay packet. And by the end of next year, that'll be at least $150 a week in their pay packet. Now, Dr Ros Baxter, the CEO of Good Start, said this. She said that with this $3.6 billion commitment, the Prime Minister has demonstrated he is serious about delivering a truly universal early education system for all Australia's children and families, because the first thing a universal system needs is a strong workforce. And indeed, we agree with Dr Baxter. And that's why we're taking action to retain workers into the sector and attract workers back into the sector, because we know that early educators shape lives and they change lives. But, Mr Speaker, we're not only supporting early childhood educators, we're supporting families as well. To be eligible to receive this funding for the wage rise, early childhood education services won't be able to increase their fees by more than 4.4% for the next 12 months. And that important condition is putting downward pressure on fees for families. Now, Mr Speaker, this stands in stark contrast to those opposite. They want to make this all about outdated ideas of modern Australia, a version of Australia straight out of the pages of a 1940s Women's Home Journal. Well, Mr Speaker, Australia has moved on, and so should they. They should get behind this increase for wages for early childhood educators. They should get behind a modern Australia where a feminised workforce is valued and where early childhood educators are valued and recognised for the important work that they do.
The call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Today on the ABC, one of the pioneers of online sports betting, Stuart Kenny, said in relation to gambling advertisements, if you want to protect the children, you go ahead with a total ban. If you want to protect bookmakers' profits, you go ahead with a partial ban. Minister, who do you want to protect?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and the imputations in it. I'll make it very clear, Mr Speaker, that it's taken a Labor government to not only embark on the most thorough review of an area in need, overdue need for reform, than any other government. It is also a Labor government that is standing up to a number of very well-resourced vested interests who do not want change. This is a government that is being consultative, evidence-based and committed to three things. Firstly, to ensure that we break the normalisation between gambling and sport. Secondly, that we protect children. Thirdly, that we focus on the saturation of ads and the fact that they are targeted at one of the most vulnerable cohorts in Australia, namely young men aged 18 to 35. We're doing that, Mr Speaker, in an orderly, consultative manner. We are doing this in a way that is evidence-based, and the member, I am happy to stand corrected, has never sought a briefing on this matter directly with me, but my door is always open.
Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government getting on with the job of delivering cheaper, cleaner power, backed up by batteries? And what other approaches to energy has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member not only for the question but also her contribution in this parliament as an engineer from Kalgoorlie with a passion for climate action, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me about progress in introducing cheaper renewable energy, and of course we're pleased that it's up 25% since we came to office, Mr Speaker. But of course our policy is also renewable energy backed by batteries, backed by gas and backed by transmission, Mr Speaker. And I'm also pleased to inform the honourable member and the House that household batteries are up 21% in the last 12 months, Mr Speaker, that this government is delivering 420 community batteries across Australia. And in the first 7 months of this year, we've had 2.8 gigawatts worth of big battery start construction, which is part of a pipeline of 9 gigawatts. And the honourable member and other Western Australian members will be interested to know that 2 of those big batteries are in a place called Collie in Western Australia, Mr Speaker. That will be open next year. We have the Synergy battery in Collie, which at 2,000 megawatt hours is one of the largest batteries in the world, and the Neowan battery, Mr Speaker, which will have the capacity to charge and discharge 20% of the needs of the southwest grid in Western Australia, Mr Speaker. 2 big batteries under construction in Western Australia open next year. Now, all this will come as a considerable surprise to the Leader of the Opposition, I'm sure, for 2 reasons, Mr Speaker. He's never been to Collie, and he doesn't know where it is, Mr Speaker. And also, he doesn't know that batteries exist. He said in an interview earlier this year, just in March this year, hopefully the battery technology is about to be discovered. Now, Mr Speaker, it was actually discovered in 1800, but the Leader of the Opposition, I'm sure, will catch up. Now, when the Leader of the Opposition eventually gets to Collie, he will have some explaining to do, Mr Speaker, not least of which, when will Collie get their nuclear reactor? Now, to be fair to the member for Fairfax, he's been to Collie. And he was asked, when are we getting our nuclear reactor? And he said, our plan, we talked about it with Collie Council today, is that we would see the first electricity coming to the grid in a 10-year period from small modular reactors. So 10 years, one of the first ones in Collie. The Western Australian Senator, Senator Michaelia Cash, was asked the same question, and she said, so we're likely to be part of the second tranche, which is in the lead up to 2050. Now, which is it to be, Mr Speaker? The first 10 years or this new policy of a second tranche, which is in the lead up to 2050? They don't know where Collie is, and they can't say when they're getting their nuclear reactor. Now, this is important, Mr Speaker. The Mudgee Power Station in Collie is closing in 2 tranches this year and in 2029. 2029. Where is the power and the jobs going to come from between 2029 and 2050? Where are they coming from under the Leader of the Opposition's crazy plan? They do not have a plan. All they've got is a fantasy.
Has concluded. We'll hear from the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how many of the 2,900 visas of people onshore from Gaza have been cancelled?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, but the whole premise of it is wrong. There aren't 2,900 people onshore. And I've said that if he'd followed that, he would have known, including in earlier questions today. But I am asked about visitor visas, and I can tell because of the financial year issue. Visitor visas for Ukrainians was 9,027 between 20th to 4th of February 2022 and 30th of June 2022.
Order. Prime Minister will pause. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Yeah, it's relevant, Speaker. Of those who are here onshore, of those 2,900, that's what I asked, how many have had their visas cancelled? That is what I asked. How many?
Order. It's not another opportunity. Order. The member for Wannon is entitled to order. Members on my right will cease laughing. Member for Wannon is entitled to raise a point of order. Prime Minister's answer has got to be directly relevant to the question he was asked. Order, and ask him to return to the question.
Less than half of the figure that he used of 2,900. Therefore, the whole premise of the question is simply wrong. Visitor visas from Syrians, Afghans, and Iraqis, of course, that have also been subject to conflict and control. I mean, Afghanistan's controlled by the Taliban. Syria has been a civil war with parts of it controlled by ISIS, and of course Iraq as well. Those figures from the 2013-14 financial year to 2022 of visitor visas are 1,991 from Afghanistan, 4,994 people from Iraq, 1,505 from Syria, all granted visitor visas by the former government, all in circumstances where Islamic State was in control of large parts of Iraq and Syria from 2014 to 2019. Syria's been in a civil war since 2012, and the Taliban have been in control of large parts of Afghanistan for that entire period.
Call to the honourable member for order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. How are the Albanese Labor government's reforms to the NDIS ensuring that the scheme is restored to its original intent and participants are put back at the centre of the scheme?
Call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I'd like to thank the saxophone-playing, Indonesian-speaking emergency doctor from Wyong, the member for Reid, for his very good question. And even though it was his birthday last Friday, he understands that the NDIS is changing lives for the better. We are returning the scheme to its true purpose.
Order. Members on my left.
We are making sure that support gets through to the people for whom it was designed and that's sustainable for future generations. And the legislation is currently in the final stages of consideration by the Senate, and I do acknowledge the constructive engagement with the opposition. And if this legislation is passed, it's a significant step towards a stronger NDIS. The legislation does a few simple things. It'll stop the automatic top-up of participants' plans, which are exhausted early. It'll create the architecture to implement the NDIS review's recommendations to put a total cap flexible budget in place for all of the participants. And it'll exclude supports supposed to be funded by other service systems, or indeed supports which were never intended to be funded by the NDIS. If we're able to pass it this week, the necessary legislative framework to improve the participant experience to deliver fairer decisions which will be more transparent and more consistent. It allows us to get on with the work designing the finer practical elements of NDIS reform with participants, with the people who love them, the people who work with them and their advocates. Now, there are a number of amendments in the Senate contributed by the disability community, and we will continue to listen to stakeholders, including the states, people with disability, the opposition, and, of course, people, their representatives. This has been a huge body of consultation. The review which we set up, which we promised during an election, talked to 10,000 people. It took 4,000 submissions, literally 2,000 hours. I've personally attended 18 town hall meetings where I've heard from over 10,000 attendees. And indeed, the first of the Senate inquiries went for 12 weeks and had 200 stakeholders. This is very thorough. What I hope we can tell Australians who support this scheme by the end of this week is we've got the foundation of a new budget-setting process. We're also clamping down on fraud. We've got clarity about what you can spend. And we've also got the registration task force to make sure that we register providers so that we know who's actually providing the services. And I commend the legislation when it comes back here, hopefully Thursday.
The call to the member for Kennedy.
Treasurer, doesn't federal government backing of Brisbane's Olympics confiscate $30 billion off North and Central Queensland's coal and copper miners, cane and cattle farmers, giving it to the IOC, whose Paris opening ceremony was, I quote, an orgiastic pagan ritual denigrating Christianity? Treasurer, didn't Christians abolish slavery, create from a brutal imperium, Pax Romana, from the Dark Ages, the Renaissance? Didn't communism murder 78 million people? Didn't Christian Gorbachev, the Pope, and Charlie Wilson's Christians abolish communism? Didn't pagan rituals sacrifice children to the tree and crocodile gods? Do such rituals still live on, Mr. Treasurer?
Order. The member for Kennedy has asked his question. He'll resume his seat. There are a number of elements of that question that I don't think went to the Treasurer's responsibilities, particularly the... No, I heard every word. I heard every word. Absolutely. Absolutely heard every word. Order. The Treasurer has the call.
That's what he said.
Order. Members on my left and right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my fellow Queenslander for the characteristically colourful question. I think the House will forgive me for steering well clear of the pagan rituals and the tree gods, and I will spare the House. I'll spare the House a gallop through a couple of thousand years of human history, and I want to focus on two things, two important parts of the member for Kennedy's question, one that I agree with and one that I respectfully disagree with. Where we agree and where we have an affinity is really the quite immense contribution that the workers and industries and employers of regional Queensland make to our national economy. That's one of the reasons why I'm so proud that 71,000 workers in the member for Kennedy's electorate will be getting a tax cut. 83,000 households will be getting energy bill relief in addition to the Queensland Energy Bill Relief Scheme as well. It's why I'm so proud of the investments we're making in the Flinders Highway, the Bruce Highway, and it's why a future Made in Australia envisages an absolutely central role for places like the Northwest Minerals Province.
No. Yeah. Order. No. Order. Just going to deal with this. Order. Members on my right and left, every member is entitled to ask the question of their choice. The majority of that question was not within the Treasurer's responsibilities. Order. He was asked about the $30 billion funding, right, regarding a significant infrastructure project. So the Treasurer is being directly relevant regarding that part of the question. Here's the call.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly more coherent than anything the Shadow Treasurer has said in recent times, Mr. Speaker. Now, the reason I'm acknowledging, indeed celebrating, the big contribution that the North and West Minerals Province and regional Queensland, central, north and far north Queensland make to our national economy is because I do recognise, and I know the Prime Minister recognises as well, that when we make decisions about roads funding or investment in industry or in the Olympics, that regional Queensland and regional Australia is always foremost in our minds, because we know that if we want the national economy to be strong, then the regional economies of this country need to be a bigger part of the story. Now, when it comes to the Olympics, Mr. Speaker, this is where the member for Kennedy and I respectfully disagree, because I think the Olympics are going to be amazing in South East Queensland. And one of the reasons why I think that the Olympics will be amazing is because it will be good not just for South East Queensland but for the whole country. And in a way that the opposition leader does not understand, the Olympics that we've just seen in Paris were a unifying moment for this country. No matter how much people might try and divide and diminish us, I believe that the Olympics have the capacity to bring people together, and I think that will be especially the case when it comes to the Brisbane Olympics. I know the Sports Minister and the Infrastructure Minister have the same optimism and the same belief. And so we're not investing $30 billion, as the member for Kennedy said in his question, but about $3.5 billion in 20 venues right around South East Queensland. That will create jobs and opportunities right around Australia, not just in South East Queensland, and that's why I'm such an enthusiastic supporter of the Olympics in Brisbane in 32.
Oh, no. The member for Kennedy doesn't get to... There are other forms of the House where the member for Kennedy may raise his concerns. We'll hear from the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Special Minister of State. Why is it important to have rigorous, transparent and fair election processes? And is the Minister aware of any examples of groups seeking special treatment outside the rules?
The call to the Minister representing the Special Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Cunningham for that question. Of course, Speaker, Australia's electoral system is the envy of the world. The Australian Electoral Commission continues to deliver elections in an independent, robust and transparent way. The AEC is in charge of nominations and managing the electoral roll, the selection of polling places and the appointment of polling officials. And these are rightly free from interference by political parties seeking to game the system for their benefits, and are essential to maintain the confidence in the results of our elections. Now, just like other electoral commissions, the New South Wales Electoral Commission is currently conducting local government elections. These include...
Order.
These include...
The Minister will pause and just cool it for a moment, and we'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, the New South Wales Electoral Commission is not within the responsibilities of this Minister. The question and the answer are out of order. The Minister should be sat down.
Order. The Ministers on my right here will cease interjecting. The Minister for the Environment will cease interjecting, so I can hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. To the point of order, the final part of the question said this: is the Minister aware of any examples of groups seeking special treatment outside the rules? And I reckon she has one.
Order. Order. Members on my right, Minister will just pause. The Manager on the point of order.
Mr Speaker, what the Leader of the House has just said is no answer to the fundamental proposition that the New South Wales Electoral Commission is not within the responsibilities of this minister. The question and the answer are out of order.
The question is within order. If there was a problem with the question, the time to do that was probably at the beginning of the question. So, order. The Minister for Industry and Science is not helping the situation. So, given the minister has outlined the responsibility of the Electoral Commission, she was asked about any other groups, about the rules of electoral cycles. So I'm going to listen to what she says, but she's got to remain directly relevant. She won't be able to focus on the entire part of that, because I'm sure we'll all listen carefully to her examples. The Minister has the call.
Well, of course, the AEC, along with all electoral commissions in this country, deserve to be able to go about their business independently. And of course that includes setting deadlines and for all parties to adhere to those deadlines. And these are not surprising deadlines. Of course, I found in 2021 the New South Wales Office of Local Government published a guide clearly stating that the ordinary local government elections in New South Wales would be held in September 2024. Now, unfortunately, due to the chaos and incompetence of the New South Wales Liberal Party, they were the only ones not to be able to get their nominations in. But I am asked about any group seeking special treatment outside the electoral rules. And yes, it might come as a surprise to the House that the Liberal Party are now blaming the independent umpire, threatening legal action against the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner for their incompetence. Of course, this makes a mockery of our independent processes and our democracy. Now, I'm sure that the New South Wales Liberal Party is a little disappointed that Scott Morrison is no longer Prime Minister, because, of course, he could have secretly appointed himself as the New South Wales Electoral Commission and overturned the decision. Of course, they don't always have trouble with their paperwork. I'm sure if the local government association forms look more like visas for French au pairs, they would have got it in on time. But anyone looking at this chaos would have been surprised to see the Liberal Party also miss the deadline for the Logies for the best comedy entertainment, because this has been a comedy of errors. Instead of blaming the independent umpire, the Liberal Party should abide by the rules, admit their chaos and not risk our democracy.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How many of the 2,900 visas from Gaza have been cancelled?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I've said before, Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his question. We're being guided every step of the way by our security agencies. What our agencies do is to constantly examine issues. That doesn't stop when someone is granted a visa.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The order. The Leader of Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much.
The order. The member for Hume and the Prime Minister will cease interjecting so I can hear from the order. Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting so I can hear from the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, I seek your ruling on whether the Prime Minister is relevant to the question he was asked.
Order. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
I'm presuming he's raised a point of order on relevance. It was phrased as though it was a question at the end of question time. But to speak to the point of order, the standing orders provide that the answer be relevant to the question. The terms of the question went to those visas. went to the concept of cancellation, and so for the Prime Minister to be talking about those visas, to be talking about the processes that we use with our security agencies, is clearly relevant to the terms in which it was asked.
Order. Order. No. The member for Barker and the Attorney-General. Just going to bring. We'll deal with this in an orderly and respectful way. On further to the point of order.
The question didn't go to the concept of, as the Minister for Immigration has says. It was very clear how many of the 2,900 visas from Gaza have been cancelled. There's no concepts of. It's just a question how many.
Yeah. Yeah. I can appreciate the member for Wannon, as I've said in my earlier remarks, would like a number, would like a figure, would like that, okay? And that's the question that you've asked. Within that question, obviously, the Prime Minister, I can't make the Prime Minister give the member the number, just as I can't ask any minister to answer a yes-no question. So the Prime Minister has to be directly relevant, has to talk about this set of visas or how the visas were issued or why the visas were issued to be directly relevant. So if the Prime Minister strays off into another topic or another area, he won't be directly relevant, and I'll bring him to order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, I'm speaking about the process that happens with the granting of these visas, and that is what I am asked about. And from a group of people who held press conferences and used to say they wouldn't discuss anything at all about whether there were any visas at all, because this whole area was because of security issues like on-water matters, it is unbelievable that they expect that the
Prime Minister return
they
to the
will
question.
they will get answers on details. Now, when it comes to the granting of a visa, they're granted in the same way our security agencies are involved, the same security standard.
The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister is talking about the visas being issued. I'm just going to make sure he's being directly relevant to the question.
I'm being, and I am, Mr. Speaker, and that doesn't stop when someone is granted a visa. Our security agencies continue to do their job.
Order.
That is what they do. Now, I haven't been speaking about other things. If I was asked about cost of living, or if I was asked about anything that they seemingly don't care about, but all they care about is going down this negative road, because we know who this bloke is. He shows us from the time he walked into this place and from the time he walked out.
The Prime Minister will pause. The Prime Minister concluded his answer. Member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why is cost of living relief the #1 priority of the Albanese government? How does it compare to other approaches?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to serve with the member for Holt, who's an absolute champion for her local communities and her local people. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't know it from those opposite, but the #1 pressure that people feel right now is cost of living pressure. And that's why it's our #1 focus as a government, from the Prime Minister right through our government, Mr. Speaker. We know that people are doing it tough, and that's why we are providing a tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household, help with medicines and early childhood education and rent, and boosting pay at the same time. But all we get from those opposite, Mr. Speaker, is another day doubling down on divisiveness and diversion. Another day of scaremongering from the Leader of the Opposition, and another day of silence from the Shadow Treasurer on the economy. I was thinking a moment ago when Minister Rishworth was talking about Prime Minister Morrison swearing himself into multiple portfolios. The former government had 2 Treasury spokespeople. This opposition has none. Mr. Speaker, it has none. So it averages out. It averages out one each, Mr Speaker, either side of the election. One of them's on the dog whistle, the other one's in the doghouse, Mr Speaker. And whenever he plays his little dog whistle, the Shadow Treasurer rolls over. Every time he plays his dog whistle, Mr Speaker, he sits there voiceless and clueless on the most important issue that people can face right now. Mr Speaker, today in question time, every single question on the Middle East, not one single question on Middle Australia. Not one question about Middle Australia.
Order. There is far too much noise. The member for Paterson is warned. The Deputy Leader on a point of order.
Speaker, you have ruled several times on imputations about other members, language used in descriptions of character. I seek your ruling about whether the Treasurer is in order with that answer.
Look, I'm just going to ask the Treasurer to temper his language, to return to the question and get through this answer. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. They're playing politics on national security because they are hopeless on economics. That's the truth of it.
No, I want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
Order. Members on my right. No. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Order. No. The members on my right, the Assistant Treasurer will remove whatever he was holding up. The question before the House is the member no longer be heard. Order. We'll deal with this in silence. The question before the House is that member no longer be heard. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The noes have it. The ayes have it. It's division. Yep, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the member no longer be heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 92. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I give the call to the Treasurer in continuation.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. That break was actually useful. It was a good opportunity to clean up the little shards of the opposition leader's glass jaw over there, Mr Speaker. Another display of extreme weakness and extreme silkiness from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. Now, the point that I was making, Mr Speaker, before I was so rudely interrupted, is that we are providing cost of living relief that they don't support. We are delivering surpluses that they couldn't deliver in 9 attempts. And we're providing responsible economic management that they can't even be bothered asking about in the question time of the People's House of the National Parliament, Mr Speaker. Now, they stir chaos and conflict because they have no costed policies, they have no economic credibility, and they won't tell the Australian people why they don't support cost of living relief, but they do have $315 billion in secret cuts, and they need to tell us what does that mean for Medicare, what does it mean for pensions, and what does it mean for the economy?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, when he sits down.
Oh, the active.
The member for Wannon will resume the seat. Order. Members on my right, the Prime Minister has the call.
Having just wasted time with that previous motion by the Leader of the Opposition, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Deakin proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's weak response to the CFMEU driving up the cost of housing. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Not that you would know it from question time last week, but nobody questions the fact that the actions of the CFMEU over a long period of time have driven up construction costs in this country, including in the residential housing industry. What does that mean for everyday Australians? Well, it means for a young Australian couple or a single, someone looking to buy their first home, that the bar to getting into that first home is higher and harder because of the actions of the CFMEU. Now, I say that that was what we expected to be well understood on both sides of the chamber until last week, when the hapless new housing minister, who has failed her way into the housing portfolio, made a quite extraordinary claim at the dispatch box. The housing minister claimed, and this is novel because I've never seen anyone argue this, let alone a minister or even a member of the Labor Party, claimed that there were experts out there who believe that the CFMEU does not drive up construction costs. Experts that don't believe that they drive up construction costs. So I thought that was a very interesting throwaway line. So on a number of occasions I gave the minister an opportunity to name who those experts were. I asked her on multiple occasions whether she was willing to illuminate us as to who those experts were that claimed that the CFMEU has no impact, none whatsoever, on housing costs in this country. Well, it was a pretty cringeworthy effort, and I saw members opposite putting their heads down as the minister filibustered and weaved and couldn't answer the question, of course, because we know there are no experts that claim that the CFMEU don't drive up construction costs, because the truth is the CFMEU drives up costs by 30% in this country. 30%. Now, if you're a first-home buyer desperately scratching around for every single dollar so you can put it into a deposit to get into your first home, imagine what a 30% reduction in the cost of that home would do. Imagine the difference it would make for that young couple, that individual trying to buy a home in this country. And the truth is that every single member of the government is complicit with that tax on first home buyers. It's a 30% Labor tax on first home buyers because, let's be honest, the CFMEU, this is their business model. Their business model is funding and putting Labor members of parliament into this chamber, so they're wholly owned, like puppets. They've got to do what the CFMEU asks. Every single one of them has benefited from the millions of dollars kicked into their campaign coffers every single election. And just like the famous Bill Hunter line in Muriel's wedding, Deirdre Chambers, there's bad behaviour in the CFMEU. I mean, seeing the acting that's going on that side of the chamber, the feigning ignorance as to the costs that are imposed on Australians has, I think, been one of the more shameful episodes for this government. Now, there's been independent modelling undertaken. We talk about 30%, and we've got people in the gallery today, Australians listening in. We talk about a 30% increase to construction costs and what that does for first home buyers. Well, the Queensland Economic Advocacy Solutions, which was commissioned by the master builders, did some work on what it practically means. What does it mean? What does this unholy alliance between the thuggish CFMEU and the Labor Party, the people that they put into this parliament, what does it do for first home buyers in this country? Well, the truth is, according to this modelling, for a one-bedroom apartment in Queensland, the CFMEU tax imposed by the Labor Party on first home buyers is $128,543. $128,543. And every single member of the government is happy to impose that $128,000 tax on first home buyers because it means more money into their coffers each election, more thugs on their polling booths handing out their how-to-vote cards. That's what they are willing to do. Now, for a two-bedroom apartment in Queensland, what does Labor's CFMEU tax on first home buyers amount to? $257,086. $257,086. Now, I know there's theatre in this place, and I know that I'm having a go at the government here, but does anyone on the government benches have a conscience that first-home buyers should not be bearing that additional tax? Surely every decent person in this chamber wants more first-home buyers to get into a market, and we know the deposit hurdle is one of the hardest parts of getting into a home. I'm sure many people in this place have experienced the same thing. You decide, I want to buy a home. This is the amount I think I'm going to have to save before I can go to the bank and get finance and buy something. And often by the time you've saved that amount, the market's moved, house prices have increased, construction costs have increased, and what you thought was going to be a deposit is short. And one of the reasons that deposit is short, and one of the reasons it's even shorter than it should be, is because of the Labor CFMEU tax imposed on first-home buyers around this country. Now, there was howls of protest from those opposite when I refer to the fact that they are just a part of the CFMEU business model. That's it. Shake down employers for money. Shake down employers for money. Make first-home buyers pay more for their homes. Kick in money into the coffers of the Labor Party. Heck, actually pre-select the candidates with their votes on the floor of their state conference. And what does that get you? Control. Well, what it gets you is one of the first items of business of this government, removing the ABCC. It was number one on John Setka's hit list. John Setka had his wish list. Here are the top 10 things you need to do, and Labor's busily been going about in a studious fashion, crossing those things off. Well, first on the list was the ABCC. Now, Ernst & Young conducted a whole-of-economy modelling exercise to look at the impacts of abolishing the ABCC. And for those who don't know what the Australian Building and Construction Commission did, it was the cop on the beat to try and deal with the thugs in the CFMEU, the bikies, the criminals, the Labor Party members who cavort with them, to try and get them under control. So what did this government do? What did every member who's now interjecting do? They voted to abolish the ABCC, which did this. Reduce worker productivity by 9.3%, a total economic loss of $47.5 billion, cost 4,000 jobs, and has contributed to that CFMEU Labor tax on first-home buyers that I've just referred to. So it's quite shameful. It's quite shameful that this government. It's quite shameful that this government would continue to run protection, and it's even worse. It's even worse that a new minister, quite frankly, who had failed so badly in the Home Affairs portfolio that she was moved. And as I've said repeatedly, housing is far too important. Housing is far too important for Australians to treat the portfolio as a dumping ground for a failed minister. And it only took us one day of question time to see why the issues with housing are likely to get worse, not better, under her stewardship, because she couldn't even level with the Australian people that the CFMEU has increased construction costs. To debase yourself so badly by claiming that the CFMEU has not impacted residential house prices and construction costs is something, quite frankly, that shocks, I know, many people on the other side of the House. Because even the Daily Mail reported colleagues of the Housing Minister asking the question, is it too soon to have another reshuffle? Is it too soon to have another reshuffle? Because the truth is, if the minister cannot even agree that the CFMEU imposes a tax on first-home buyers, what hope does this government have of addressing the housing crisis that their big Australian migration policy has created?
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury and Employment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My grandfather, Rolly Stebbins, was born in a tent in 1922. At age 14, in the middle of the Great Depression, he left school to provide for his family. He worked as a boilermaker, and then after World War II, he and my grandmother, Jean Stebbins, a teacher, set about building their first home. They got a cheap block of land in Seaholme near Williamstown and fired the bricks by hand. Rolly would get help from his mates, building the house bit by bit when they could. My grandfather's story was the story of Australia in those post-war decades. Through the interwar period, the home ownership rate in Australia was about half. By 1966, it had risen to nearly three-quarters. This was a huge surge in the home ownership rate, spurred initially by the Curtin and Chifley governments, but to their credit, continued by the Menzies government. But it's a very different situation today. Under the former coalition government, the home ownership rate hit a 60-year low, and their policies only made the problems worse. We had the Home Builder program, which blew out to 5 times its expected budget, and which, according to the former Governor of the Reserve Bank, Philip Lowe, increased construction costs. We had the former government's policy of rating your superannuation to pay for a home, what Malcolm Turnbull referred to as the craziest idea I've ever heard. We had the government walk away from social housing and from investing in tackling the problem. As a result, here in Canberra, you have families like Mishi Moses and her husband, a professional couple, who say that they may have to leave the city in order to buy a home. We have the second highest house prices in the country. Australia faces a huge challenge on home ownership. But to hear the Liberals talk about it, it is like hearing the arsonist shouting fire. It is coming from a party that did nothing to tackle these serious challenges. Believing the Liberals are the party of home ownership would be like believing they're the party of multiculturalism and Medicare, the party of gender equity and workers' rights. They are anything but. Since coming to office, we have set about investing in housing. In just our last budget, we invested more in housing than all of the 9 Liberal budgets put together. That's how important it is to us and how unimportant it was to them. We've ensured that 110,000 people move into home ownership through the Home Guarantee Scheme, twice as many people as under the former government. We've put in place back-to-back increases in Commonwealth rent assistance, helping 1 million Australian renting households to the tune of more than $1,000 a year. We've set an ambitious target to build 1.2 million homes over 5 years. That'll involve working with states and territories. Next week, the Housing Minister will be out in Western Sydney, bringing together state and territory housing ministers. This is usual business for us, but under the last 5 years of the former government, it didn't happen once. And while we have the Liberals who are blocking any serious moves to act, we have the Greens, the housing supply denialists, whose spokesperson says that Australia has enough homes, against evidence from every serious think tank, and the fact that on the OECD measures, the number of homes per person in Australia is lower than the advanced country average. While Labor is building, the Coalition and the Greens are blocking. Build to rent and help to buy are being stalled by an unholy coalition of Liberals and Greens. And now we have them claiming that the reason that home ownership is pushing out of reach for many Australian families is because construction workers are being paid too much. Let's go through some of the facts. The biggest factor driving up costs in the construction sector are supply chain issues, such as the cost of materials driven by the war in Ukraine and the Houthi rebels restricting access through the Red Sea. Labor costs as a share of total expenses have actually been falling over the recent period for which we have data from 2020-21 to 22-23. Labour costs in the most recently available year were 18.7% of total costs. They were 19.6% of total costs 2 years before that. And if you look in building construction, labour costs are 10.2%, significantly less than the average for the construction sector as a whole. Labour costs in construction have been growing more slowly than other costs, suggesting that labour costs are not the primary driver of total costs. Don't take my word for this. This is Treasury analysis that I'm speaking about today. Differences across states don't support the idea that the chief driver of housing affordability is labour costs. It is the costs of materials that is the single biggest challenge on housing affordability. Now, of course, that's not to say that we shouldn't be tackling bullying and thuggery in the construction industry. The construction union members, construction workers, deserve a strong, effective union. That's why this government has moved legislation to put an administrator in place in the construction division of the CFMEU. And if the Liberals had supported that last week, then the administrator would have been more quickly at work cleaning up the CFMEU. Extraordinarily, we've had the Greens political party voting against that. We had the Greens political party voting against an administrator going in and cleaning up the problems in the CFMEU, which are undermining the rights of workers to get a strong, effective union. Housing affordability is a major issue for Australia, as is the cost of living more broadly. But while we have those opposite asking not a single question in question time about the cost of living, we on this side of the parliament are getting on with the job. Tax cuts for all Australians, energy bill rebates for all households. We've got an increase in the Medicare levy low-income thresholds, benefiting over 1 million low-income earners. We've had an increase to the job seeker payment, our cheaper medicines policy, ensuring that Australians are better able to access the medicines that they need. Around 3 million Australians have benefited from the change to HECS help indexation, championed by the Minister at the table, which has benefited those who've gone to university in order to get the additional skills that the economy needs. Capping the student loan indexation rate to the lower of the CPI and the WPI ensures that debt can't outpace wages or prices. We're also investing in the skills that we need in the construction sector. Not only is this additional training for early childhood workers, for aged care workers, we also recognise it's vital to have a pipeline of construction workers. And Fee Free TAFE has been vital in the construction sector for ensuring that we have more well-trained workers to build the homes that Australia desperately needs. We've also been dealing with cost of living through our competition reforms. When we came to office, we banned unfair contract terms and raised the penalties for anti-competitive conduct. We're making the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct mandatory, and we've tasked Choice with quarterly grocery price reporting so that people can ensure that they get the very best deal. We've got the biggest merger shake-up in 50 years, and we're tackling unfair contract terms that make it harder for workers to move to a better job. We understand that competition is a labour value, and it is vital to ensuring that we put downward pressure on prices and upward pressure on wages. Only Labor can be trusted to build the homes Australia needs. Only Labor can be trusted to tackle the cost of living crisis. Only Labor can be trusted to deliver back-to-back surpluses, turning Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses and delivering for all Australians.
Member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think some of those comments from the member for Fenner, quite frankly, are laughable. Let's look at who it was that said this. The quote was, "It's time for the corruption and criminality to come to an end." The admission from the Minister for Workplace Relations and Employment when leaning into his apparent watershed moment that he realised that activities of the CFMEU and that the government could no longer avoid the truth about the situation. Like it's an epiphany, a light bulb moment. The light actually went on. The government had no prior knowledge of the activities of the CFMEU. See nothing, hear nothing, say nothing, as if the ALP had just heard about the corruption and criminality that's being allowed to run roughshod through the construction industry for at least 2 years under this government, and actually most likely 2 decades. It's indefensible. And so what do? Those opposite? They act surprised. Act surprised, that's what they do. In fact, it was a moment in time when the Prime Minister, his ministers and the ALP, all of those opposite, were forced to admit that what they knew all along, but they did it with faux outrage. Well, the outrage is that the Albanese government has been making life too easy for the CFMEU, their mates. Since one of the very first acts of this Labor government was to abolish the ABCC, the cop on the beat, on those work sites, and they have been out of control ever since. And the ABCC successfully brought 91% of cases for 1,661 contraventions of IR law against the CFMEU into the courts. The courts found the CFMEU were in breach of industrial law on no less than 80 occasions. And I've been getting text messages from members in my electorate thanking the Coalition for fighting back with amendments by the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Senator Cash, against Labor's bill. And this is one of the text messages that I got. In a free economy, enterprise needs to respect the rights of workers, and at the same time, the organisations have to be able to increase productivity and create more efficient production for the betterment of the public. We agree with that. We are suffering in Australia with housing affordability, and yet the main reason is the cost that we have to pay because of a corrupt system that no one wants to accept. The cost of our production, that is, a builder, can be reduced by 30% if we don't have unions. Another developer says the government keeps talking about housing affordability and the lack of supply on one hand, but on the other continues to allow the CFMEU to operate in thuggery that is completely driving up house costings. It costs more than 30% extra to construct housing because of them. The CFMEU needs to be stripped of all its powers and deregistered. Yeah. It's pretty clear the CFMEU has been pushing up the cost of housing for Australians through its demands and its thuggery, its bullying and its intimidatory tactics. Now, it's not just true of housing and the cost of housing and how this is pushing up that cost for Australians, but it also has flow-on effects and taxpayer-funded construction. For example, the light rail, stage 3, in my electorate from Broadbeach to Burleigh, at 6.7 kilometres of light rail that will transform the Central Gold Coast for tourists and for, of course, Gold Coasters alike. Now, originally it was costed at $709 million. The most recent cost has blown out to $1.2 billion. Now, the public has every right to ask why. Well, firstly, you could say that the Miles state government's inability and the Palaszczuk, the former Premier's inability to manage its budget, and you would be right on that money there. So I urge Queenslanders to show them the door in 24. But you would also be right to say it's because of the demands of the unions to be paid more per hour, to work at night, on the weekends, and time and a half, and loadings, to stop work when it sprinkles with rain, and of course higher hourly rates, including the stop-go sign holders. These are examples of why housing construction in our country is out of control. This is why young families cannot buy their first home. They can't keep up with the price of housing that is increasing because of the actions of the CFMEU, enabled by the Australian Labor Party, and those opposite cannot defend the indefensible.
Member for McNamara.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I do enjoy when those opposite get up and talk about cost of living measures. I do enjoy it because at every single opportunity that they've had, they voted against cost of living measures that help Middle Australia. At every single opportunity, those opposite come into this place and have opposed the caps on coal and gas prices. They've opposed every single measure to help in the housing prices. Every single time that we've brought in a wages policy that is going to increase the wages of working Australians, those opposite have come into this place and said, not on our watch. Well, thankfully, they don't have the numbers to stop that, and thankfully, our cost of living measures have flowed through to Australians. But no thanks to those opposite. And you know, it's funny when they come in here and they give us lectures about the way in which we're managing the budget and managing our economy right now, because costed policies aren't exactly their strength right now. Costed policies are not the strength of those opposite. I'm yet to see a costed policy of their nuclear arrangement, Deputy Speaker. I'm yet to see the numbers on that one. Yet to see the numbers on their nuclear power plan, all 7 plants that they are proposing to build. Maybe they don't have enough ink on their printers to build all of the zeros, to print all the zeros on that one. But what they have printed before in the past, though, are some mugs. I remember the mugs. The back in black. You can just imagine in the coalition party room, they're all there with their boxes. You make sure you take a mug into question time. Make sure you grab one of the mugs of the back in black. Except, of course, they weren't back in black. They weren't back in black. No, what they delivered was the largest deficit in the history of our country. Close, and I'm a glass half full kind of a guy, Deputy Speaker, but that wasn't quite the case. They didn't quite get the back in black mugs to come to fruition. But we on this side of the House have a different approach. We are serious about ensuring that Australians have cheaper medicines. We're serious about ensuring that Australians get real wage increases. We're serious about how we want Australians to pay less for childcare, and so that women can be back in the workforce, especially because we know that it's been a prohibitive measure. We know that childcare and early education is an economic policy as much as it is a social policy. But we also know that on this side of the House we want to see cheaper electricity prices. That's why we cap coal and gas prices. That's why we've been putting in renewable energy, the cheapest form of energy. That's why we have looked at the economic madness and vandalism of those opposite wanting to put in nuclear power plants. But the other thing that also is a big contrast between those on this side of the House and those on that side of the House is around housing policy. Because I remember the mover of this MPI, the Shadow Minister, when he was the Housing Minister, the dark days when he was the Housing Minister in this country, he said that social housing was the responsibility of the states and territories, that the federal government had nothing to do with social housing. Well, we take a very different approach. One of the first things we did was set up the Housing Australia Future Fund. And while the Greens like to rant and rave, they were eventually shamed into supporting the construction of thousands and thousands of social housing homes for Australians who need it, including for women and children who are fleeing domestic violence. And that is something that we're very proud of in this House, that we are ensuring that there are more homes for more Australians. And what's their approach, the costed policy geniuses on that side of the House? Well, they wanted Australians, and especially young Australians in my electorate, to raid their superannuation in order to buy a home. Now, I'm not sure if they've ever spoken to someone who was under the age of 30 on that side of the House, but the average superannuation for most young Australians isn't enough for a house deposit. Now, the average superannuation for young Australians is sort of $20,000, $30,000 if you're in your 20s. I mean, that's not enough for a deposit. All they're doing is making it harder for Australians to afford their own home, and they're also leaving Australians with less superannuation. Well, you contrast that with this side of the House, Deputy Speaker. We are making sure that Australians who take time off work for paid parental leave are going to get superannuation paid to their paid parental leave. We're also ensuring that via the bill in the other place that there is a Help to Buy scheme, much like Liberal governments have set up in states and territories, that will ensure that people can get into the housing market with only 2% deposit. And just like the costed policy geniuses on that side of the House, they are opposing it, just like they have opposed each and every cost of living measure that we have put forward in this place. We are not going to be guided by those people. We're going to do our bit for the Australian people, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm a great fan, as many are, of that wonderful 1942 movie, Casablanca, Ingrid Bergman, Humphrey Bogart. And one of the classic scenes in a classic movie is where the French Chief of Police, Monsieur Renault, is ordered to shut down Rick's Cafe. And Rick says to Monsieur Renault, "Why? On what grounds are you closing my cafe?" And Monsieur Renault says, "I'm shocked to discover that there's gambling going on in here." At which point the croupier comes over and says, "Here are your winnings, Monsieur Renault." Now, I can imagine that this is sort of what's happened with the Australian Labor Party. When the media has exposed what we all knew, was that there's thuggery and bullying in the CFMEU. I'm shocked to discover that there's bullying, thuggery in the CFMEU. We could never have known that was going on. So, we better do something about it. So to their credit, they did put forward a bill that has been significantly improved by the coalition. But then when we tried to discuss this issue in question time, a perfectly reasonable question was asked of the Housing Minister about whether the CFMEU's behaviour, the bullying, the thuggery and all of the associated stuff has pushed the costs of construction up. Very reasonable question. Now, the minister said, "Some experts believe CFMEU corruption and illegality has no impact on residential construction." So there's this back and forth for the next couple of days about, well, which experts? Tell us the experts. Tell us who made the quote. We'll look up the research. We'll interrogate it. But there was no furnishing of the experts. There was no furnishing of where this information comes from. Now, if you get up as a minister in this place and you say some experts and make a claim, you should be able to come back in and answer a question backing it up. I think that's standard. Now, the ALP, which was elected with the support of the CFMEU, has now, because they were so shocked, put forward a piece of legislation to put the CFMEU into administration. And I do give them credit for that. The bill has been significantly improved by the coalition, and there's a number of amendments that Senator Cash has been able to get Senator Watt to agree to, which improves the piece of legislation. But if the government's really serious about ending this thuggery and bullying in the CFMEU that are obviously pushing up the costs of construction. I mean, if you make it harder for business to do business, the costs go up. Blind Freddie sees that. And what the government could do is support the Leader of the Opposition's bills that were put to the House. One which would restore the Australian Building and Construction Commission, which the Albanese government scrapped in one of its first actions after the election, and a separate bill which will enhance integrity measures and combat criminality on our nation's building sites. I think that's really important. Really important. Now, as I said earlier, I give the government and the ALP a little bit of credit for at least being shocked and putting forward some legislation which is now going to be improved. But when Monsieur Renault and the ALP were sort of fake shocked, I was genuinely shocked earlier today when I saw the Greens defending the indefensible. I am shocked. I'm a naive first-termer. I was shocked that the Greens would come in here and say, there's nothing to see here, the CFMEU are fine, there's no bullying, there's no thuggery, and it looks like they're going to oppose the bill. We'll wait and see when the vote happens, but it just shows you where the Greens' priorities are. They're not interested. They're interested in talking about housing, but they're not interested in doing anything that would reduce the costs of construction, which flows on into the residential sector. Of course, the CFMEU's actions have increased the costs of construction, and of course that has led to increased costs in residential housing. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Parramatta.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, I know we live in a post-truth world, Deputy Speaker, but even by those standards, today's MPI is pretty extraordinary. Let's just review what's happened here. The Shadow Minister for Housing has called on a matter of public importance, and that matter of public importance is the impact of the CFMEU on housing costs in Australia. And he's come in here and he's delivered his speech on that impact. And he said the CFMEU is raising housing costs by 30%. That was the key fact. It's the fact that he used in his speech not once, not twice, but 6 times. Over and over he said it. He loved this fact so much. 30% is the amount that the CFMEU is increasing housing construction costs in Australia. Well, Deputy Speaker, I love a good fact. I've known to be partial to facts, so my ears pricked up and I thought, I wonder where this fact comes from. I wonder where the fact that the Shadow Housing Minister has built his entire speech on, his speech about his portfolio, I wonder where he drew that fact from. Because 30% is quite a big number. Now, if you think about housing construction costs, you've got 10 to 20% profit margins. Presumably the CFMEU isn't impacting the builders' profit margins. You've got materials costs of about 50%. Again, presumably the CFMEU isn't determining that. You've got labour costs of about 30%. Does he think they should be zero? Is that the margin? Deputy Speaker, there's no room in these costs for a 30% CFMEU premium. So I thought, where would he be getting this number from? Where is this fact? Where's the report that backs it up? Where's the evidence? This is a senior member of the opposition. This is somebody who isn't just going to come in here and spend his entire time talking about a fact that he has totally made up. Surely not. So I decided to do a bit of work myself, sitting here, using the parliamentary Wi-Fi, had a bit of a Google. Where does this 30% number come from? The only thing I could find was that it has been used by the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition also loves this number. He's used it 3 or 4 times. The CFMEU increases costs by 30%. In fact, once Deputy Speaker, he gave himself a little bump up and he said to 2GB, the CFMEU actually increased the cost of construction by 40%. Didn't source that one either. So then I thought, well, let's go to the ABS. The ABS is always going to give us some quality facts on this type of thing. And the ABS does show that housing construction costs in Australia have been going up. They've been going up quite markedly, but unfortunately not in the way that the Shadow Housing Minister would want us to believe. Deputy Speaker, this is the trajectory of housing construction costs according to the ABS over the last 3 years. Over the last year, housing construction costs have gone up 4.3%. Now that's a lot, but it's not as much as the previous year. It's less than the previous year, where housing construction costs went up 7.3%. That was the first year of the Albanese Labor government. But then I just did a bit of a scroll backwards to the previous year, the last year of the Liberal National government. What does the ABS say that housing construction costs increased by under their watch? Just to preview, ours was 4.3% this year, 7.3% last year. What was the increase in housing construction costs in the year to June 2022 under the Liberals and Nationals? 19.8%, Deputy Speaker. 5 times higher than this year's increase. So if it's the CFMEU causing increases in housing construction costs, it's the combination of the CFMEU and the Liberal National government, Deputy Speaker. Now, the ABS is also helpful on this question. They outline a few different areas about where housing construction costs have gone up. They talk about timber increasing 37% over a period of time, concrete and cement going up 16%. Nowhere do they mention or source the fact laid out by the Shadow Minister. And this is an important question, Deputy Speaker. If you're a serious political party, you come into this House on a serious question like housing costs in Australia, and you need to do 2 things. You need to be serious about the causes of that problem, and you need to propose real solutions. Those are the 2 tests for a serious political party. And what we saw from the Shadow Minister for Housing is he came into this House, he gave an MPI on his own topic, he made up a fact to describe the problem, which has very little relationship to the actual serious problem, and he proposed not a single thing to resolve it. This is not a serious political party, but it's a serious issue.
Time has expired. I'll give the call to member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Paul?
Yeah, go
sorry.
Paul.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to come after the member for Parramatta, who gave us a lecture on being serious. And my good friend quoted Monsieur Renault from Casablanca, a great movie. But I'd like to quote John McEnroe, another famous person, which is, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. To accept the premise as put by the member for Parramatta, Nick McKenzie wasted his time. There was nothing to report. Nothing to report. The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald wasted their time to put all of those stories on the front page. In fact, this entire bill that we saw come back down to this House was a waste of time because there's nothing to see here. The entire reason for the CFMEU existing is a waste of time. The fact that you go to all of the large construction projects throughout this country, and particularly in the state of Victoria, and they have tagged those projects like a teenager tags graffiti. They have put their flags, not the Australian flag, their flag. And they have put it because they are rubbing it in everyone's faces. They are rubbing it in your face, but that side of politics is denying it. And you cannot be serious. You cannot be serious. And there is nothing more serious than the cost of housing. Because next to the day-to-day costs that people are paying to hold themselves together, the topic of housing is a serious top first-order issue for dining tables throughout this country. And they are looking to this parliament to do better. So when we put this matter of public importance together, we do it very seriously because it is a serious topic. And when you address an issue, you can either address it based on a position of principle or from a position of power. And the test is if you change the characters, if you change the labels, what would you do? So I asked the member for Parramatta this question. It's not the CFMEU, it's the IPA, the Institute of Public Affairs. It's not John Setka, it's John Roscombe. So imagine a picture of John Roscombe with a tattoo around his neck that says, God forgives, the IPA doesn't. Imagine an institution that requires membership on big projects, that donates only to this side of politics, that demands extra staff with right of entry, that has a premium, and yes, it is a 30% premium, because again, the IPA or the CFMEU, they're not doing their job if they're not achieving that for their members. That's why they get elected. That's why they exist. And imagine in big construction projects, there was no ticket, no entry unless you're a member of the IPA. Imagine there was no right of entry unless you were a member of the IPA. Imagine the IPA had extra positions that could walk into any worksite and demand to see the books. And imagine, in return for legislation and removing a watchdog that had oversight of the IPA, this side of politics saw extra donations from them. And imagine we've seen this movie play out many times before, and a new government comes and says we must do something about the IPA's influence in big construction. So we create a watchdog. And that watchdog sees 1,661 contraventions over 91 cases. And then when the party that receives those donations comes back and removes that watchdog, and we say, oh, well, it's politicised. It's politicized. It's politicized. Politicized. And I'll take the interjection. I'll take the interjection. No convictions. 90% success rate. 90%. That's much higher than most public prosecutors. Much higher. Much higher rate. So again, we ask the question. You can't be serious. You can't be serious. And we saw that at all levels of government, from a political party that is intertwined with an organisation that's whole reason for existing is to extract a premium and lift prices. That's their whole purpose. So the speech by the member for Parramatta is a speech saying, well, bad luck, CFMEU, you failed. You achieved nothing in your entire period of existence. Nothing. Well, when you come to Victoria and you see that the cost of the North East Link in my electorate has gone from $10 billion to $26 billion, they have succeeded. They have succeeded at the expense of taxpayers. When you see that the suburban rail loop, again coming into my electorate, is projected over 30 years to cost $216 billion, they are doing very well, not for the people of Victoria, not for the people of Australia, but for themselves. This is about power, not principle. You can't be serious.
Member for Corwell.
Deputy Speaker, those opposite obviously can't stand on their own record on tackling housing supply because there is no record worthy of speaking to, nor was there ever a real plan for the future. And you'd be forgiven to think that they weren't governing for nearly a decade. And no wonder they can't formulate any policy that actually responds to issues, because they're always hiding behind an acronym or a boogeyman or false facts, as the member for Parramatta so eloquently revealed, rather than putting forward policy or a positive plan. Deputy Speaker, we're building, they're blocking. And if you want to know what that building looks like, the Albanese Labor government is bringing to the table real dollars, driving real change and building more homes for Australians like those in my electorate. Those homes in my electorate form part of an ambitious housing agenda which includes the delivery of 30,000 social and affordable homes through our Housing Australia Future Fund. That's shovels in the ground and roofs over more people's heads. And just one example of the Albanese Labor government's building of more homes in the creation is the creation of a blueprint for the long-term renewal of the Banksia Gardens neighbourhood in Broadmeadows, all part of the Albanese government's Social Housing Accelerator program, an investment of more than $80 million through the accelerator, delivering 120 new social homes for those who need them most. Built on vacant land facing Coleraine Street, the new homes will be modern, comfortable and energy efficient, located close to shops, transport, schools and services in the heart of Broadmeadows. The ground floor of the new housing development will include new facilities to support both future residents and those already who live on the Banksia Gardens estate. Deputy Speaker, I know people in my community are experiencing challenges finding a safe and secure place to call home. So these 120 new homes will make a significant difference to their lives and to those of their families. Also importantly, the construction of these new homes will create more than 700 local jobs. We know the concept of job creation, Deputy Speaker, is foreign to those opposite. The simple fact is that Australia has a housing shortage. We need to build more homes more quickly and in more parts of the country. And that's why the federal government has landed a once-in-a-generation accord with the states and territories with the ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. We know this is a challenge, and it would be the most homes we've built in Australia's history, but it's a challenge this government knows that we must meet and will meet. That's why we're making record investment to build new homes. That's a record, Deputy Speaker, of $32 billion. And another important fact is that there was more money in this last budget alone than in all the budgets combined under the former government. This plan means we're unlocking all parts of the housing system to build more homes, including providing national leadership, funding and incentives, and also, importantly, training more tradies, funding more apprenticeships and growing the workforce. Because we know that one of the key challenges is working to address constraints in the construction sector to boost the supply of housing right across the country, which is why we are also working to address skill shortages with record investment in additional fee-free TAFE places, with a further $90 million in this budget to support a further 20,000 apprenticeships in construction sector causes. The previous government's inaction did absolutely nothing to address this issue in a way that sees more roofs over people's heads. That's why people in my electorate know and understand the importance of a functioning government. They know that it is critical for government to intervene and put forward policies that reverse negative trends. So what do housing experts, Deputy Speaker, in the industry have to say about the Labor government's policies? I'll refer to Alex Waldron from the Master Builders Association, who said, and I quote, "Help to Buy is a sensible policy approach that looks at shifting housing affordability measures while not negatively impacting the investment market." And Brendan Quotes of the Grattan Institute says, and I quote, "The government's Help to Buy bill will establish a national shared equity scheme that would help level the playing field when it comes to accessing home ownership." In contrast, Deputy Speaker, reflecting on the Liberals' policy framework, independent economist Saul Aslake said, if enacted, I quote, "It would be one of the worst public policy decisions of the 21st century." The contrast between the Albanese Labor government's housing policy, Deputy Speaker, couldn't be clearer. The Labor government is one that builds. The opposition is a rabble that seeks to tear down.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't drink, Madam Deputy Speaker, but if I did drink, I reckon I wouldn't mind having a beer with the member for Hunter. But let's just shoot the breeze here a little bit. Now, I've been a carpenter. I finished my apprenticeship in 1990, I think it was. Now, let's just say I worked on a residential building site, and let's just say that the member for Hunter was a carpenter on a CFMEU building site. And let's just say we were having a drink on a Friday afternoon, and I said, "Old mate, what do you earn?" And he says, "Well, I earn over $200,000 a year. In fact, even the lollipop lady out the front, or the lollipop bloke out the front, is on $200,000 a year." Now, as a carpenter and joiner, working on a residential building site, if I was getting paid by the hour, I might be earning $40 or $50 an hour. And I'm going to be thinking, hang on a minute, that's not very fair. I'm going to go and see my boss on Monday morning and say, "Listen, old mate, old boss, I want some more money," because I know the member for Hunter, he's on a sideline, he's working on a CFMEU building site. Hypothetically, we're still in that pub environment. I'm not suggesting you are. But he's earning $200,000 a year. I want some of that action. And of course, the builder who's working on residential building sites, unlike the member for Parramatta who just said that residential builders are earning 10 to 20% profit margin, goes to show how absolutely little those members opposite know about economics, particularly in relation to the building industry. You want to know what builders are on a profit margin? Member for Parramatta is about to get a whole lot of emails from all of the builders in his electorate, because I can guarantee there wouldn't be one builder in this country on a 10 to 20% profit margin. Most builders are going backwards at a great rate of knots because they can't make any money in building. Why? Because, going back to my analogy, they are having to meet and pay wages to try and keep up with building sites. This is one of the reasons which is driving the costs of construction in this country, because we all know, and it really concerns me, that all of those members opposite in the government have come in here and tried to defend the CFMEU in this MPI, as though the bill that we're about to go back and debate shortly wasn't even being introduced. It's the bill that the government has introduced which is going to put the CFMEU into administration. And yet those members opposite who have been playing a protection racket for the CFMEU for decades. This is now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the 66th time I have spoken about criminal activity in the building industry in 8 years. And I can see those faces opposite who've constantly shaken their heads, said, no, that doesn't happen. Well, we now know the actions of the CFMEU. The member for Watson's had this come to Jesus moment. He's seen the light, he's looked up and he said, OK, yeah, look, I'm surprised. I didn't know it was this bad. The Prime Minister has said the same thing. Now, I would have thought that the member for Watson, in his previous role, when he was the Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations, when he was the Minister for Industrial Relations, would have kept an eye on court judgments. The same sort of court judgments that have repeatedly, time and time again, handed down some $20 million in fines over the last 2 decades. Now, for those members opposite to say, we had no idea. We had no idea. Now, if you're not involved in a particular portfolio, fair enough. But for the member for Watson, who's been the Minister for Industrial Relations, or in that shadow, for several years not to have been aware of these federal court judgments where judge after judge has said that this behaviour is intolerable. The CFMEU are treating fines as the cost of doing business, and they just think that they are above the law. Well, finally, those members opposite have finally woken up.
And I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I begin by thanking the member for Parramatta for exposing the absurdity of the Coalition's claim of a 30% increase in cost of housing caused by the CFMEU. And what exposing that claim highlights is the desperation of those opposite to try and link the two together in a political attempt to somehow smear the Albanese Labor government. Madam Deputy Speaker, no government has invested more money into the Australian housing than has the Albanese Labor government. But the reality is that it will take more than money. It will also take time to fix the mess left after 9 years of the coalition government in office. In 2007, when the last coalition government left office under the Howard government, home ownership rates in this country were 70%. By the time the last coalition government left office, they were down to the mid-60s. As mentioned earlier, it was the lowest number of homes owned in this country in history, and that's under 9 years of their watch. We then have all of the bills brought into this place by this government delayed as much as possible by those opposite in order to deliberately stop the production of new houses in this country. And then they come in here and try to blame the Albanese Labor government for the housing crisis of today. Housing prices and rental prices are directly linked to supply and demand, and this government has been trying to increase supply from the day it was elected. In fact, the reality is that the housing numbers not only fell markedly under their watch, but if you want to improve the issue, then you have to go to the key issues that ensure that more homes are built. Land availability, infrastructure, availability of building materials, skills and trades, and access to finance. And let me, in the very brief time that I have, talk about each one of those. Land availability means that you have to work with the states, and this government is doing that with the $1.5 billion housing support program, with the $1 billion National Housing Infrastructure Fund and the National Housing Accord, all aimed at ensuring that there's land available, that there's the necessary infrastructure to that land, and ensuring that, where possible, even Commonwealth land is made available for new homes. It's all about doing the preparation work that is absolutely needed. We then go to the availability of building materials. And can I say, Deputy Speaker, this one has to be one of the ones that is most laughable when it comes to claims from the other side. We currently have, before this House, the Future Made in Australia policy, which is all about rebuilding Australian manufacturing so that the very materials we need do not have to come in from overseas. And what are those opposite doing? They are trying to block that legislation every step of the way. Well, the fact is it will ultimately get through, I believe, and it will ultimately make a difference to ensuring that we have the building materials that we need. If you look at skills, again, when the last coalition government left office, there was tens of thousands of apprentices lower in numbers than what we had when they came to office. We had an apprenticeship shortage in this country because they failed to fund it. And again, we are putting $88 million for 20,000 fee-free TAFE spots, including pre-apprenticeship programs for the building sector and so on. Now, again, we're investing in trying to rebuild those skills whilst those opposite, again, continue to oppose. And then you come to the access to finance. We've got a build-to-rent scheme. We've got a help-to-buy scheme. And we've increased rents by 15% the previous year and 10% last year, and we have the home guarantee scheme. Each one of those proposals, again, was opposed by those opposite. So every time the Albanese Labor government attempts to fix the very crisis that they come into the chamber and talk about, they stand in the way, either by obstructing it or at the very least delaying it. Mr Speaker, The truth of the matter is that the Albanese Labor government has invested $32 billion into housing. It's the biggest investment ever I can recall on any single project in my time in this parliament. We have an ambitious plan of 1.2 million new homes by the end of the decade, and we have a plan to build 30,000 social and affordable homes. What is the plan of those opposite? We don't have one other than to raid the superannuation fund of members, leaving them with nothing when they retire.
The time for the discussion has concluded. Give the call to the member for Moreton.
The committee.
Yes, I've given you the call.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report number 6 of 2024 Department of Defence Submarine Rotational Force, West, Priority Works, HMAS Stirling, Western Australia and other works, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report at my own peril.
Is leave granted? The member for Page. Leave is granted. The member for Page is granted leave. The member for Moreton with a short statement.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 6th report for 2024. Considers 3 proposals referred to the committee. First, from Department of Defence to upgrade infrastructure at HMAS Stirling to support the Submarine Rotational Force West. Second, the proposed fit-out of new Commonwealth Parliament offices in Adelaide. Third, the Reserve Bank of Australia to construct a temporary storage and logistics facility while their head office in Martin Place is being refurbished. In total, these works have a combined value of a little over $800 million. The first proposal accounts for most of that total. Defence is seeking to spend $738 million in the upgrade of facilities at HMAS Stirling, located 60 kilometres south of Perth in the city of Rockingham. From 2027, the facilities will be home to the Submarine Rotational Force West, a rotational presence of American and British nuclear-powered submarines as part of the AUKUS agreement. The Public Works project will deliver new and upgraded facilities and infrastructure for the required operational and maintenance functions. The committee has previously approved smaller works relating to living and accommodation and training facilities. Another set of projects related to engineering and infrastructure works was exempted from committee scrutiny in May of this year on the grounds of urgency. During its inquiry, the committee heard concerns about the proposed works from community organisations, local government representatives, members of the local community, some of them much closer than others. Some of these concerns, for example, those relating to the AUKUS agreement and the utility of nuclear-powered submarines for Australia, fall outside the scope of Public Works Committee inquiries. Other concerns related to nuclear safety and environmental impacts, some of these should be addressed during separate approval processes by the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency and under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. The committee also heard about the impact that the proposed works will have on local infrastructure, such as transport and housing, which are both already stressed. The committee urges Defence to continue to provide extensive and genuine consultation opportunities on all issues of concern raised by the community. Defence should also continue this consultation during the construction phase and be prepared to adapt its approach to address community concerns. The second proposal, the new CPO in Adelaide, a $37 million project will deliver fit-for-purpose, safe and secure accommodation for ministers, parliamentarians and their staff, as well as for facilities and administrative support staff. The new offices will be larger and better equipped to handle surge capacity than the ageing facilities currently located on King William Street in Adelaide. Given the need to ensure the physical safety of Australia's parliamentarians, the committee was somewhat surprised that the Australian Federal Police were not involved in the design stage of the proposed works. The committee recommends, in this changed world that we live in, that the AFP be involved in the design process of this fit-out and at any early stage in subsequent CPO fit-outs. The committee acknowledges the selected option represents value for money and appreciates the future-proof design of the fit-out. The third proposal, request from the Reserve Bank that I know you've all come to hear about, is to approve the construction of a temporary storage and logistics facility at a leased site. Refurbishments to the head offices in Martin Place were approved in 2020, but have been complicated by the significant amounts of asbestos embedded in the structure, only discovered last year. This temporary facility, costed at $35 million, will enable the Reserve Bank to meet operation and strategic requirements off-site while the expanded scope of the refurbishment takes place. The committee notes that this additional cost adds to the considerable total created by the decision to proceed with refurbishment of the bank's iconic head office at Martin Place. The committee would like to extend its thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries, and for each project the committee recommends that it is expedient that proposed works be carried out Speaker, I commend the report to the House and thank you for your interest.
The member for Henkler is seeking the call.
I seek leave to make a contribution as Deputy Chair, and I certainly won't delay the House.
Is leave granted?
I'd heard about it.
The Treasurer,
leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member
thank you very much. I wasn't
Henkler
expecting the audience, Mr Speaker. I'll confine my remarks so we can hear from former Minister O'Connor. It's simply around the HMAS Sterling provisions for AUKUS. Obviously, this is bipartisan support, but I would put on the record some concerns about elements that were produced by witnesses at the public hearing in recent weeks, where claims were made about particular Senate committee comments about intermediate waste being stored at HMAS Sterling. Clearly, they were misinformed. We were fortunate enough to be able to track down the Hansard. The exact words, or close enough from the witness, was when questioned about intermediate waste being stored in the location by a particular senator, the answer was that is exactly not what I said, so there will be no intermediate waste. But we do need to ensure that this debate, and people are entitled to put forward their views, is based on facts, not things that are selected from particular committee hearings and others. And thanks to the Deputy Chair for reading quite so quickly. I look forward to former Minister O'Connor's contribution.
Give the call to the honourable member for Barton.
On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, this is not my valedictory. And Audit, I wish to make a statement concerning the committee's decision on the appointment of the Auditor General. Mr Speaker, I rise in my capacity as Chair of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit to make a statement on the appointment of the new Auditor General. The JCPAA, I didn't hear that, has a responsibility under the Public Accounts and Audit Committee Act 1951 to approve or reject a proposed recommendation for this appointment. The outcome of this significant statutory duty of the committee is also required to be reported to the Parliament under the Committees Act. As an independent officer of the Parliament, the Auditor General is responsible for ensuring accountability and transparency in the delivery of government programs and services, and thus has one of the most important statutory roles in this country. I am pleased to advise the House that the committee has unanimously endorsed the appointment of Dr Carolee McLeish, PSM, to this position. She is extremely well qualified, and I won't go through all those qualifications. I'll leave those on the record. The committee's view is that Dr McLeish's extensive qualifications and strong track record on senior leadership in government made her eminently qualified to lead the Australian National Audit Office for the next decade. I take this opportunity to thank the committee and also recognise the significant contribution of the previous Auditor General, Mr Grant Hare, who served in the capacity with distinction from 2015. Mr Hare showed unwavering commitment to his role and to holding up public administration and the executive government, holding the executive government to account. Can I finish up by saying the committee also acknowledges the significant contribution of the Deputy Auditor General, Ms Rona Mello, PSM, who has done an outstanding job as the Acting Commissioner. A strong working relationship with the Australian National Audit Office is critical to this committee's performing its functions and fulfilling its own statutory roles. We in the JCPAA look forward to developing this relationship with Dr McLeish in the coming months. I ask leave of the House to present a copy of my statement. Is leave granted?
It's granted. Leave is granted.
I present a copy of my statement. I'll drop it down there in a little while.
Thank you, Member Barton. And on indulgence, I give the call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Can I first start by my long understanding of the importance of parliamentary committee reports. No one's more important than this place, of course, and it is true that I've been elected on 8 occasions to this magnificent place since 2001, and I wish to place on record my heartfelt appreciation to the electors of Gorton for their constant and abiding support for so many years. Melbourne's west and northwest have witnessed the fastest population growth of any part of Australia over the last 2 decades, growing by 3 electorates, Gorton, Fraser and Hawke, in that time. But so much has changed since I was elected in 2001. As I sought to gain sufficient local support to be pre-selected as the Labor candidate for that election, an historic, shocking and tragic assault on the World Trade Centre in New York seared into our memory, and everything as we knew it changed. It precipitated 2 invasions, the first of Afghanistan to displace the Taliban regime and supported by the UN, and the second of Iraq, which was not UN sanctioned, motivated by what later was determined to be a falsehood, namely to dispossess the country of weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist. And while we no doubt will continue to argue about the rights and wrongs of post-September 11 actions, there was no doubt that the world had changed utterly. The rise of non-state threats, of heightened security, of challenges to individual freedoms and of growing community anxiety were hallmarks of those years and continue to this day. In those early years, I recall chairing a caucus committee, this is my first year of Parliament, and attempting to manage debates on the ASIO bills that were involving former senior Hawke and Keating cabinet ministers, which I have to say was a little daunting, Speaker. But these debates dominated my first term, and while there were plenty of politics at play here, with a wily John Howard seeking to wedge the Labor opposition, the competing interests of personal freedom and national security were real, and efforts to find the right calibration difficult. These were my early memories of how the world had changed irretrievably, and the responsibility of government and of this place to keep Australians safe without unjustifiably encroaching on the rights of our citizens was paramount. Before entering Parliament, national security was not my first concern, but that of economic and employment security. And I advocated on behalf of low-paid workers, and so upon election I was keen to ensure progress was made on these matters so important to so many Australian working families. The Howard government, however, was intent on removing protections and weakening the capacity of workers to bargain, and after securing the majority of both houses in 2004, it set about radically altering the industrial relations landscape with the introduction of work choices legislation. This threat to Australian workers was an opportunity for the Labor opposition, and I had the good fortune of chairing Labor's Work Choices Task Force, accompanied by Chris Hayes, who was then, of course, in this place, as we travelled across the country with other members and senators, listening to the stories of victims of work choices and doing our very best to make sure we sent that message out across the country. It was here that I appreciated the reach of radio and regional television to get a message out, and most of my efforts were making sure that I got a tax on the government up on hourly bulletins on radio stations large and small for about 18 months. After my first years, therefore, were dominated by national security, I considered this a more conventional contest between Labor and the coalition about the economic employment security of the Australian people. And the election of the Rudd Labor government was firstly a remarkable effort and an absolute significant moment in our history, and was due mostly to a disciplined opposition, a well-executed campaign by Kevin, and an old-tired government out of ideas whose industrial relations laws had for once not been civilised by the Crossbench Senate, given the government's majority. The laws were so severe they saw a Prime Minister not only lose the election but lose his seat for the second time only since Federation. If the first 6 years as an MP taught me anything, it was that if a party was to govern, it needed to focus on economic security and national security. It's why later on, after holding security portfolios, I was very much involved in the debate with others to change the national platform and policies to make sure that we had strong, balanced and fair but strong border protection policies to ensure that the Labor Party maintained itself as an electable government party. I also began to fully appreciate at that time the extraordinary breadth of matters considered by federal members. I mean, what other job or formal role compels you to consider, to debate, to decide, and in many cases to implement so many matters that are so diverse that are in the public interest? This is underlined, for me at least, as a minister in many portfolios where I introduced anti-dumping measures to stop the decimation of our steel industry, introduced the first working with children legislation for the Commonwealth jurisdiction, enacted the first criminal sanctions to protect children from online grooming and procuring online, ended the decade of obstruction by states and territories to create, finally, an adult gaming classification for gamers, which was just as well, given today there are 17 million Australians that define themselves as gamers and the average age is 34. I can recall being involved in decisions of the National Security Committee and in being involved in the deployment of Australian Federal Police as Home Affairs Minister to Afghanistan to train Afghan National Police, to build civilian capability, and I visited them in Tarankot. Reformed employment services to help the most disadvantaged job seekers, appointed the first Federal Small Business Commissioner and was associated with the introduction by the then Treasurer to introduce instant asset tax write-off, which was so critical for small businesses. Opened many social and community housing projects, giving people in need a home. Unbelievably diverse work that I've had the great fortune to be involved in, supported by dedicated ministerial staff, diligent public servants, security agency personnel, and most often the continuation of the work of other ministers or shadow ministers working in these portfolios before me. And that is why ultimately politics is a team game. You can have your individual moments of recognition. You can be the name of a reform or on a plaque on a building somewhere, but you're mostly adding, hopefully improving, something that came before you. Obviously, the election of new governments bring about real changes. And I agree with Keating when he said, when you change the government, you change the country. But there are more often times when your work as a shadow minister benefits your successor no less than your policy success has benefited from the work of your predecessor. And I'm proud of the policy work I undertook in opposition, in industrial relations, in industry and defence, as I'm thankful to be influenced by the work of others that came before me in my ministerial portfolios. Well, Labor ones, that is. Politics is a team game. Our ministry and our caucus is replete with talent and enriches our policy breadth and depth that no one MP or minor party could ever replicate. Politics is competitive even within one party, but to be sure it requires collegiality, and you're marked down if you don't work together, and rightly so. More than that, of the things I'm most proud that's directly attributable to me, my prouder moments are being part of the signature policies of Labor governments. Now, Speaker, I see the decline in support for major parties, therefore, as concerning, as a talented, well-functioning government party is not only important for this parliament to work properly, but for the country to be well led. Independents and minor political parties can play an important part in contributing to our democracy or holding governments to account. But it cannot be said that they can provide sufficient stability, particularly at a time of societal discord or civil unrest. This nation is best served with an elected government formed by a coherent and unified political party, and that is exactly what we have in the Albanese Labor government. In my 23 years, I have to say the divisions and community anxiety is as high as I've seen them. And I don't believe this is an Australian phenomenon, but rather a global one. Since 2001, non-state threats have risen and our region is less stable and more contestable. Democracies are under more challenge and autocracies are emboldened. To respond to the regional challenges, we are reconfiguring and relocating our defence assets under the Defence Strategic Review and strengthening our partnerships and our alliances. To mitigate other risks, we need to have a greater focus on domestic policies, not just the capability of our security agencies, but other policies that seek to include, not exclude, seek to unite, not divide. As Home Affairs Minister, I was constantly briefed by the AFP and other agencies on the approach needed to reduce radicalisation and homegrown threats, reaching out and building bridges with community leaders. This was what was put to me by those agencies. And after all these years, I believe an even broader approach is required. Tolerance towards communities, whatever their race or faith, should be the responsibility of everyone in this place. Not just tolerance, but support and engagement. We are arguably the most successful multicultural country in the world, enriched by diversity, whether that is language, music, art or food. I can walk a kilometre from my home in Melbourne and choose to eat in a dozen restaurants with different cuisines. We are lucky to live in this country. Now, as a migrant of Irish descent, I'm immensely proud of my ancestry, but as you might have noticed. But I have an abiding affiliation to this country I love. We should embrace our diversity and all who call Australia home. And as important as this, we all have a responsibility to pledge a fealty to our Australian family. There is a reciprocal obligation. On a continent that is home to the oldest continuous culture on earth for more than 60,000 years, everyone since, or their recent antecedents, have migrated here in a mere 250 years. And that is part of my personal story that I share with millions of Australians. I was 6 when I came to Australia when the population was 12 million. My parents were hard-working and looking for a better life for themselves, but mostly their children. Our first home was half a Nissen hut at Holmesglen Migrant Hostel, which just so happens now is the location of Holmesglen TAFE, which was the first visit I had as Skills Minister with the Prime Minister 2 years ago. Back then, there were no ablutions in the place we lived. We had common dining halls, shared bathrooms, but located within touching distance of opportunity. And however well my journey from migrant to Immigration Minister reflects well on me, it says more about this country. Few countries are so generous to first-generation migrants. This country is at its best, as the PM might say, when it doesn't leave anyone behind and it doesn't hold anyone back. And to be sure, this egalitarian trait is forever tested and challenged, and if we are to truly live up to our promise, it needs to be cultivated and protected. Affording opportunity strengthens resilience and cohesion. While I once considered Labor policies such as fair industrial relations laws, universal health care, universal superannuation, equitable access to education and training as essential for individual economic security, I increasingly consider these matters as also part of our national security and our societal well-being. Not just good policies that stand on their own, but an antidote to extremism and division. You see the rising power of neo-fascism in Western Europe, whose win in France was only just averted. We need only turn our eyes to our friend and ally, the United States, to see the division and polarisation ever increasing. And at the heart of this political malaise, not the only cause but the predominant one in my view, is its growing inequality, the assault upon well-paid and secure work, the hollowing out of the middle class, and the shift of its wealth to the top 1% over nearly 50 years has had a catastrophic consequence. And I hope our American friends will find a way to heal and come together, which is so important. And I'm also aware that we're not immune to these threats, and we must be vigilant to avoid going down that treacherous path. Speaker, I have a lot of people to acknowledge and thank, and the list just keeps getting longer the longer I've stayed here, I have to tell you. I'm going to try and do this quickly, but may I thank all the hard-working public servants. I've worked across portfolios, without which the work I did could not have happened. Can I thank the parliamentary staff, the cleaners, the security personnel, the parliamentary attendants, the tech staff, the library researchers, the Comcar drivers for their support over the many years. My current staff, starting with the incomparable Julia Leggetti, who's up in the gallery there, can't believe you were crazy enough to come back and work for me after the first time. Not only an excellent advisor, but a great supporter of not only my staff, but many ministerial staff across government. Thanks. To my remarkably dedicated, intelligent and decent crew, Nick Green, Justine Everson, Aaron Smith, Simon Kent, Matt Ryan, Kylie Jensen, Anne Claven, Gus Viola, Baroni Speed, Ben Ansell, Matty Childs and Khalil Al-Samad. A special shout out to Alison Thumer for working as my executive for every day since I served as a minister since 2008 and making my life easier. Logistics are everything in this job. Thanks, Al. To my excellent chiefs of staff, former chiefs of staff, the remarkable Yvette Nash, our very much missed and friend, the unforgettable, inspirational Peter Murphy, Julian Sidebottom and Glenn Atwell, thank you. To others who contributed in such important ways, Campbell Giles, Talis Richmond, Steve Wetnall, Catherine McMullen, Jane Stenson, Melissa Arch, Christian Tobenschlock, Shane Benetti, Isaac Trianon, Dylan Steed, Christine Tyrrell and Elise Murphy. To my magnificent electorate staff who have so often represented me in my absence, including Colin Robinson, Julie Wintle, Sean Payne, Dimitri Sergis, Robin Bosnowski, Stacey Newen, Adiam Sengay, Joe McMillan, Carol McKenzie, Nicole Camilleri, Alice Ryan, Catherine Campbell, Phil Clark, Nathan and Shristri Barley. I have been here for 23 years, so that's why there's a lot of staff. They tend to stay with me though, it's been that long. To my parliamentary colleagues over the many years, name them. If I name one, I have to name all. So, for this term, but for all 8 terms, it's been a pleasure. To the electors of Gorton, to the Labor movement, and I see Michelle Upneal up there representing the ACTU and others, to the great Australian Labor Party that allowed me to serve here, I can't thank you enough. I just might get a drink. Can I thank my entire O'Connor clan for their help over all the years. I'll also be very indebted to the Camilleri family for looking after Una as one of their own in the early years when I was away so often. Thank you. In my first speech, I thanked quite a few and I thank them again, but can I repeat my acknowledgement of the vital role that Jodie Dack played in my career and my life. We are volunteers, but family are conscripts, and Jodie was my partner in crime for many years, of which I'm so grateful. My life has been different and sometimes challenging as a sole parent over the last 6 years, and I want to thank Stacey McGregor for her love and support in recent years. A city polly and a country equine vet is not the most conventional matchup, but it absolutely works. You have brought personal happiness to my life again. I thank you, and I look forward to us spending more time together. To my daughter, Una, you've been remarkably strong and resilient, and your mum would be immensely proud, as am I. I sometimes couldn't work out who was looking after who, Speaker. I guess we were looking after each other. Without your acceptance of my role here, I would have left this place a long time ago. I definitely see more. We'll see more school drop-offs and pick-ups ahead and fun times during school holidays. If I may, Speaker, I might finish on my reflections of this place and this government since the election. I'm aware I've painted a picture of changes that aren't particularly rosy, about unrest and division, but there are some very clear positive changes that have happened. When I look across this chamber, the composition today more closely resembles the Australian society compared with when I first arrived. Firstly, and most noticeably I think, there's appreciably more women, which is, I think, mostly owing to the transformation of the Labor caucus, which now has a majority of women in it. This has been supplemented recently, I should also note, by the rise of crossbench independent women, mainly replacing Liberal men. This significant change makes this a better place. And equally, more First Nations MPs and the growing diversity of ethnicity and faith presents more accurately the face of modern Australia, and that is also better and healthier. Finally, I hope you don't mind, I wanted to just briefly touch on the skills portfolio. Because I have had more complex and I've had more controversial portfolios than that of skills and training, portfolios with higher profiles, let's say, and day-to-day challenges, but I have loved every minute of the skills portfolio. As I said publicly recently, the Prime Minister showed the foresight in providing this tertiary sector, which pretty much supplies half the skills to the labour market, a standalone minister with resources and authority to elevate it nationally in a way that has not happened before, especially given the skill shortages we were inherited. And Speaker, it was a very good call. In that time, we created Jobs and Skills Australia with 10 tripartite industry skills councils, struck a 5-year $30 billion national skills agreement with states and territories for the first time in over a decade. And of course, we have now 500,000 Australians who've enrolled in fee-free TAFE in less than 2 years. We've put TAFE back at the centre of the vet sector, empowered the regulator to clean out dodgy providers, opened access to literacy and numeracy education for all adults, and provided more support for apprentices. And there is a response to the review of the apprenticeship support that has to be undertaken by the government, which I'll be watching with great anticipation. The Commonwealth has for too long acted more like a funding body in this area, in the vet sector, rather than a strategic co-leader. And the reason why it's so important we change that, because the goal of this portfolio is very much the means by which we achieve other national goals. If we're to build 1.2 million homes, have a future made in Australia, transition to renewables and achieve net zero emissions by 2050, we need our education and training sectors, schools, TAFEs and unis, to lift. So I wish my successor well and all the very best in working in this very critical portfolio. And while we have so much work to do, this government, functioning as a coherent, cohesive and considered team, appreciate the connections and collaboration required across government to build capability and resilience needed in these challenging times. I have served in 3 governments and sat in opposition engaged with 4 more, and I consider this government the most experienced and united. It will continue, I have no doubt, to be fiscally responsible, to be focused on the things that matter to the Australian people, like tackling cost of living pressures, and will do what Labor governments do best, which is build our capability by bringing people together, improving opportunities for all, not just some, and working to ensure that this nation lives up to its great promise of being a strong and richly diverse, harmonious Australia of which we can all be proud. Speaker, just 2 final tips. First, this chamber is a place of contest and debate, and of course it gets willful at times, and that's fine. Parliament did replace the battlefield to resolve disputes after all. But the more often common humanity can transcend partisanship, it might bore the media outlets, but the public will mark us up. And finally, it is a great, great privilege to sit in this place. So take your role very seriously while not taking yourself too seriously. Thank you very much.
And on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Speaker, when our new ministry met for the first time on the 29th of July 2024, it was the first time that any Labor ministry had sat since 2006 that didn't include Brendan O'Connor. You couldn't ask for a better colleague than the member for Gorton, and you certainly wouldn't find a more decent human being. I met Brendan O'Connor a very long time ago, going back to, I think, probably the 1986 Australian Young Labor Conference held in Sydney. We were at primary school at that time, obviously. And so, for a lot of our life, we have been on the journey together, and I have been privileged to share that journey with someone who has integrity, who has the respect of everyone across this parliament, but most importantly as well for a political party that can often be quite fierce in our internal battles, and I think Brendan is right to point towards the extraordinary unity that characterises this, not just government, but this caucus. Brendan has retired without, I think, making any enemies. And that is pretty extraordinary for someone who has been in this place. As Minister for Skills and Training, he of course was instrumental in setting up Jobs and Skills Australia, doing in a really modest way the first skills agreement that has been done in Australia for more than a decade. He got it done without premiers or chief ministers ringing me, without there being argy-bargy. Didn't go through National Cabinet. He just got it done by dealing with people in the honest and frank and clear way that has characterised his performance in political life. His reforms to TAFE and training have changed the perception of TAFE. The truth is that for some period of time, the Commonwealth governments have said that TAFE is just about states and territories. There's no role for the Commonwealth. He has put it front and centre of the skills and training agenda of our national government. And the fact that over 500,000 Australians have participated and benefited from fee-free TAFE, importantly in areas of skills shortage, has not only helped them, it's helped our national economy and productivity as well. He's given these Australians new skills and self-confidence to find a new job, to embark on a new career. And I've been to so many TAFEs with Brendan where we've met people who are either just starting off, having left school, or they're getting retraining in a new job as the economy has changed. That's just one example of the member for Gorton changing lives for the better. Now, on a personal note as well, the many of us who count the member for Gorton as a friend know how difficult it was for him to continue his work in politics following the very sad passing of his beloved wife and Una's beautiful mum Jodie back in 2018. And no one would have thought less of him if he had chosen to walk away at that time. So my thanks go not just to Brendan but to Una and to the broader family as well for letting us have him for another 6 years, and Brendan being an important part of the return of Labor to government in 2022. Our party and our nation are better because of the contribution of Brendan O'Connor as a member for Gorton, but also as a minister in the Rudd and Gillard governments, as well as the government that I'm proud to lead. He deserves every happiness and success in the future, and he will depart this place at some time between now and, if we choose not to have a half-Senate election, which would mean we can go till September next year, at some stage, we will wish him every success in the future, because he certainly deserves that. Well done, mate.
Do you want to speak on this?
Thanks, mate. I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, Administration Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Fisher in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before I go back to my comments on the bill, I would like to just extend my best wishes to the member for Gorton. 26 years service in this place, 8 terms is a great. It's a tremendous opportunity and service of his country, and I wish him well, and I look forward to working with him on the Defence Subcommittee for the life of this parliament. But back to the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased that the member for Watson is still here, and I wish the Prime Minister and Senator Watt was still here, because they'd be able to listen to my remarks. And the member for Watson was the Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations, I think virtually the whole time I've been in this place until the Labor Party won government in 2022. And he then served as the Minister for Industrial Relations. So when he came out and expressed some form of incredulity that he just had no idea about the recidivism and the conduct, the criminal conduct that had taken over the CFMEU. We had no idea, they said. We had no idea it was this bad. And yet, the member for Watson, as the Shadow and as the Minister for Industrial Relations, would have no doubt read judgment after judgment after judgment of the federal court. And if he didn't read them personally, I've got no doubt that he would have had many advisers that would have briefed him on those judgments. Over 2 decades, judges of the federal court have been talking about the illegal conduct that has infiltrated the CFMEU. So I ask this question: how could it be that senior members, how could it be that any members of the Labor Party could have had no idea about this problem? Of course they knew. They just chose to turn a blind eye. Why did they do that? Why did they choose to turn a blind eye? Well, the fact that the Labor Party's received donations in the order of $6.2 million since the current Prime Minister has been the leader of the Labor Party, That might have something to do with it. It might have something to do with it. And I take that interjection from the member for Solomon. I take the interjection because, as I said earlier in another speech, I've spoken about this very thing 65 times in 8 years. 65 times. I've watched the now Leader of the Opposition talk about the criminal element that he was exposed to with the CFMEU and the lawlessness in the CFMEU when he was the Home Affairs Minister. And yet those members opposite pretend like it never, ever happened. Well, if you don't believe me, if you don't believe the Leader of the Opposition, let's just have a look at some of the cases that have been handed down in relation to the CFMEU. Now, I know the member for Watson was an ardent critic of the ABCC. The Labor Party, when they were last in government, got rid of the ABCC. And when they came back into government again in 2022, they got rid of it again after we'd put it back in place. And, you know, to sit here during the MPI and listen to the members of the government to defend the actions of the CFMEU just beggars belief. I mean, if they want to defend the actions of the CFMEU, why are we having this administration bill? They've learnt nothing, because we know to their very core that Labor will always support the CFMEU. But let's go back to the ABCC. Now, I know the member for Watson has been very critical, and the member for Watson should know, full disclosure, I'm a good friend. I'm not a good friend. I know, I went to school with him, who was the previous commissioner of the ABCC, Stephen McBurney. Stephen McBurney is quoted as having said that the CFMEU made up $15.8 million, or 90% of the total penalties that were handed down by the ABCC. Now, the Fair Work Ombudsman said on Thursday that since December 2022, it had secured additional penalties of more than $3.5 million in cases picked up from the ABCC, the large majority of which were against the CFMEU or its officials. And we've heard and heard over the 8 years I've been in this place, the member for Watson and all those members opposite talking about how ineffectual the ABCC was, that it was picking up people for wearing stickers on their helmets or flying flags. Well, that doesn't equate with the facts, where the federal court has handed down $15.8 million in fines to the CFMEU and its officials. Now, are those members opposite kidding themselves, thinking that the federal court fined CFMEU officials and the CFMEU $15.8 million because they wore stickers on their helmets or because they flew flags? No. No. What we have seen as a result of the expose of 9 is just a slither of the criminal conduct that is going on building sites in every state and territory of this country. When John Howard became Prime Minister, he abolished the concept of no ticket, no start. He believed in the importance of freedom of association and enshrined that in legislation. And yet that is one of a constant breach that CFMEU officials continue to make. And then, of course, there's the third line forcing. There's the practice of bullying, and not just sort of giving someone a bit of a hard time, but getting in people's faces. and abusing them with the worst vile language. Those members opposite talk about the importance of a respectful workplace, and when we were in government, those members opposite drove a campaign against the Morrison government about having a problem with women and ensuring a safe workplace. All the while, men and women of this country turning up onto building sites and are being abused. The worst kind of vile abuse in people's faces. Shocking language being used. People being forced off sites. Mum and dad businesses being locked out, not just of a particular site, but being locked out of all sites that are controlled by the CFMEU. It's that sort of illegal conduct that has been identified in this recent expose. It's that sort of conduct that the courts have been talking about for 2 decades, and yet still those members opposite had no idea, apparently. It came as a shock. And the Greens come in here today and talk about their support for the CFMEU. So whilst the Labor Party has finally been dragged to this position of bringing in this administration bill, the first iteration of which was fundamentally flawed, and kudos to Senator Cash for standing her ground and forcing not 1, not 5, not 10, not 15, but 20 sensible amendments to that bill. But the Greens come in here today still supporting the CFMEU. After everything that we have talked about, all of the bullying and harassment and illegal conduct, and yet they still come in here. Now, we know that the Labor Party's received $6.2 million since the Prime Minister has been the leader of the Labor Party in donations from the CFMEU. How much have the Greens received? How much have the Greens received? I have not received a cent from the CFMEU, I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much.
The member's time has expired. The Minister.
I think we've now reached the peak of the peak of debate. I'll move the question be put.
The question before the House is that the question be put immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Bills for 4 minutes.
Do you want to be better prepared before doing that? 175,000 to the Liberals.
Not a cent.
175,000.
Not a cent. So you still support them? No, I don't.
Actually, no one needs to make a sound.
You took 175,000 in 2022. Well, all this
I'm not in the Liberal
around.
Party.
Don't come in here and
I'm not in the Liberal Party.
Where's zero?
What party do I belong to, Sunshine?
175 grand. 175 grand.
I'm not in the Liberal Party.
175 grand.
How much do you guys get?
Zero. 175 grand to you guys. I wouldn't leave with your chin on this one. Do your research.
What year was that?
2022. Well, all this was swirling around. You might want to think. Did you know that? Do your research.
I didn't get a dollar.
You might want to do your research.
Somehow I don't trust you. Somehow I don't trust you. For some reason I don't trust you.
Andrew,
What are they afraid of? Who's afraid of? Who's afraid of what? I think you're afraid of. Yeah. Here's me, I want to talk about tattoos. Is it God forgive when you? I think it was the amount of freedom of speech which is expired at 17. I said we can't have any. I wanted to say, right? I can't imagine there's no I'm impressed by it.
Steve, stay there. Steve. Stay.
To be fair, here are your donations. Good. Happy Ramadan. Good.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 76, noes 70. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Reminder, it's a 1 minute division. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be now read a second time. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. If members can resume their seats or leave the chamber as quickly as possible, I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches, and in relation to actions under the scheme.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
On the sheet further revised on 20 August 2024 as circulated in my name.
Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, the CFMEU, I seek leave to move the amendment as circulated in my name together. I move the amendment as circulated in my name together. The CFMEU has forfeited the right to clean itself up. As I've already said today, I'm convinced that the Administrator is the appropriate short-term response to purge this union of unscrupulous actors and misconduct. Under the process, the Administrator will be granted powers to declare offices within the union vacant. But as we've seen time and time again, these actors find a way of getting back into this union. That is why I'm moving an amendment that provides an extra layer of security on any appointments made by the independent Administrator. Under this amendment, appointments of officers will first require the demonstration of fit and proper purpose and status, as defined already within Section 255 of the existing Fair Work Registered Organisations Act. I acknowledge that the government has listened to my concerns and has moved an amendment that is of some similar substance. The amendment agreed to in the Senate would prevent those already removed from office by the Administrator. They would ensure that those people removed would be ineligible for office indefinitely unless they can demonstrate fit and proper status. I agree with this, but I believe it only goes halfway. We know that this issue has had we've had serious issues in relation to members appointed to this union, and I want to see assurances from the get-go that people ascending to offices within this union meet the public's expectation of integrity. I believe this is a sensible solution and urge all members of the Parliament to support. This is a long-term. This is the start, however, and I've said this before to the Minister representing the Minister. This is not enough in itself, this administration, but it has got to be the start of where we need to go on this. But this is still, I believe, something that is useful to add to further assurances, particularly from a community that doesn't have a lot of confidence, I'll be honest, in the union nor necessarily in the government's ability to clean up or true will to clean up this union. And I believe that this would be a useful amendment for the government to accept.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The Minister.
Thanks very much. Just in responding on behalf of the government, there's nothing in terms of the concept of the amendment that the government disagrees with. We're in the unusual situation where normally we have this debate before the Senate, in which case we would have been in a different situation, I suspect. But an amendment which has the same impact as what's being moved has been carried in the Senate. So therefore the government won't be supporting the amendment, but acknowledges that the member for Wentworth is raising an issue that does improve the legislation, and we believe that the effect of that has already been given by amendments that were carried in the other place.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In our history on this side of the House of strong leadership on this vital issue, the Coalition re-established the ABCC in 2016 after a double dissolution election. Labor shut the ABCC down in February 2023, leaving our construction industry and its more than 400,000 small businesses at the CFMEU's mercy. In tandem with the Registered Organisation Commission, the Coalition had established watchdogs to prevent bullying, thuggery and intimidation from unions like the CFMEU on work sites, but Labor has abolished them both. The Coalition gave teeth to the watchdogs, but Labor have proven once again they are lapdogs to militant unions like the CFMEU. On Monday, we saw the Coalition stepping up to the plate to restore law and order in the construction sector, with the Leader of the Opposition introducing two bills: the Building and Construction Industry Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Costs Bill 2024, and to restore the ABCC, and the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Removing Criminals from Work Sites Bill 2024. Since 2003, the CFMEU and its officials have broken workplace laws on more than 2,600 occasions, have been involved in approximately 213 proceedings and have been penalised by over $24 million in penalties by the courts. Yet it was that same union that, under radical industrial relations changes rammed through this place with the support of the Greens, Labor were willing to allow virtually unfettered rights of entry for the CFMEU into family-owned small businesses, even farmhouses. The CFMEU has gained legitimacy within the Australian Labor Party. They influence votes within pre-selections, so there are members here in the Labor Party who rely on CFMEU delegates at their conferences and pre-selections, and that's why they're remaining silent. Some Labor MPs know firsthand what is happening within the CFMEU. They fully understand, and so does the Minister. As the 9 Networks investigations have demonstrated, in my home state of Victoria, the CFMEU has its claws deep into the Allen government. And I note a union official on major Victorian government construction sites and a senior Bandidos bikie gang enforcer is charged with serious assault and on trial for a home invasion where a woman was attacked. Yet the Fair Work Commission decided on the 23rd of June this person was a fit and proper person to have a right of entry on work sites. The Greens political party are sheepish too, because they have been very significant beneficiaries of the largesse dished out by John Setka and his friends. Indeed, as the Minister pointed out this morning, the Greens refused to support a bipartisan Senate motion on Monday to rule out taking donations from the CFMEU. Little wonder the Greens are squealing like stuck pigs and opposing this legislation. The old saying goes, better late than never, and as Labor have been humiliated into acting against the CFMEU with this bill, the Coalition has secured sensible amendments to ensure we do not see a return of the same lawlessness when the public spotlight shifts away. The CFMEU will be put into administration for at least 3 years and as many as 5 years due to the position we held from the outset that criminality, bullying, thuggery and intimidation within the CFMEU would take a long time to sort out. The Administrator will also report to Parliament every 6 months, and I hope the press gallery will be paying attention to every time. The Administrator has also undertaken to ensure the CFMEU will not engage in party politics during the administration, including making donations, having positions at party conferences or promoting candidates. We, on the coalition side, have also secured powers to ban the CFMEU officials for life, not 5 years as Labor had proposed, and better ensuring John Setka is held accountable for his actions. At this point in time, new Industrial Relations Minister Murray Watt, fresh from his stint as Agriculture Minister, uniting the farming sector against Labor, says he's concerned about the APRA review, saying we are not supportive of that debate being opened up.
Shame.
Deputy Speaker, this is a rabbit hole of monumental proportions.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise in this consideration in detail stage to, in particular, support the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth. It is an important one to recognise that any members appointed by the administrator need to meet a fit and proper character test. I think that is incredibly important in the circumstances of why we are here with this legislation. The allegations of criminality of the CFMEU in recent times have been deeply troubling, and they have been going on for quite some time. The Construction, Forestry, Maritime Employees Union, or CFMEU, is one of the biggest and most influential unions in Australia. But when this union is in the news, it is far too often for the very wrong reasons. Allegations of intimidation tactics, shutting down work at multiple infrastructure projects, bullying, harassment, intimidation, even leading figures within the union being accused from a domestic violence. These allegations now as well in relation to organised crime links, these are all particularly troubling. Now as well, the allegations of outlaw motorcycle gang members acting as delegates and being involved in government-funded projects, including the $100 billion Big Build Victorian Infrastructure Plan. These are all incredibly concerning. The alleged criminality is almost certainly ensuring costs escalate in projects, in particular, and that is particularly concerning in this environment of high inflation. So the consequences are very real: a less productive economy, slower construction time, cost blowouts. Since 1982, no fewer than 4 royal commissions have investigated at least some part of the construction sector. So this bill is the start of a process to clean up a union that for far too long has operated effectively without accountability. It means the CFMEU will be forced to accept an administrator. The administration period can last up to 5 years and will need the recommendation of the administrator to end it. It is definitely the time to act, and I certainly welcome the action of the government. It's a good first step, but we do need to replace the ABCC. Whilst that body didn't work as intended, it is clear there must be some sort of monitoring body for the building and construction sector. There needs to be some version of an oversight committee, and industry reps are putting forward suggestions. It will need to have clear parameters, investigative powers to including criminal prosecution. It remains to be seen how effective administration will be, so we must remain vigilant. It remains to be seen if the administration process will be enough to clean the house and clear out all those elements of the CFMEU after a pretty diabolical history. I note that I had discussions with the Minister about an amendment to improve this legislation. It was, as the bill commenced debate in the other place, it was handed to Senator Pocock and successfully adopted. So I thank the government and Senator Pocock for considering that aspect, which was that the Minister must follow the administrator's advice about whether to place a union into or out of administration. It does ensure some protection that the decisions aren't overly politicised and are on that advice of the administrator. So I support this bill and I support the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth. I think this is very important. I thank the government for their positive engagement, and I do urge the government to do more, though, especially in considering what oversight body will need to be put in place to ensure the criminality that we've seen in this sector can never happen again. Well said.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wright.
I thank Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Warringah for her comment, and with reference to the Fair Work Commission bill, it's worth pointing out that Leader of the Liberal Party this week moved in the House of Representatives one of two bills to bring before the House, and that was to restore the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and in a separate bill to enhance the integrity measures to combat criminality at our nation's building sites. So hopefully we can rely on the support of the member for Warringah when those two bills come into the House. Mr Speaker, at the next election, can I suggest that Australians will be making a decision on trust and whether or not, which government they can trust. And when you see the behaviour of the CFMEU and the near-on indistinguishable relationship that exists between that body and the Australian Labor Party, it's palpable. And when we saw this week, or some weeks back, when this issue was raised, the Congo line of Labor ministers who got to the dispatch box that said we had no idea that this behaviour was happening in the CFMEU. We had no idea. Well, when it comes to the Australian public trusting the Australian Labor Party or trusting the coalition, there is only one side of this House that can clean up the mess that's before us. It's disappointing that this has been guillotined, the bill's been guillotined, and the list of speakers that we have has been shortened. It's worth noting that there's been no speakers from the government side get to their feet to speak to this other than the introduction of the bill by the Manager of Government Business. Whilst we support the bill, absolutely, I fear that when you look back at the old BLF some 40 years ago, whilst this bill is endeavouring to go somewhere, the rubber will hit the road when these other two bills of returning the Building and Construction Commission, the watchdog on the block. And it's worth noting that the former Federal Police Assistant Commissioner Mark Neal said that on 60 Minutes, when asked who was policing the construction industry in Australia at the moment, the response was, "There's no one at the moment, it's in a vacant space and there's a gap there." So for us to really fix the problems in front of us, we need to return that watchdog. And I'm glad that the recommendations that have come from the come forward, that the donations coming out of the CFMEU be revisited, because the $6.2 million that has gone previously, one has to ask, what was the return, what was the transaction, what was wanted, what was needed in return for that investment by the CFMEU? Well, if I take you back 2 years, Mr Speaker, the first order of business when government were appointed to come into this place, it was to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. That was their first order of business. So when you've got a Congo line of ministers suggesting that they had no idea, but they took the $6.2 million, it is just difficult to comprehend. This bill before the House, Mr Speaker, is nothing more than Labor setting torch to the building and then wanting to be a hero's welcome because they called the fire brigade to come and put it out. This is window dressing. It is window dressing, and I'd suggest watch this space over the next couple of years, because I don't think we're going to see the systemic behaviour shift until the adults are back in charge as far as a government, and the behaviour of allocating contracts by state premiers, Labor state premiers, to CFMEU shops stops. That has to stop. The connection between the CFMEU and the Australian Labor Party is indistinguishable. You can't trust the CFMEU. At the next election, you can't trust the Australian Labor Party, and we commend this bill to the House. It could go further. I want to acknowledge Senator Cash for the work she did in in putting 21 amendments to give it some more strength. But I will watch with bated breath as to how this transforms. Thanks, Mr.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And let me start by saying I regret not having the opportunity, as many members do, to have contributed on the second reading of this bill. It's always disappointing when so many of us that work hard to get elected to this chamber miss out on an opportunity to make a contribution at the second reading stage, because it's certainly outside of the principles of the way in which we debate in this parliament. And no one can forget the criticism from those that are now employing these tactics in the last parliament when similar things occurred. So I've got just as much right as they did to make that point at the commencement of my remarks when they mete out those sorts of tactics against the opposition. But welcome the fact that the government is bringing a piece of legislation into this parliament that is attempting to address the latest serious examples of egregious conduct by the CFMEU, which are not unbelievable revelations of the moment, as some in the government might seek to claim, but are simply the manifestation of conduct that has been continuing by the union movement in this industry before the name the CFMEU was what they even went by. We all know the history of these unions back to the BLF days in the 80s and before, even way back to the Second World War, the sort of conduct that the union movement engaged in obstructing the war effort. Outrageous conduct on the waterfront, obstructing the supply of materials and other important elements of supporting our troops in Papua New Guinea, which is extremely well documented and well understood. So this sort of conduct is nothing new, but it's as egregious now as some of the worst examples through history, and we certainly welcome the opportunity to support this legislation. Better late than never. I join the lament of other colleagues that the ABCC was repealed by this government, and make the same point that so many have, that indeed when the CFMEU gave money to the Labor Party, they weren't donations, they were investments. Investments in a policy outcome, a policy agenda. Top of that list was the repeal of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and we've come to find oh so clearly how necessary that body was. And I remember some of the comments made by the now government about the need for integrity in politics, and nothing was better focused on ensuring integrity in the construction industry than the ABCC that they repealed. But we have the interesting circumstance, Deputy Speaker, where it's very rare for the Liberal Party and the Labor Party to be voting together on matters of industrial relations. And in this parliament today, we happen to be on the same page. So it's an even starker reflection on the one political party in this country that doesn't support this bill, that being the Australian Greens. And boy, have they come a long way since they were an environmental movement focused on protecting, the Franklin River in Tasmania and a number of other very worthy things to argue for. They have become, in effect, a camouflaged communist party in this country, and their agenda and the things that they stand for are nothing to do with a focus on environmentalism and the things that Bob Brown focused on and took inspiration in when he created that party. They have been infiltrated by the forces of political ideology on the hard extreme left, and we see it manifest in many positions that they take on public policy, and in particular in this debate on industrial relations. To think that they could sit there, four of them, voting against the passage of this bill, when even the Labor Party, which has been owned by the CFMEU for decades, are bringing this legislation into the House and in fact expediting its passage through the House through the guillotining of debate. The Greens should reflect on who they are now if their position is that they're on the hard left of the Labor Party on industrial relations. And when they go to the people at the upcoming election, including in my electorate of Sturt, I look forward to talking to my constituents about just who the Greens are these days and just what the Greens stand for these days. Because they are a wealth redistribution party, they are a hard left party with a dangerous ideology on some of the most significant and important issues of our future. They want to get rid of the submarine program, they want to slash defence expenditure, get rid of funding for private schools, private health insurance, That's who they are, and their behaviour in this debate tells everything you need to know about the Greens. On that basis, we commend the passage of this bill through the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Wentworth's amendment. Criminality and corruption must be called out and rooted out wherever they occur. And in the case of the construction division of the CFMEU, its links to organised crime and bikies have been there in plain sight for all to see for years. I'm Victorian, I was a journalist, I know. An embarrassment to other decent unionists and the Labor Party, which took its money nonetheless. Putting the union into administration is a first step that I support, but I would argue that it's only part of the solution. If we're serious about cleaning up the construction industry, ongoing oversight, as well as a comprehensive state and federal government police task force empowered to deal with the construction sector is vital. The latest revelations discovered by Nine and The Age point to the alleged actions of the union's Victorian construction division and links to organised crime and outlaw bikie gangs involved in government-funded projects, including the $100 billion Victorian Big Build. This could come at specific cost to the constituents of Goldstein, both in terms of cost and amenity, given several big build projects touch the electorate, including the suburban rail loop. The state government is struggling with a crippling debt burden, and there are serious doubts whether the project can be realised already, let alone with potential inflated costs as a result of the CFMEU's behaviour. It's important to acknowledge the role of unions in building better working conditions and entitlements for many workers in this country, as well as protecting their health and safety. Indeed, it's important to make the point that the majority of union workers in 2024, Deputy Speaker, are women working in feminised industries like nursing, aged care and teaching, and many of those women live in my electorate. The way the CFMEU has operated, and particularly been led, is not in keeping with this feminised cohort. This legislation grants the Minister the power to hire and fire the administrator and, in essence, to oversee the operation of that process. It's an extraordinary step that requires strict scrutiny and accountability to ensure that the work of the administrator is free from political interference. It is not ideal, but I do want to acknowledge that there is no perfect strategy available when it comes to dealing with the current crisis that the CFMEU Construction Division has created. Left to a conventional process of allowing the courts to appoint an administrator, that process would almost certainly be bogged down in endless legal action that could drag on for years. I want to be clear that I don't support guillotining of debate on this matter, but on balance overall, it is my belief that swift and decisive action is required in order to ensure that the reform of the CFMEU Construction Division is effective and achieves its aim. And while I expect to support the legislation, it is only just the start, not the end of the work required to clean up this sector. While putting the CFMEU into administration will finally shine a light into the dark corners of its activities and aspires to stop the rorting, double dealing and graft that's been the hallmark of this particular division of the CFMEU, that is only part of the challenge. Because long after the administrator has gone, Deputy Speaker, the CFMEU Construction Division cannot simply be free to revert to its former self. Yes. We cannot let union officials line their own pockets at the expense of their members and of our wider communities. And that's why, again, I make the point for an upgraded state and federal government police task force to tackle criminal allegations within the construction industry, as well as a permanent oversight mechanism. This could include unions like the CFMEU, but also the developers that they have often partnered with. Workers in the construction industry do need a union that has their back when it comes to safety, working conditions and entitlements, but for the good of the community as a whole, that union must play by the rules. This is critical for our communities and our economy, including in the Goldstein community that I represent, and I commend the member for Wentworth's amendment to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Petrie.
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak
on this amendment, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment. I would have liked to have spoken for 15 minutes, obviously, but the Labor government have guillotined debate on this. I remember when we were in government, the Leader of the House would go off his tree if it was ever guillotined, but on this issue, they've got no government speakers and they don't want to let the opposition speak, right? Which is wrong. We should be able to speak. There's no reason why we can't sit late, but they're not letting us speak. So in relation to these amendments from the member, the independent opposite, she makes some good points in the sense that the Shadow Attorney General managed to get some good amendments in place that the Albanese Labor government were not going to put in. They weren't going to go hard on the CFMEU until the Shadow Attorney General got them in place. And the amendment that the member has spoken about talks about the donations to the Labor Party from the CFMEU. We know it's huge, that in the lead up to the 2022 election, there was almost $2 million donated to Prime Minister Albanese and the Labor Party from the CFMEU, far more than when the former Leader of the Opposition, forgotten what seat he is, but Maribyrnong, there was about 850,000. And we know that right around the country that Labor parties, both federally and every state, since 2007, I believe, have received some $100 million. And this relationship that the Labor Party have with the CFMEU is costing the people in my electorate. We're in the middle of a housing crisis and everything is costing more because of the deals that the CFMEU do. And I was speaking to a Tier 1 builder and they told me that every day there was coercive control. The Labor Party talk about coercive control in relationships and how bad it is. If I was an employer putting coercive and control on my staff, I'd be in the slammer probably. But every day the CFMEU come onto workplaces around this country and coercive control takes place. They are like a militia. And Tier 1 builders are 100% controlled under CFMEU agreements, and the rest of the industry isn't. And the CFMEU only want their members on the construction site. So if they are not a CFMEU, even if they're a member of another union, they will just put down tools, right? So what will happen if the builder says, oh, well, we're allowing someone who's not a CFMEU member on, or the builder says we're not going to allow CFMEU members to go and hand out for the Labor Party at the last election, which they did. They all left sites, I know in Brisbane. The builder still paid them, i.e. the taxpayer, because most of these are state government jobs. What would happen? Those workers would be in the shed and they'd sit there for hours. Excuses like, oh, the pie warmers aren't hot enough, or the site's too dusty, or we're getting wet from the rain when we're walking between the lunchroom and going to the job site, or the heat, humidity or high wind. Plenty of reasons to stop work. Oh, accidentally, there's a bar of Rio, the end's gone off it, oh, that's dangerous. Quick, in the shed. This happens all the time. Now, in the private sector, if they're building houses in my electorate at Newport or in North Lakes, guess what? The builder doesn't get paid. But these guys, and the Labor Party know about it, are still getting paid all the time. And what's happening? The money that the Labor Party has received, the first order of business was to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And what I've been told is under the ABCC, productivity was better. We know that under this Prime Minister it's fallen by almost 6%. The watchdog at least was there. There was a policeman on the beat. There has been a definite change in behaviour from CFMEU officials since the Labor Albanese government were elected, and they knew that they were protected by the Labor Party. The legislation that they brought in, they changed, right? Now, the relationship between the CFMEU and Labor is hurting mums and dads and my children, and the young people here that serve in this place and right around the country, they're at uni now, they're going to pay more for housing in the future, 30% more. So it's a double whammy. You've got higher wages under CFMEU EBAs that the Labor Party allow, the productivity is lower, and everyone pays more in the middle of a housing crisis. So it's an absolute joke. It's not good enough. In places like Queensland, where we've got the Olympics in 8 years, is any of this infrastructure going to be ready? Meanwhile, Labor Party politicians in this federal government and right around the country turn a blind eye to this every day, and now they're guillotining debate on this. It's outrageous, completely outrageous, Mr Deputy Speaker. So
the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Are there any further speakers? I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This has become a saga that is a shame on the Labor Party. They opposed us when we were in government, when we firstly introduced the ABCC. They removed it when they came to government in 2007, and then they opposed its reintroduction when we brought it back in about 2016, and then removed it again after they came to government. And of course, they make the point that it wasn't as effective as it could have been. Well, let's give it more teeth. Let's give it some backbone. But they chose not to go that pathway. They chose to get rid of it instead. Now, this union, the CFMEU, has cost Australia hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. The on-costs of their actions on construction around Australia, but more specifically in Victoria, are horrific. My understanding is that the construction costs in Victoria are 30% higher than they are over the border in New South Wales. And I can tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that a very bad piece of news for South Australia is the Victorian CFMEU.
For Kingston. Kingston.
And I move that the question be put.
Okay. To the contrary, no? No. I think the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Slow moving day.
The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 75, noes 67. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask Leader of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Petrie.
Granted, yes.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to make provision in relation to a scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union and its branches, and in relation to actions under the scheme.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give the call to the clerk.
A government business order of the day, number 1, Public Service Amendment Bill number 2, 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Public Service Amendment number 2 Bill 2024. The opposition will be reserving its position on this bill, noting that the Minister has offered to provide further information and briefing to the Shadow Minister, and that debate on this bill has commenced prior to that occurring due to the government's belief this legislation is urgent. The opposition supports the intent of the bill, which is to provide clarity to the Australian Public Service Commission and to the Commissioner of their powers in relation to inquiries into alleged breaches of the Australian Public Service Code of Conduct. The APS Code of Conduct is an important tool in maintaining the community's expectation of high standards from those who work in public service. The Code is articulated in the Public Service Act 1999 and has been the foundation for the Australian Public Service Commissioner and the Commission in assisting all levels of the service to maintain that high standard since it was introduced. Under the Act, the Commissioner may be asked to inquire into and determine whether a current or former APS employee has breached the Code of Conduct. For agency heads, such as secretaries of departments or CEOs of Commonwealth agencies, the Act also expressly allows the Commissioner to inquire into whether an agency head has breached the Code of Conduct. The Act further provides powers for the Commissioner to review any matter relating to the Australian Public Service referred by the Public Service Minister. However, there has been doubt raised about the APS Commissioner's ability to consider matters referred relating to former agency heads. As it has been presented to the opposition by the government, notwithstanding the fact that the APS Commissioner believes he has an implied power to do this, it is a point that requires clarification. These amendments will now make clear the Commissioner can conduct inquiries and make determinations with respect to alleged breaches of the Code of Conduct by current and former agency heads. This raises some questions with regards to current processes that were commenced before this clarification of the law. As a result, the government is also seeking to provide clarity and grandfather these processes that are already underway. Following the conclusion of the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt scheme, inquiries and reviews into the conduct of current and former public servants, including former agency heads, were commenced. As the inquiries progressed, it became apparent the Public Service Act was not clear about conducting inquiries and making determinations with respect to alleged breaches of the Code of Conduct by former agency heads. This bill is intended to ensure full accountability and put beyond doubt the authority to inquire into and make determinations with respect to alleged Code of Conduct breaches by former agency heads under the Public Service Act. But the fact that the doubt has been raised and is only now being dealt with is of concern. The Minister told the opposition of the urgency of this legislation and its importance to matters currently underway. To this point, the opposition has sought further information in relation to how this matter was brought to the attention of government and the necessity for the urgency of the passage of this legislation to fix it. We question whether there was any consideration to the legal risk that the Act posed to the processes that were undertaken by the APS Commissioner and the Commission. What advice did they seek or not seek that gave them comfort that they were on solid legal ground to pursue these matters? And when were they first alerted to the need for clarity that the bill seeks to provide? We trust that this risk has only recently presented itself. However, if this clarity was in question some time ago, it is not acceptable that the public service seeks to truncate proper parliamentary scrutiny on the basis of leaving the introduction of this legislation to the last possible moment. The measures contained in the bill may be necessary and may be proportionate to tasks that the APSC is currently undertaking, but they will have significant and potentially wide-ranging implications beyond the current circumstances, something that will not be able to be looked at through the benefit of a longer debate or the process of a committee inquiry. We trust that the APS Commissioner and the Commission consider this for the future. As I have noted, the opposition will continue to work constructively with the government on these matters, but will reserve a position until discussions have concluded, but will allow for the passage of the legislation to the Senate. I'd also like to take the opportunity, as I always do, on legislation matters regarding the public service to make it clear how much we value the work of a frank and fearless public service and the service that they provide to governments of all persuasion. We're very lucky to have high-quality people working in the bureaucracy and serving not only the Parliament but, of course, in particular the Executive in ensuring that the decisions that we make are as well informed as possible. And the most important thing we always need to ensure and defend and scrutinise is the independence of the public sector from government and from the Executive, and ensuring that our public sector do maintain a confidence that they can be fierce and frank. And that's a very important principle in our Westminster system, because if members of the Executive, particularly when they come in and are accountable in this chamber to us about matters of the running of our country, if they are not properly informed and not told everything they need to know, just what bureaucrats might think they need to know, then that does not lead to good government. And this is a very important principle that we in the Coalition always seek to reconfirm and reinforce, because if we don't have a frank and fearless public service, then we won't get the best quality advice. Now, the Public Service Commission plays a very important role in this as well, because obviously they are a whole-of-government agency, the biggest HR department in the country, really, certainly managing more than 200,000 people that serve in the public sector, and it's a very important role that they perform. And obviously in this bill we're talking about issues around codes of conduct and the way in which they enforce standards. That is one of the many important things that the Public Sector Commission undertake. And it's vitally important to us in the opposition that a confidence in the APSC having all of the tools at their disposal that they require are there. So that's why, as I've commented, we very instinctively support the principles that the government have indicated underpin this bill. And I'm not sure whether the member for Indi intends to come in and reconfirm any of the points that I've been making on this bill, because she strikes me as someone that may or may not have wanted to make a contribution as well. But having made those very clear points, all I would say is that I reconfirm the principled support from those of us in the opposition towards what the government are indicating that they hope to achieve through this legislation. Equally, we await a proper and comprehensive briefing that's been offered to us. We will not stand in the way of the passage of this bill through this chamber, but we of course reserve our rights in the Senate if the principles that have been outlined to us around what this legislation achieve and the questions that we've got are not satisfactorily answered, and with that I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is nice to rise on the Public Service Amendment Bill of 2024. I must say it is quite ironic that I rise to speak on a bill about conducting inquiries into potential breaches of the APS, the Australian Public Service, and the Code of Conduct and Integrity, at the same time when I should have been speaking about the CFMEU and integrity within the CFMEU, but those opposite chose to gag debate in that bill. So we're now talking about this important bill, the Public Service Amendment Bill of 2024. What we're looking to do is understand the importance of integrity. We do need to make sure that this goes through and that the public service is held to a higher standard. That is something that is very important. It has been, as the member for Sturt said opposite, we weren't able to get a full briefing on this bill. So it is important that we get this briefing to understand the details of what happens, because the Act does not currently clarify whether such inquiries can be conducted on individuals who are no longer agency heads. Now, this causes uncertainty within the Act, and it articulates the power to conduct inquiries into breaches by APS employees or former APS employees, and breaches by an agency head, but it is silent on former agency heads. And so crucial that we bring this through, because just because you are no longer an agency head, you should still be held to account, much like just if you are no longer the head of the CFMEU, like John Setka, you should be held to account. And that's what we need to do in this House. We need to ensure integrity across all services. We need to ensure integrity within the public service and also within the unions. So, as we said, the Coalition was able to ensure that 20 amendments were made to the bill that was gagged and rushed through the House to improve that bill and to make sure that there was some level of integrity for the CFMEU. And while we're talking about integrity in this bill, we will watch with interest as a Victorian whether this extends to the TWU and the HSU, who we've seen in Victoria, senior officials need to step down because of questions about their conduct within that role. So the question now becomes, we've just had the CFMEU that we've dealt with. We're now talking about integrity within the public service. We are talking about integrity in the public service, and the government are on a roll. 2 bills in a row talking about integrity within the public service, within the union movement, and it's important we talk about the wider union movement, because we do know, Member for Fremantle, that the union movement works closely with the public service, and they're very linked, and you need integrity within our public service and integrity within our union movement. As I said, you looked a bit bemused, Member for Fremantle, and I understand as a Western Australian you might not be across the issues of the Victorian union movement, but I suggest you look at the actions of the TWU and the HSU and some of those leaders that have had to step down, 3 unions in one state. And that is so important that we look at that retrospectivity, as I said. This is an important bill that will hold the public service to account. There are things that we need to understand, and as I said, it's hard to talk in detail about this, Deputy Speaker, because the Coalition hasn't received a briefing on the legislation, and this will potentially identify more issues than those that have been talked about. Obviously, retrospectivity, while it is important, retrospectivity also does create some challenges. So we need to understand what other referrals could be looked at, what agency heads are included under this bill, because the bill looks at retrospectivity back to the 7th of July 2023. So that's a date that this government have chosen. It goes back to the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scheme, which seems to make sense, but it does raise a question. It does raise a question, Deputy Speaker, that the 7th of July 2023 is the date that those opposite have chosen. But what happens through this process if misconduct is found on the 6th of July 2023? What happens if misconduct is found on the 5th of July 2023 or 2022? Why is the 7th of July the magic date? Surely, if we're going to look retrospective, we're going to look back, we should choose to make sure that all things are covered and all the behaviour of public servants is called for, because, as I said, it's important that we do have strong integrity measures at all times.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Are you going to speak on this? Okay, good on you.
So sorry, I call the Honourable Minister.
Okay. I thank all members for their constructive debate on this bill. I just want to clarify the member for Casey's sort of imaginative ramble. This law is not retrospective, it's clarifying what we believe to be the existing law. I'm sorry that he wasn't invited to the briefing which Senator Jane Hume and member for Bradfield attended yesterday with the Public Service Commissioner. There has been a briefing of the opposition. I am sorry if the leadership of the opposition don't inform the troops about what they're doing. That's just not really good communication. Anyway, the other thing is the previous member, Mr Pine's replacement, whatever, he said, when were we notified about this? Member for Sturt, that's it. Thank you. It's not retrospective, we're clarifying it. There has been a briefing of the opposition and the Australian Public Service Commissioner, Gordon de Brouwer, attended that yesterday, and I'm instructed we were notified in July of the need for this, so we haven't been sort of hatching this for 2 years. The APS Code of Conduct is a cornerstone in an efficient, effective and apolitical Australian public service which upholds APS values and acts with integrity in the national interest. Culture is set from the top down. Agency heads should not be able to escape accountability for breaching the Code of Conduct simply by leaving their role. Claims have been made in the context of current inquiries, including in relation to robo-debt, that the absence of an express power means the Commissioner cannot investigate agency heads. The government is not prepared to compromise the outcome of these important inquiries, and that's why the date of the 7th of July was picked to 2023, and we are acting swiftly to remove any ambiguity. This bill will clarify the Commissioner's power to investigate and make findings against former agency heads. This will allow the Commission to conclude current inquiries quickly and undertake further inquiries on a clear legal footing. This bill delivers on what the Australian community deserve and expect: clear powers to ensure that the most senior leaders of our public service are accountable for their conduct as agency heads. I commend the bill to the House.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading a bill for an act to amend the Public Service Act 1999 and for other purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Minister, please proceed.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading a bill for an act to amend the Public Service Act 1999 and for other purposes.
I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Brown has been appointed a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Implementation of the National Redress Scheme. I call the member. Oh, okay. All right. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day, number 2, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Indi to the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments number 1 Bill 2024. and I call the honourable member for Herbert.
Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Is a quorum required? Quorum required. Ring the bells.
So Dirk commands. Hey? So Dirk commands. No, pardon? I do actually. I spend more time with you and I'll call another one tomorrow. Well, you won't actually, because you won't have time to. I said tomorrow. I didn't say go good, so you didn't have to come back to the board. That's right. You get your card marked.
See what you did there. He was gagging himself. He's an acrobat. He's gagging himself.
Order. Quorum present, and I call the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of the government's Future Made in Australia policy agenda. The world is at a tipping point. We either face up to the challenge created by climate change and fast, or we submit to a future of heat waves, extinctions, rising sea levels, higher rates of mortality, food, water and fuel insecurity, and vast swathes of the world population becoming climate refugees in search of habitable living conditions. We understand the crisis and we understand its causes. We also understand how to fix it. Quite simply, the time has come to end our addiction to fossil fuels as the primary source of energy for our country and the foundation of our economy. An addiction is something that does us harm, and fossil fuels are harming us all, most of all the future of our children. And whether we like it or not, the world is transitioning away from fossil fuels. And Australia too must transition to a decarbonised energy source. It's the clever thing to do for two simple reasons: for the safety and security of our planet, and to create a strong and vibrant Australian economy based on technology of the future, not technology of the past, which is outdated. Building green manufacturing and value-adding capacity is the way we will, as a nation, create the high-income, highly skilled jobs of the future. It is the way we will be able to maintain our high standard of living. If we do not transition, if we do not evolve and adapt to the new future by investing in and building our green manufacturing capacity, then quite simply we will be left behind other nations that do. We will be left behind to become a dig-it and ship-it country that has to buy back products made with our raw materials at high prices.
A domestic net zero economy here in Australia will reduce global emissions by just over 1%. But if Australia successfully seizes the economic opportunity to export zero emissions minerals, metals and other goods, not only would this create a sustained economic boom, improving our national prosperity and living standards, but it also has the potential to reduce global emissions by an additional 6 to 9%. I'll repeat that. Australia has the potential to reduce the world's emissions by up to 10%. But it means acting and investing in this future right now. Right now, with the policies we make in this House, we are choosing the type of future we want and Australia's role in creating that future. When I speak to the people of Mackellar, one message that is clear and resounding is that the people have had enough of short-termism. They want visionary leadership. They want us to envisage a bright future and then make long-term policies and take steps that help us achieve that vision. So we must grab this opportunity and enter the new era boldly, an era that will be known as the Green Industrial Revolution. We have a win-win opportunity to play an outsized role in the conservation of our planet and at the same time as building a future-focused, resilient and vibrant economy here in Australia. And that's what the Future Made in Australia is setting Australia up to do. It sets up the legislative framework and institutional infrastructure necessary to support the transition to a clean, future-focused economy. As stated by the Superpower Institute, the Future Made in Australia framework is, and I quote, a critical step to unlocking green export opportunities that will form the basis of future economic prosperity and underpin a key part of global decarbonisation efforts. But like most startups, new technologies and industries typically require early financing and support because of large upfront capital costs. Upfront costs of innovation and infrastructure in this area are too large and risky for individual early movers. That's why upfront investment from government is necessary to help build the industries and diversify our economy in a way that will sustain us into the future. As a result of the government's announced $22.7 billion Australian manufacturing scheme, giant superannuation funds have declared they are eager to start spending on local projects. This is exactly what we want to happen. We want government investment to attract private capital. Institutional investors with hundreds of billions of dollars under management have come out in support of the scheme, stating that public financing can unlock the private capital needed to grow green industries to slash emissions, boost jobs and hit the nation's climate targets. The head of External Relations for Global Infrastructure Investment Fund, IFM Investors, with over $200 billion under management, is quoted in the Sydney Morning Herald as saying, "Unlocking investment at scale into Australia's energy transition can only happen if industry and government work together to achieve the right policy settings." And Jeff Brunton, the head of portfolio management at Hester, a fund with around $85 billion under management, said, "Initiatives like Future Made in Australia help Australia compete for its fair share of global capital, looking to invest in the transition." The experts are aligned on what should be the fulcrum of the Future Made in Australia program, and that is comparative advantage. And we all know where Australia's comparative advantage lies, in our abundant natural resources, specifically wind, solar, critical minerals and our wide open spaces. These comparative advantages mean that it is possible for our future renewable energy supply to far exceed our demand, opening up the opportunity for an enormous renewable energy and green product export market. The way to achieve this, according to the Superpower Institute, is to embed renewable energy in energy-intensive, value-added products such as green metals, fertilisers and fuels. In other words, Australia can make products with clean energy, then export them to the rest of the world to use so that countries without renewable energy capacity don't have to use polluting energy sources to create these products for themselves. Just last week, WWF released a report about green iron, showing that through its production, Australia can decarbonise Asia's steel production. Steel is responsible for 9% of global greenhouse gas emissions. As a leading world supplier of iron ore, steel's essential ingredient, Australia can and quite simply must play a significant role in decarbonising the global steel industry. Major Asian steel producers are looking to Australia as a supplier of green iron, but we have competition from other countries who are rapidly building their own green iron industries. Investment and policy support are vital to give Asian customers the confidence to choose Australia as a reliable supplier of green iron. The Future Made in Australia program provides the framework to deliver those clear and certain policy investment conditions. The need for Australia to engage in the green industrial revolution is absolutely clear, as is our ability to reap enormous benefits from it. I am not, however, without concerns about aspects of the Future Made in Australia legislation currently before the House. I will now outline some of these concerns. Firstly, I agree with the Environmental Defenders Office submission to the inquiry into this legislation, that Australia's emission reduction targets and our obligations under the Paris Agreement must be incorporated into the legislative objects. Even more explicitly, the legislation needs amending to make clear that no Commonwealth funds or investments can be used to support fossil fuel projects, infrastructure or any related industry, and this would include carbon capture and storage. This should be clear and uncontroversial. Secondly, I'm concerned about whether the investments envisaged under the Future Made in Australia will be sufficiently targeted to achieve its goal, which is a more diversified and productive economy powered by clean energy. As currently drafted, the bill is too vague as to which sectors might be eligible for Future Made in Australia support. To fix this, the object should be amended to incorporate the urgent need to decarbonise Australia's energy and industrial systems. Thirdly, is mandating the assessment process. Surely projects should only be eligible for these Commonwealth Future Made in Australia funds if they are part of a sector that has been subject to an assessment which has concluded that it is an appropriate sector for support. This is a necessary guardrail to ensure that taxpayer money is only being used for sunrise industries where it is necessary to bridge the green premium, not sunsetting industries where government investment will only extend projects' lifespans and harmful effects. A reasonable assessment process has been formulated, but in the current form of the legislation, it is entirely at the discretion of the government as to whether it is applied or not. Surely it would be most appropriate for it to be used every time. So I will be supporting the amendment of my crossbench colleague, the member for Curtin, which prohibits Future Made in Australia support unless a sector assessment recommends the relevant sector for that support. Observers should be able to assess how the government has come to a conclusion about our comparative advantages and about which industries we are subsidising and why? Issue 4. Given that the world is rapidly changing, it will be necessary to reassess which sectors are included in the legislation every 5 years. Investments that make sense now may not make sense when we know more about which technologies are likely to dominate and what other countries are doing. Having a formal requirement to reassess every 5 years will at least provide a backstop and ensure Australia remains on the right track. Concern 5. While decision makers under the Future Made in Australia legislation will be required to consider community interests when making decisions, more could be included. First Nations communities deserve more than, quoted, collaborative engagement, which is the requirement as currently drafted. The community benefit principle should allow First Nations people to participate in and benefit from the Future Made in Australia projects. Nature-positive outcomes and greenhouse gas reductions should also be incorporated into the community benefit principles. Finally, I urge the government, as I so often have in this place, to ensure that all Australians reap the benefits of what are, after all, their investments in these Future Made in Australia projects. If taxpayer money is being invested into the establishment of new industries, especially when those industries are based on the exploitation of our natural resources, then we must share in the rewards. Let's not make the same mistake successive governments have made in our resource sector by allowing foreign companies to be the big winners from what is dug out of our ground, by giving away our resources often for free. Let's ensure we are the best ancestors we can be by not only fixing the climate crisis, but by establishing a sovereign wealth fund to ensure our future generations are provided with services like high-quality healthcare, education and disability and aged care. Australia could not be in a better position to prosper from the green industrial revolution. If it's done properly, we can not only flourish domestically from the transition, but we can also lead the world. We can help our neighbours and trading partners to decarbonise, and we can make the future brighter environmentally and economically for generations of Australians to come. The role Australia can play in the global transition is real and it is urgent. It is also achievable.
Order.
We choose our future.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Mackellar. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise and speak today in support of the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. Australia is a very fortunate country. We have incredible natural resources, a robust economy and thriving business sector, a highly skilled workforce, a strong international trading relations and a stable government. And with this bill, the Albanese Labor government will be able to promote jobs, security and prosperity for all Australians in this increasingly changing world. Of course, there are several factors contributing to this change. There's the transformation of industries in this digital age, complex economies and indeed our own lifestyles as we make our way towards net zero. However, whilst we navigate this era of fast-paced change, there are opportunities afforded to us, and a Future Made in Australia can make sure we meet these opportunities head-on rather than taking a back step. A Future Made in Australia is a big step forward for our country. It is visionary and progressive. It recognises our future growth prospects lie at the intersection of our industrial resources, skills and energy bases and our attractiveness as an investment destination. It demands rigour in government decision-making, which will give investors confidence and clarity. While the plan is comprehensive, it also has the simple aim of making the most of our resources, those that belong to all of us, and to encourage more manufacturing of things here. At the end of the day, this bill is an action plan for a more economically prosperous, secure and independent future for every one of us and for future generations, and who could say no to that? For too long, our manufacturing industries in Australia have been in steep decline. The previous government failed dismally to address this decline, and in fact, They actually made things worse. Remember former Treasurer Joe Hockey in this very place challenging Ford and Holden, the last two Australian car manufacturers, to leave our shores. And guess what? That's exactly what they did. They up and left. Great work. Well done, guys. The former government left a policy vortex in this space. They did a fat lot of nothing for this country in terms of industry development. Zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Just like their great economic plan, so-called, for our future. It was based on an idea, a thought bubble, if you will, which never, ever materialised. Oh, sorry, apart from the back in black coffee mugs. And by the way, where are those mugs? I'd love to get my hands on one of those, since we are actually back in the black now, for real this time. But I digress, Deputy Speaker. The bill we are currently debating in Parliament has three key components. The first component is to embed the government's new national interest framework, announced at budget time. And what this will do is help identify sectors where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in the net zero economy, or an economic security imperative, and better align economic incentives with the national interests. Legislating this framework will provide the investment sector with clarity and confidence. The second key component will be establishing a robust sector assessment process. This component will be transparent, made at the request of the Treasurer and implemented by Treasury. These assessments will be made public so that Australians can gauge whether an area of the economy is aligned with the national interest framework. The assessment process will also inform government as to any barriers to investment. An important part of the national interest framework is establishing a set of community benefit principles, which brings me to the third key component, the community benefit principles. Make sure that investments work for local communities, for local businesses and for local workers. A future made in Australia requires investments that promotes and provides safe, secure and well-paid jobs which have good conditions. And this means developing a highly skilled and inclusive workforce and broadening opportunities for workforce participation, particularly for some unrepresented groups such as women and First Nations peoples and remote communities, as well as those communities directly affected by the transition to net zero. In addition to this, domestic industrial capabilities will be strengthened through more robust local supply chains. The bill also enables the identification of future Made in Australia supports, which are the government investments to which the community benefit principles apply. The bill identifies two initial supports, the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund and certain investments referred to government for funding consideration under Export Finance Australia's expanded national interest account. Other Future Made in Australia supports can be added by the Minister under the rules. The Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1, Bill 2024, outlines specific changes to enable the measures mentioned. Firstly, the government is amending the Export Finance Australia legislation to encourage and facilitate private sector investment. This includes ensuring the availability of support for existing funds and programs that cannot fully support a project. The bill also enables Export Finance Australia to focus on domestic investments that boost the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. Export Finance Australia will carry out these operations whilst continuing to bolster other national interest programs such as the Critical Minerals Facility, the South East Asia Investment Financing Facility, the Defence Export Facility and the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, all important projects. The second schedule of this omnibus bill makes amendments to the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act 2011. These amendments will ensure that the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, also known as ARENA, can support the Future Made in Australia strategy. ARENA first received statutory funding back in 2011. I should mention now that it was back in 2011 that ARENA had bipartisan support, despite the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison-led governments and their continued attacks on ARENA, in particular the Abbott government, it managed to survive and give those three governments their only claims to have responded in some tiny way to climate change, though history shows that both the Turnbull and Morrison governments merely chronically neglected ARENA rather than outright attack it like the Abbott government achieved. Resulting from these omnibus changes, ARENA will have a limited special appropriation within the legislation. The agency's parameters will be extended to include a fourth objective, which is to contribute to the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement. ARENA will also promote electrification and energy efficiency, given their crucial part in enabling the net zero transition, as well as enable greater integration of renewable energy into the grid. Obviously, we all know, especially on this side of the chamber, that more renewable energy equals lower power bills. The equation is very simple. With global greenhouse gas emissions in mind, ARENA will also support the development and manufacture of Australian renewable energy products for our trading partners. This will assist our trading partners with their own decarbonisation targets and have a positive effect on reductions globally. After all, there is only one planet, as everyone knows. Our neighbour's problem can be our problem to help solve. These positive changes for ARENA will provide the agency with the foundation it needs to support the transition to net zero and make Australia a renewable energy superpower. Statutory funding means ARENA delivers its future Made in Australia components, such as the Solar Sunshot program and the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. A snapshot of the Sunshot program shows how it supports a future Made in Australia. It aims to support innovative manufacturing facilities right across the solar supply chain. And the Battery Breakthrough Initiative promotes the development of domestic battery manufacturing capabilities. We won't just be shipping off raw materials and buying back, ship-in, manufactured value-added batteries. No. Instead, we'll build them here in the first place. What a novel idea. We know that's happening, particularly in rural Australia. In my own home state of Victoria, old or soon-to-be decommissioned coal-fired power stations are being reutilised by these batteries and other solar initiatives because of their connection to the grid. This bill directs statutory funding of over $6 billion of ARENA's existing funding to a limited special appropriation. It gives private investors the security required to support the extensive projects crucial to the transformation to net zero. It also showcases Australia's unwavering commitment to climate targets. Internationally, we were fast becoming a pariah when it came to our response to very dangerous climate change. The final raft of reforms to ARENA concern its governance and ensures that the agency has the ability to succeed with its expanded remit. The board will be strengthened and the agency will be able to employ its own staff. It also changes certain ministerial arrangements, including enabling the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to delegate powers to other ministers and establishing the Minister for Finance as a joint minister for ARENA, reflecting the reality that responding to dangerous climate change must be an economy-wide endeavour. All ministers have a role to play. As the Treasurer has said, we have a unique combination of geological, meteorological, geographical and geopolitical comparative advantages, and we know it would be an egregious breach of our generational responsibilities as a government if we didn't play this winning hand. Well said, Treasurer. That's why this year's budget is backed by $22.7 billion in investment that aims to unlock the full potential of our resources and transform Australia into a manufacturing superpower. This bold agenda is designed to drive innovation and industry growth, establishing Australia as a global hub of advanced technologies. Since we've come to government, we've had a 25% increase in renewables. 25% increase, that's amazing. Record investment in batteries and storage, and over 330,000 rooftop solar installations in just the year alone. In only 2 years, we've approved enough renewable energy projects to power 3 million Australian homes. Our Future Made in Australia plan is about giving a huge boost to projects like these and ensuring they have what they need to compete in the future. And there's no time to waste. We are the sunniest and windiest continent on Earth, and this is our moment. More than anywhere on Earth, Australia is poised to gain new jobs, new industries, new skills, creating opportunity in our regions and our suburbs, in our factories and in our labs, in our TAFEs and unis. Our government is one that is prepared to step up and do its part, to fund the apprenticeships, to attract the investments, to build the infrastructure, boost the industries and back the brightest ideas. That's what a future made in Australia is all about. A stronger economy made right here. And I commend this bill to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Aston. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. A future made in Australia. Well, can I tell you, if this government keeps going, there will be nothing made in Australia, because the future under this government looks extraordinarily bleak. Extraordinarily bleak. And they're great with their little marketing spin. Oh, we'll put a bill in which gives the Treasurer who has overseen a cost of living and cost of business crisis, will give him control of the economy. We'll start running a command economy. And that's how we will ensure the future of manufacturing in this country. Well, can I tell you, Deputy Speaker, manufacturers are shaking in their boots under this government, because they're saying to themselves, what's next? What is next? What are the government going to do to make our lives even harder? And that is why we are going to oppose this bill, because it does nothing to address the issues which are confronting manufacturing in this country. As a matter of fact, everything it does is going to make things worse. To start with, will this bill help with affordable and reliable energy?
No.
No, it won't. No, it won't. The member for Riverina goes straight to the top of the class, because ask a question and he has got the answer right straight ahead, which I must say is a little bit different to the Prime Minister today in question time. 5 times a very simple question. Yeah. Evasive, slippery, and wouldn't answer anything like what the question that had been asked of him. But the member for Riverina, he knows, straight question, straight answer. Affordable and reliable energy, no, this bill does not help in that. And this is the biggest issue that manufacturing is facing right across this country at the moment. And I say to those opposite, please, for the sake of the future of our nation, fix the energy mess that you are creating. Because if it keeps going like it is, then sadly we are going to see manufacturing businesses disappear at a rate we've never seen out of this country. You have to fix this, and that's why you should just take this bill, take it out of here and say, we've got it all wrong, it doesn't incentivise in the right places, it doesn't fix the issues that needs fixing, and instead it's got all its priorities wrong, and start again. Go back to the drawing board. What else does the manufacturing sector in this country need at the moment? It needs flexible workplaces. Yet what is this government delivering? It's delivering more and more of the same. Regulation upon regulation upon regulation upon regulation, which makes it harder for manufacturing businesses right across this nation to employ people. It makes it harder for them to adapt. It makes it harder for them to compete. And once again, we see from those opposite, those on the government benches, that they have no idea about what it requires to run a business. But I tell you what can happen now, and can happen quite readily, which couldn't happen before. If you're running a manufacturing business, guess who can walk in the front door now?
The unions.
Oh, our member for Riverina goes straight to the top of the class again. The unions. So the changes that are happening now means you can be going about your business as a manufacturing business, running a good, successful business, your employees are happy, and who can trot in the door now? Who can trot in the door now? The trade unions. Once again, it's this government looking after their union mates at the expense of manufacturing businesses. Now, we all know that unions have a role to play. Yep. But the trouble is the government thinks that that role should be all-encompassing when it comes to running a manufacturing business. And that is not what this nation needs at the moment. We need flexible workplaces. We do not need workplaces which are regulated beyond an inch of their life, and which means that any day a union member can walk in the door, or a union official can walk in the door and change the very nature of that business overnight. Now, what do you think a future Made in Australia bill, if it was not just a marketing headline but had real substance, would do? It would look at reducing regulation for manufacturing businesses across this nation. It would look to reduce red tape. And this is something that the member for Riverina knows and understands well, because he's a former Minister for Small Business. So he knows and understands the importance of getting rid of regulation, and business owner as well. Now, why is regulation strangling manufacturing businesses right across this nation? Because it means that the people who run these businesses are spending their whole time petrified about the regulatory burden that they face, complying with that regulation, rather than getting on with running their manufacturing business. And can I say to those opposite, please, once again, look at what you're doing to these businesses. See what you can do to take the regulatory tax burden away from them. See what you can do to take the regulatory burden when it comes to work health and safety. Look at what you can do to take the regulatory burden away when it comes to ensuring that they aren't facing, once again, just burden after burden when it comes to compliance in every single form. And if you can do that, then manufacturing businesses in this country will have a chance. And then you know what else you need to do? You need to make sure that you've got a tax system which incentivises these businesses to make a profit, to reinvest that profit back into their business, to grow their business, so that we can once again see in this country small businesses becoming medium-sized businesses and medium-sized businesses becoming large businesses. Because all you're doing at the moment through your tax system is you're taking away any incentive for these businesses to grow. Now, why is it important that we have affordable and reliable energy, that we have flexible workplaces, that we have less regulation, that we have an incentive-based tax system? It's important because it means that manufacturing businesses can flourish. And why is it important that manufacturing businesses can flourish? Because if they don't, we're not making things here in Australia. And as we saw during the pandemic, if you're not making things here, you leave yourself vulnerable. We have to be able to make things here. Now, the way you make things here is twofold. First of all, you have to be able to make things here so that you can sell them in the domestic market. And then usually as you grow, you want to be able to not only sell in your domestic market, but you also have to be able to sell in your international market. And if manufacturing businesses here in Australia aren't competitive, they aren't able to do that. You have to be competitive. You have to be. Because if you're not, what happens is those who manufacture overseas, they are able to get their products here into Australia at a more competitive rate, and that puts pressure on our manufacturing businesses here. And our manufacturers who have grown and who are exporting, they all of a sudden can't compete because others can compete and provide the products and goods at a better price than you can. So you have to be competitive. So the question that needs to be asked about this bill, the ultimate question that needs to be asked about this bill is, does it make our manufacturing businesses here in Australia more competitive? And the sad reality is the answer is no. And that is why the government needs to take it back to the drawing board and start again. Now, Deputy Speaker, I have some very, very good competitive manufacturing businesses in my wonderful electorate of Wannon. Yeah. Some wonderful ones, whether it be manufacturing parts to go in Kenworth trucks, to go in Bushmaster vehicles, whether it be food manufacturing when it comes to the red meat industry, when it comes to the dairy industry, whether it comes manufacturing for wind towers, which are used in wind farms for renewable energy. I have a wide variety of manufacturing in my wonderful electorate of Wannon. And the thing that they tell me, these wonderful manufacturing businesses, time and time again, is that they want the cost of doing business reduced. As a matter of fact, they are saying that there is a cost of doing business crisis. Now, that's the large manufacturing businesses. I also have a lot of small manufacturing businesses in my electorate as well, and they are right across the economy as well. They might be in metal fabrication, they might be in the building industry, making trusses, etc., small homes. Right across the board, they are manufacturing some of the most diverse things that you would see right across our economy. And what do those smaller manufacturing businesses say to me as well? Please reduce our costs. And why is it so important that the cost of doing business is reduced in this country? Because if we don't reduce the cost of doing business, business has no alternative but to pass those costs on. And what happens when they pass those costs on? The consumer has to pay more, and that adds to the consumer's cost of living crisis. So I say this to the government, you have to address inflation, and you have to address it now. Because if you don't, we've got ourselves in this vicious circle where the cost of doing business is going up, that is passed on to the consumer, so the cost of living is going up, and we end up with a cost of living and a cost of doing business crisis. And what we're seeing from the government is a hopelessness and haplessness in addressing this, the like of which we haven't seen. You're starting to make Gough Whitlam look good. You're starting to make Gough Whitlam look good. You have to be able to deal with inflation. I don't think that I've heard from a single business that they haven't found the current operating environment worse than the GFC and worse than any other time, the Asian financial crisis, any other time that they have faced in the last 2, 3, 4 decades. They are saying times are as tough as they ever have been. So, Deputy Speaker, I'll conclude on this. Does this bill make our manufacturing businesses more competitive? No. Does it help them address the cost of doing business crisis? Does it mean that the cost of living crisis will be addressed because the cost of doing business will be addressed? No, it won't. And so for those opposite, and they're always smug and smart, and they get together and they think, gee, we've got a bill which all it does is going to make things ultimately in the end tougher for business and tougher for the consumer. What will we call it? We'll call it the Future Made in Australia Bill. Well, I think all of us can agree on one thing in this House, that that title basically means that there won't be a future made in Australia. As a matter of fact, if this government continues in office, there will be no future for manufacturing in this country in the short to medium period. And that will be a travesty, because it will mean that our country is less prepared to face the challenges that it will need to face into the future.
Order. I thank the honourable member for one. On the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the world transitions towards net zero emissions, Australia faces both an immense challenge and an unprecedented opportunity. The government is committed to ensuring that we do not just keep pace with these global changes, but that we lead the way, building a stronger, more diversified economy that is powered by renewable energy and underpinned by secure, well-paid jobs. And that's what this bill is all about, Deputy Speaker. It's about ensuring that we respond to immediate pressures of a changing world, but also to ensure that Australia is best placed to take advantage of the opportunities of the future. This bill seeks to lay the groundwork for an economy that is resilient in the face of global uncertainties and dynamic in its capacity to seize new opportunities. The Future Made in Australia Bill is a vital part of our plan to build an economy that is not only stronger and more resilient, but also sustainable and fair. As we look around the world today, we see the effects of the global transition to net zero playing out in real time. Supply chains are fragmenting under the pressure of geopolitical tensions, and competition for clean energy resources and technologies is intensifying. For Australia, a nation rich in natural resources and renewable energy potential, this shift presents a significant opportunity, but, Deputy Speaker, only if we are ready to take it. Economic resilience in 2024 is about building the capacity to thrive in a rapidly evolving world, and this bill is designed to do just that. By focusing on our competitive advantages, which are our abundant renewable resources, our critical minerals, and our world-class research and manufacturing capabilities, we can ensure that Australia is not only resilient to face the global challenges, but that we emerge stronger and more competitive on the world stage. We are uniquely positioned to lead in the global transition to net zero. We have some of the world's best wind and solar resources, a wealth of critical minerals, essentials for clean energy technologies, and of course the expertise in our workforce to harness these resources efficiently. Our resources are in high demand globally as nations accelerate their efforts to reduce carbon emissions and transition to cleaner energy sources. The International Energy Agency has forecast that global demand for critical minerals could increase by as much as 6 times by 2040, driven largely by the energy transition. This presents us with a golden opportunity to secure our place as a key supplier in the global market. The global competition for these resources is fierce, and if Australia is to maintain its competitive edge, we must invest strategically and ensure that our industries are equipped to meet the demands of the future. And this is where this bill comes into play, Deputy Speaker. By providing a clear and stable framework for investment, this bill will help unlock the private sector capital needed to develop our critical minerals resources and ensure that Australia remains a leader in this vital sector. The potential for us to become a renewable energy superpower is immense. Our vast landscapes are bathed in sunlight and swept by winds, providing us with an almost unparalleled opportunity to generate clean and cheap renewable energy. We are home to some of the largest and most promising deposits of critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt and rare earth elements. These are essential components of batteries, electric vehicles and other clean technologies. However, becoming a global leader in renewable energy requires more than just abundant resources. It demands innovation, infrastructure and international cooperation. We must invest in the technologies that will allow us to harness our renewable energy potential fully. This includes advancing our capabilities in energy storage, grid management and the development of green hydrogen, a field in which Australia has the potential to excel. Green hydrogen produced using renewable energy has the potential to become a major export for Australia, providing clean fuel for industries worldwide and cementing our position as a pioneer in the global energy landscape. Furthermore, our transition to net zero will require significant upgrades to our infrastructure. We must modernise our energy grids, expand transmission networks and build necessary facilities for large-scale renewable energy production and export. This will not only support domestic energy needs, but also position Australia as a key supplier of clean energy to the world, particularly to our regional partners in Asia. This bill is crucial to realising this potential. It lays the groundwork for Australia to lead the world in energy production, innovation and exports. By providing stable, predictable framework for investment, this bill will attract the capital needed to develop large-scale renewable energy projects, advanced manufacturing, and importantly, the processing of critical minerals here onshore. Already we're seeing the private sector responding to these opportunities. Investments in solar energy farms, wind projects and battery storage systems are on the rise, and they will only continue to rise under the programs and policies of this Labor government. This bill is vital for ensuring that the benefits of the revolution are shared, benefits of the renewable energy revolution, not just the standard revolution, that they're shared widely across. Whoops, I let the plan out. I said the quiet part out loud, Deputy Speaker. This bill is vital for ensuring that the benefits of our renewable energy revolution are shared widely across Australia, particularly in regional and remote areas. By fostering local ownership and participation in renewable energy projects, this bill will help build stronger, more resilient communities and create new economic opportunities in areas that have traditionally relied on industries like coal, mining and agriculture. As global and local demand for clean energy grows, so too will the demand for technologies and materials to make that possible. By positioning Australia at the forefront of this shift, we are ensuring that our economy remains vibrant and competitive for decades to come. To be a true global leader in renewable energy, Australia must also invest in innovation. This means supporting research and development in emerging technologies like hydrogen production, energy storage and grid integration. We have the potential to be the world leader in these areas, and this bill provides the necessary support to ensure that our researchers and innovators have the resources they need to develop the next generation of technologies. Central to this bill is the National Interest Framework, which is designed to align economic incentives with our national climate goals. This framework identifies sectors where Australia has a genuine competitive advantage in the net zero economy or where economic security imperatives demand domestic capability. By legislating this important national interest framework, we are providing the certainty and stability that investors need to commit to large-scale projects that will drive down our transition to net zero. By legislating this framework, it will provide increased stability. The National Interest Framework will ensure that our investments are directed towards sectors that will provide the greatest economic and, importantly, the greatest environmental returns. By identifying and prioritising these sectors, the framework will help to streamline government decision-making and reduce the risk of investment in these critical areas. This is particularly important in the context of the global energy transition, where time is of the essence and competition for capital is intense. Another key component of this bill is the community benefits principles. These principles ensure that the investments made under the Future Made in Australia plan will deliver tangible benefits to local communities. This includes promoting and providing secure and well-paid jobs, fostering inclusive workforce development, and strengthening our domestic industrial capabilities. We are committed to ensuring that the benefits of this transition are shared broadly, especially in communities that have been historically dependent on traditional fossil fuel-heavy industries. The renewable energy sector in particular stands to benefit from these principles. We can expect significant job creation in regions such as the Hunter Valley, New South Wales and central Queensland, where the transition to clean energy will bring new opportunities for workers. This bill's focus on training and skills development will ensure that these workers are prepared to take on these new roles, helping to build a more skilled and inclusive workforce. The emphasis on inclusivity is also critical, ensuring that all Australians, regardless of their background, have access to the opportunities created by the transition to a net zero economy. This Future Made in Australia plan, Deputy Speaker, is a critical tool in our fight to take action on climate change. It's part of our government's broader strategy to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, as outlined in our commitments under the Paris Agreement, because our commitments to the Paris Agreement are testament to our recognition of the urgent need to address climate change. By focusing on renewable energy and clean technologies, this bill will help Australia meet its emission reduction targets whilst also driving economic growth. The science is clear. To avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we must drastically reduce our carbon emissions. By investing in renewable energy, electrification and energy efficiency, this bill will help decarbonise key sectors of our economy, such as electricity generation, transport and industry. This bill supports the development of sectors that are crucial to this transition, such as electrification, energy efficiency and renewable energy integration. The amendments to the Australian Renewable Energy Agency will enable it to better support the government's renewable energy objectives, including initiatives like the Solar Sunshot Program and the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. These programs are essential for reducing Australia's reliance on fossil fuels and transitioning to a clean energy future. The statutory funding provided and proposed under this bill will secure the financial resources needed to support these programs over the coming years. This funding will give industry and investors the certainty they need to develop projects of the scale and duration necessary to meet our climate targets. This will send a strong signal to the world that Australia is serious about leading our transition to net zero. It's important to recognise that the transition is not just about reducing emissions, it's about creating a more sustainable and resilient economy. By investing in clean energy technologies and renewable energy, we're not only addressing the climate crisis, but we're building a more robust economy that is better equipped to withstand future shocks. This is the essence of what this bill is all about, Deputy Speaker. It's a vision for a strong, sustainable and resilient Australia. It's a bill that will enhance Australia's economic resilience, secure our place as a global renewable energy superpower and drive our transition to a net zero economy. We can't continue to be a country that just digs up these critical minerals from the ground without processing them onshore. We should be building batteries here. We should be building solar panels here. We should have all these, the green hydrogen investments so that we can export it to the world. This is what this bill will help unlock and help us enable to engage with our region so that we can drive our own electricity generation emissions down, that we can drive our other industry emissions down. We can then take that know-how across the world to our key trading partners and encourage them to reduce their emissions as well. We should be able to lead the way here and be part of the global energy transition, and that's what this Future Made in Australia bill is all about, Deputy Speaker. This isn't just about investing in our economic future. We are taking decisive action on a sustainable environment and sustainable manufacturing for generations to come. And when we hear those opposite talk down manufacturing in this country and give this government lecture about what can be made here and what can be built here, when they spent the best part of a decade driving out manufacturing from this country, when they drove out our car manufacturers, when they just turn up with their press releases in their high-vis, taking photos with manufacturers, but not actually backing bills to support them like this one, like the National Reconstruction Fund, we will not sit here idle for another 10 years and miss these opportunities that the global transition to renewable energy will give us. Deputy Speaker, 1 second to go.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Bennelong. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today is National Forestry Day, and the Australian timber industry is a critical and essential industry that's worth 24 billion Australian dollars annually to our economy. It is sustainable and the original renewable industry. It's also the original carbon capture and storage facility, and Australian forestry and the associated industries employ 180,000 people indirectly and directly. It is nature's natural carbon store, alongside the unrecognised major carbon store, namely organic soil carbon. And it is the feedstock for paper, flooring, building products, structural timber for mining, railways, wharves, jetties, bridges, fencing and farming, structural beams and critical support beams in manufactured structurally proven timbers have been developed in Taree, as well as in other academic centres around Australia. It's the feedstock for eucalyptus oil, biofuels and obviously furniture. And in a housing affordability crisis, more timber is required because, sadly, through activist activity and misguided policy development, too much of our native forestry has been closed down. And you can only see that is what's happened in Victoria. It is sustainable and environmentally responsible. It continues to exist in Tasmania and New South Wales. And I'll go through some of the sustainability criteria that make the New South Wales forestry world-renowned in its standards. Only 12% of the 2 million acres that is set aside for forestry is actually able to be harvested, and only 1% of it is harvested in any 1 year. There are, in that 2 million hectares, 35,000 hectares of hardwood plantations, and also 225,000 hectares of softwood pine plantations, of which only 12% is available for harvest in any 1 year. Forestry Corp has a 100-year strategy that means only 10 trees out of 14,000 are harvested in the 1% of the 12% of 2 million acres available. Now, Mr Speaker, a young growing managed forest that is serially harvested and grows and regrows captures 23% more carbon than a static mature forest. And native hardwood in plantation and native forest has many peer-reviewed scientific studies, particularly one by Mr Ximenez, which documented that extra percentage when you are actively managing a forest. For every tree harvested in New South Wales, there is more than one regenerated by the seed load in the soil as well as active plantation. Now, before harvesting occurs, it's preceded in New South Wales native forest by a 10-year overall plan, a 3-year field study validating the ecology, and then when it is harvested, it's on a 30 to 50-year cycle. New South Wales North Coast hardwood is a 2.9 billion annual production, as well as an immediate 1.1 billion value add. But when you see what it goes into, the multiplying effect through the economy in all those other industries, you can see how it's critical. And we still rely on $5 billion of timber imports from Asia, Europe and the Americas, which we cannot guarantee the standards of like we can. Flora and fauna surveys pre-harvesting, published studies by Kavanagh, by Brad Law, have identified high-intensity burns in unmanaged forests, and suburban encroachment are risk to koalas, but under koala national monitoring and published studies, they are flourishing.
Time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The cost of living relief has been this government's #1 priority. If there's anything we can all agree on, that this is a real issue in our communities, and we see it in our electoral offices, we see it on the television, and of course we hear about it very often. And we know people that are doing it in a very difficult way. And every day I see how our plan is taking the pressure off families in the seat of Barton. On Monday, the 1st of July, the government delivered a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. On Thursday morning, those tax cuts were in pay slips. In the weeks following, I have been speaking to people in Barton. One young professional in Kingsgrove said it wasn't just a nice surprise. He also said it was immediate relief of cost of living pressures. Karen, a midwife at St George Hospital, said tax cuts will go a long way for her and her co-workers. She said it's good that the government is listening and taking action. We have been listening to the next generation of nurses and midwives too. They have told us practical placements can be a stressful time. Many students juggle their studies with part-time jobs. On Thursday, the Minister for Education introduced the Student Support Bill, which will legislate for prac payments for eligible students in sectors like nursing, education and social work. These payments will take pressure off students and let them focus on their education. This government wants Australians to keep more of what they earn, but we also want them to earn more too, like hard-working early educators. And on Early Learning Matters Week, I visited Gowrie Early Learning at Clempton Park. A very confident young man, aged 5, showed me all the wonderful things they were learning, particularly about whales. The children at Gowrie are a credit to their highly skilled educators, and I met them as well. They have long hours, they work hard, and their work is so valued. But also they are committed to the welfare and the life chances of the children in their care. The week of my visit to Gowrie, the Minister of Education and the Minister for Early Childhood Education announced a historic 15% pay rise for those educators. The first 10% increase is to come in December. For the typical educator on the award, it means an extra $103 per week. That is a lot of money. To make sure families benefit too, services won't be able to increase their fees by more than 4.4% over the next 12 months. It will build respect for the sector and build a sustainable workforce for the future. This is what the government is delivering. Our responsibility as lawmakers is to make sure that the people that trust us, the people that vote for us, and the people that expect us to do a job, these are the sorts of things that they expect. They expect a government to make lives easier. They expect a government to deliver programs, to deliver wage increases, and to deliver ways in which people's lives will be much, much better than what they are. That is why we, as the Labor government, are really putting much effort into the cost of living and relief and make sure that we're building a stronger future.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to Member for Casey.
I recently had the privilege of meeting many of our dedicated local paramedics at the Lilydale Ambulance Victoria branch alongside my state colleague, Bridget Valance MP. It was incredible to hear firsthand their stories. It's a role of many highs and satisfaction in getting to help others, but on the other hand, our paramedics also face many challenges and sacrifices. And I'd like to thank those paramedics who shared their stories to highlight some of the challenges they are facing as they intersect with the Victorian health system. I left our meeting in no doubt that the health system in Victoria needs urgent improvement, and I'd like to share some of their experiences with the House. This is from one of the paramedics, and I quote, "After the COVID-19 emergency was over, my workplace conditions and the standard of healthcare for our community has been profoundly negatively affected. Ramping at hospital emergency departments has become totally entrenched. The ED simply told us there were no beds and we waited. I spent an entire shift ramped at Maroondah Hospital, leaving Lilydale without any ambulance coverage overnight. I often had the Yarra Junction and Hillsville ambulances for company, ramped on night at Maroondah ED, leaving all of the Casey electorate with no coverage." Another, and I quote, "This patient was in Warburton. He could not get out of bed and was dizzy. He was the nicest man. We could not move him with just the two of us. He could not walk due to his condition. My partner and I made friends with him while we waited for backup. It was 55 kilometres away and he began to deteriorate in our care. I realised he was bleeding internally, silently, smiling as he did so. He died 20 minutes after we arrived at Maroondah Emergency Department. I did my paperwork while his widow screamed and cried in the background. I will not forget that job." Another paramedic explained ambulance ramping on our hospitals. She has been told that nurses are overwhelmed and forced to ramp, so she has to look after the patient. She said, and I quote, "Somewhere along the line, the ambulance service stopped being about providing emergency health care to the community and is instead now required to prop up the entire health system. This is taking a toll on our paramedics, and we are seeing increased burnout in our junior workforce." Now, these are heartbreaking stories that show dysfunction within Ambulance Victoria and the Victorian health system. Our paramedics must be supported to continue providing emergency care across our communities. Their lives shouldn't be impacted by our poorly run state hospital system. Our local first responders that I met have asked me to continue our community campaign to establish an urgent care clinic in the Yarra Ranges, to take pressure off our hospitals and free up our paramedics to respond where they are truly needed. And again, I stand in this House calling on the Albanese Labor government to invest in our community's health and establish one of their new 29 urgent care clinics in Casey. The Coalition's plan to increase GPs in rural and regional areas will also take some of the pressure off the health system, with incentive payments to attract students to the field of general practice. And I'll continue fighting for the healthcare that our community deserves, to improve the wellbeing of our region while taking pressure off our paramedics and the failing state government emergency departments. But this also includes mental health reform, and I'll continue to campaign and call on the government to reinstate the 20 mental health Medicare-funded services that were increased during COVID, cut to 10 by this government, despite the report indicating they should remain at 20. It's time for better local health care in Casey, whether it's visiting a GP, an urgent care clinic or mental health support.
The question is the House now adjourned. I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
It will be no surprise to families in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury that much of our region is considered a childcare desert. It's not true to say that it's the entire region. Areas like Windsor and Richmond, Pitt Town, McGraths Hill and Emu Plains and Katoombalura show a higher availability of places according to the latest work of Victoria University. But when we say higher availability, we're still only talking about 0.4% of a place per child. Feedback to me from people across the electorate indicates that the market is not meeting the need. Whether it's community-based, not-for-profit, small privately run centres or the larger corporate childcare groups, there are simply not sufficient places for early learning to take place, particularly in long daycare environments. As a mum, I used a variety of childcare options, from family daycare to preschool to long daycare and after-school babysitters, as well as relying on friends and family. Getting the combination right was essential if I was able to run my business and, along with my husband's full-time job, pay the mortgage. What is often overlooked is that, particularly for people living west of the Hawkesbury Nepean River, there's typically a long commute. So we need the flexibility of early starts and later pickups, even for two parents to manage. But women tell me that when they can't access care, they have to delay returning to careers, close businesses, or look for work closer to home, often on lower pay. When I talk to existing providers about their waiting lists, few have the capacity to grow in size. They're bursting at the seams of their small buildings, and if they do have potential to grow, some are unwilling to sacrifice outdoor space, some are in leased buildings, ageing buildings, or simply don't have the capital to do it or the staff. While I know governments don't control where providers open, there are some things that we can do. One of those things is paying early educators properly so that they stay or even join the sector. That's why we've announced a 15% pay rise for early educators, 10% from December this year, about $100 a week, and another 5% a year later at a cost of around $3.6 billion. It will come as a grant to providers while the Fair Work Commission works out their assessment of the award system that's under review. We're coming to the providers and saying, we'll pay your biggest cost, which is labour, and therefore we don't expect to see fees grow at anything above a normal growth rate. I have no doubt that there will be things to work through. And in between playing with confident and engaging 4- and 5-year-olds at Green Hills Childcare Centre in South Windsor last week, it was great to discuss this initiative with the very hard-working Director Emma. Government can also assist communities where, because of population or disadvantage, centres are not as viable. Connect's Possums Patch, Mount Victoria, is receiving more than $300,000 from the Albanese government to help them stay open under a program supporting 430 early childhood education and care services across the country. And I'm pleased to see that several childcare providers in my electorate are receiving support under our energy grant programs to reduce their costs by being more energy efficient, and I look forward to speaking about them in more detail shortly. As a government, we can also help grow the workforce by making training accessible, and that's what Fee Free TAFE is about. Until March this year, there had been about 32,000 enrolments in the early childhood education and care sector under fee-free TAFE, and I know when I visited Connect's Possum Early Childhood Centre in Hazelbrook, I talked with educators who are benefiting from that scheme. To help parents reduce the cost of care, we've brought in our cheaper childcare policy, and on average, it's resulted in an 11% reduction for around 6,000 families in Macquarie. And because all my daughter's friends are having babies, I'm hearing much relief at the extension of paid parental leave, up to 6 months by 2026, and by this time next year, the addition of superannuation payments will ensure women are more financially secure. But is the job done? Well, of course not. As the Victoria University report says, and as the experience of women in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury attests, an inability to access quality childcare has enormous impacts on families. I agree with them that it does not have to be like this. Universal access to childcare does not have to be an unattainable dream, and the Albanese government will continue to work towards it.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Speaker. Unlike those opposite, I do not shudder when I say the word coal. I do not cringe, and I definitely don't bite my tongue. Coal is not a dirty word. However, for several years, it has been portrayed by Labor, the Greens and the Teals that it is. Why, may you ask? That is a great question, because all I think of when I think of coal is jobs, is communities, is industry, is mums and dads' businesses, is royalties, and is the backbone of this country's wealth. Absolutely nothing dirty about that, is there? Last week, I grasped the opportunity to attend the 2024 Australia Coal Industries event, and I was joined by several National Party colleagues and Liberal National state colleagues. I did not see any Labor colleagues, however. Certainly was not surprising. Disappointing, to say the least. All I read lately is state and federal Labor governments throwing money around like confetti. I also see them using the royalties from the coal industry as their spending money. Do you see them supporting the industry? Of course not. They will happily take their money. Speaker, I'm proud to be a federal member of an electorate who services this billion-dollar industry. The industry that supports thousands of families, schools, community organisations, and my constituents who just want to get ahead in life. Australia's prosperity is directly linked to the success of our coal industry. 42,500 direct employees, 300,000 indirect jobs, $99.3 billion injected into our economy last year. Australia's second largest export, after iron ore, 47% of Australia's electricity. That's right, 47% of our electricity is produced using coal and provides Australia with reliable and affordable base load electricity that is available 24/7, not just when the sun shines or the wind blows. Speaker, coal is critical in making steel, meaning it is essential to build homes and infrastructure. The coal industry is being taxed to death. Approval timelines are blown out. World record high royalties. Massive offset requirements up to 10 times the land area. Excessive green and red tape, making it simply not competitive to do business in Australia. We cannot rely on those opposite to bring about common sense policies. The Coalition understands the importance of coal, both regionally for the country and for the whole world. We will slash approval timeframes without compromising on standards. We will cap assessment timeframes and consult with industry. We will accredit the states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth requirements. We will defund the Environmental Defenders Office because it's clear they don't care about the environmental standards, they just want to kill mining projects. We will stop the delays facing the resource sector. We will stop Australian jobs leaving this country. We want families to be able to afford to put little Sarah into dancing or little Jimmy into soccer. We want them to be able to travel and not to have to worry about where their next meal will come from. So within the next year, Queenslanders and Australians will be presented with a choice of ideology or a choice of sensible, practical policy. It is a decision that is yours and your neighbours'. You need to be very clear that the choice is yours. I'll make special mention to Nick Jorce from Coal Australia, who with his team are working on improving the public understanding of the uses of coal. They will work with producers, suppliers, customers, employees to support the next generation of skilled workers by providing professional development and training opportunities. We have shown that emission reductions are possible while maintaining our critically important coal sector. We will not take our coal industry for granted. We will make sure our royalties are going back into the regions that they're derived from. Coal is not a dirty word. Without coal, the lights go out. Without coal mining, Australia stops.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. Over the weekend, I spoke to James. Like 75% of all Australians, he prefers card over cash to pay for things. Like many, he made the transition away from cash during the pandemic. At our local pub, he bought a burger and a few beers. And in a few hours, he'd spent 85 cents on surcharges. James reckoned he spends over $200 a year on these fees. That's money he's earned, money he's saved, and money he forgoes just so he can pay for things. With 75% of all Australians using digital payments at the checkout, James is not alone. CanStar analysis from early 2024 shows that collectively, Australians are paying up to $4 billion to access their own money. Speaker, I think that Australians have had enough of this rort. Being charged to access your own money simply must change. Card providers, merchant and technology providers, and the banks are having a laugh, scraping $4 billion off our bank accounts to provide an essential service that costs less to operate and maintain than its fee-free, non-digital alternative. Now, Speaker, I just want to make it very clear that as a former small business owner, I do not begrudge any small business for passing on these exorbitant fees. The business I used to own and run paid over $1,000 a month to accept digital payments. With small business owners grappling with rent, electricity and other overheads, absorbing thousands of dollars in fees is just not feasible, and more are passing this charge on, and that's fair enough. But I think that Australians have now begun to ask themselves, why are we even being charged these fees at all? Paying for things used to be free. And for those of us who still use cash, it still is. Cash should always be an option for those who use it, and it should always be free to use. But Speaker, we're in 2024, and we have this upside-down system where we are being slugged $4 billion a year to use the easiest, safest and most efficient way to pay. During the pandemic, we were all asked to stop using cash, and many of us, me included, make that habit stick. I don't carry cash on me now and nearly exclusively use my digital wallet. It's safe and it costs banks and businesses a fraction of what cash would cost to administer. Yet perversely, consumers are being charged to use the cheapest form of payment, and quite frankly, that does my head in. As I've delved deeper into this, Speaker, I've found that other countries have fee-free digital payments in the field. But here in Australia, it's not something that's offered through our merchant or software providers. And the most scandalous thing about this all is that fee-free payment technology exists in Australia today. The National Payments Platform, owned by banks and big retailers and the RBA, currently provides fee-free bank-to-bank fund transfers in an instant, be it through OSCO, PayID, scanning a QR code, or new rules to open up the Apple or Google wallets. Unlocking the potential of the National Payments Platform is the answer to this $4 billion nightmare. But you have to ask yourself, Speaker, why isn't it that small businesses are being offered this solution right now? You see, for every card issued by banks, the card providers pay them a commission. And then every time that card is used, the card providers and the banks get a cut of the fees we pay along the way. Mr. Speaker, I'd put it to Parliament that these kickbacks are a part of the reason why consumers are not getting fee-free digital payments through the National Payments Platform today. Under my questioning last week, the Reserve Bank Governor Michelle Bullock admitted that these kickbacks were a concern and will be looked at as part of a series of reviews into the surcharging and payment system, and that is a good start. Speaker, I remember when sending a text message used to cost 25 cents per message. Sending a text message is now free. That same fee-free revolution needs to happen at the checkout. With our big banks posting record profits off the back of a cost of living crisis, the fact that card providers and the banks charge us $4 billion a year is a rort and something that needs to end. Next week at public hearings, I'll be pushing the banks to explain why they're holding fee-free digital payments back. I'll also be working with the RBA and government to get essential payments reform implemented. Together, we need to show the Parliament, the RBA and the big banks that we've had enough.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.